Marshall Peak, Chapter 5163, taken the bait. Moreover, his style of doing things was extremely unyielding and had caused the Black Ink Clan army to suffer great losses many times. His name was a taboo in the Black Ink Clan in this era, and many of the territory lords present had once lived under his shadow. There was also one thing that made the Black Ink Clan unable to eat or sleep in peace, and that was Xiang Shan's aptitude. According to various Black Ink disciples' reports, Xiang Shan's aptitude was extremely high, and when he broke through to the open heaven realm, he advanced straight to the 7th order. In other words, the 8th order was not his limit. He had a chance of reaching the 9th order and becoming an old ancestor. An 8th order Xiang Shan was already so difficult to deal with, so if he were to break through to the 9th order, what would happen? Because of these considerations, the Black Ink Clan in the Blue Sky Theater only had one goal 3,000 years ago, which was to destroy Xiang Shan. During one battle, the royal lord severely wounded Xiang Shan, even at the expense of taking a fierce blow from the human old ancestor. After that, the territory lords swarmed him, wanting to cut weeds and pull out roots, but the 8th order humans all came to his aid one after another, and a chaotic battle ensued. Although Xiang Shan had luckily escaped death in that battle, his cultivation had fallen from the 8th order to the 7th order, and he slowly faded from the eyes of the Black Ink Clan. The royal lord's attack might have failed to kill Xiang Shan, but they had achieved their goal, albeit barely. The royal lord was severely wounded by the old ancestor in that battle and had to recuperate for 300 years to return to his peak. Additionally, in that battle, more than 10 territory lords had died under the wrath of the human old ancestor. The battle that had taken place 3,000 years ago was still fresh in their minds, as most of the territory lords had personally experienced it. How could they forget such a tragic war? Originally, they thought that the threat of Xiang Shan had been eliminated. They never dreamed that they would once again hear news of him breaking through after 3,000 years. Had any other 7th order human been breaking through to the 8th order, they wouldn't have been too bothered. There had been many new 8th order humans over the years, and many who had lost their lives in the war. Overall, the number of 8th order humans had maintained a kind of balance, so one more wouldn't really affect the overall situation. But if it was Xiang Shan, they had no choice but to take it seriously. Counting the time, after 3,000 years of silence, even if Xiang Shan had regressed to a lower order, it was indeed possible for him to cultivate back up again. Thinking back to the dark times 3,000 years ago, which territory lord was willing to experience that again? Therefore, when the feudal lord first reported that a 7th order open heaven realm master was breaking through to the 8th order, most territory lords didn't take it seriously, but after hearing the name Xiang Shan, they couldn't remain calm. "Are you sure it's Xiang Shan?" The feudal lord confirmed, "I'm absolutely certain." The feudal lord who reported this news had also seen Xiang Shan's terror from afar in the past and clearly remembered his aura. Since the person reporting had said so, there could be no mistake. The territory lords looked at each other, and they could clearly see the seriousness in each other's eyes. After a long silence, a territory lord asked, "Are there any movements at the humans' forward base?" "I don't know, but I can ask," another territory lord replied. Saying so, he sent a message with his divine sense. A moment later, the territory lord reported, "Just half a day ago, 2 8th order masters emerged from the forward base, making a beeline towards Gusong's territory. It seems that news of Xiang Shan's breakthrough has been reported back to them. Those division commanders must be heading there to guard him." In other words, Xiang Shan's breakthrough should have been an accident. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't be scrambling to make arrangements now. It's still hard to say if this is another of those human schemes. Whether it's a scheme or not, we can't ignore Xiang Shan's advancement. If he returns to the 8th order, he will be the most difficult enemy we have to deal with. None of the territory lords can resist him. Yes, we must stop Xiang Shan from breaking through, no matter what. Even if the humans are plotting something, they won't be able to do anything with Xiang Shan's position being so far away. In fact, we might as well beat them at their own game. What do you mean? Wu Jiang, Mao Qi, Zhongning, and Hong Hu are not here. Send a message to any two of them to intercept those two 8th Order humans and stop them from assisting Xiang Shan. Then send a message to the other two to investigate Xiang Shan's advancement. If the humans have not planned any ambushes, they can take action and everything will be solved. If there is an ambush waiting for them, they should still be able to escape if they work together. As soon as he suggested this, the territory lords pondered for a moment before one of them nodded in agreement. Good, we'll go with that. One of the territory lords also questioned, although that's the case, we still don't know where all the 8th Order humans are. If they are all lying in ambush near Xiang Shan, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap if we send fewer people? The territory lords suffered heavy casualties in the last war, so we can't afford to lose any more. The territory lord who had made the proposal first suggested once more, that's why we should launch an attack on their forward base. We don't need to achieve anything decisive, just cause a big enough disturbance to figure out the situation at their base. If we can determine the number of 8th Order masters there, we can basically determine the situation on Xiang Shan's side. At that time, we can inform Wu Jiang and the others so that they can act appropriately. Attack the forward base? One of the territory lords furrowed his brow. If a war breaks out, it won't be so easy to quell, and we will have to pay a certain price. If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, the Black Ink clan will completely lose the territory occupied by the humans. We won't have enough troops to continue fighting. Compared to Xiang Shan's breakthrough, it is worth it, no matter what the price is. Since we have different opinions, we might as well vote. Those who agree to attack the forward base, please rise. After a moment, more than a dozen territory lords stood up. Basically, all of the territory lords who were standing had lived during Xiang Shan's era, and most of the sitting territory lords had just recently advanced. From this, it was obvious that the old territory lords were all extremely wary of Xiang Shan. They were willing to pay any price in order to kill him. Compared to these territory lords, the new territory lords of the last 3 millennia didn't fear Xiang Shan so much. They were satisfied with their current state and didn't think that a large-scale war with the human race was a good idea at this point. However, most of the territory lords had already agreed to fight, so they couldn't influence the overall situation. A storm was brewing, and war was about to break out. Over the past few years, the Black Ink clan's various reinforcements had gathered around this feudal lord's fief, forming a stalemate with the forward base. The Black Ink clan didn't dare act rashly, and the human soldiers in the forward base didn't have any intention of getting themselves into a large-scale battle. But today, because of a single person's breakthrough, this stalemate was about to be broken. The Black Ink clan began to mobilize their troops and advance towards the forward base. Although their actions were extremely well hidden, how could such a large deployment possibly be hidden from the vigilant humans? Inside the temporary army headquarters of the forward base, a group of 8th Order masters was waiting with Zhong Liang and Liang Yulong in the lead. Suddenly, a 7th Order master entered, cupped his fist, and reported, "The Black Ink clan has started moving." Zhong Liang's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam. They took the bait. The group of 8th Order masters were all excited. They had been worried that the Black Ink clan would not act, and only once they did, it would mean that their plan could be implemented. This wasn't surprising, though, as the bait they had thrown out was no small matter to the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, no one was certain what the Black Ink clan's choice would be without a concrete report, so they had been waiting here on tenterhooks. A worried look appeared on Liang Yulong's face. "I wonder if Senior Brother Xiang's situation is going well." Zhong Liang said, "Since Senior Brother Xiang has agreed to this plan, he must have made some preparations. There's no need to worry about him. We just need to do our own thing. Send a message to Blue Sky Pass and tell Ding Yao that they can start." Good. Someone immediately complied. 2 figures shot through the void, both of them in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. They were flying quite fast, making a beeline towards a certain direction. While flying, one of them sent a voice transmission, "Brother Zhang, do you think the Black Ink clan will take the bait this time?" Hearing this, the 8th Order master surnamed Zhang smiled. "We'll know if there is any obstruction along the way. However, I'm sure that the Black Ink clan will not be able to resist. After all, this concerns Senior Brother Xiang." If I were a territory lord, I would definitely not allow him to advance peacefully. They finally made him fall to the 7th Order. So how could they allow him to advance back to the 8th Order? The other 8th Order asked curiously, does Senior Brother Xiang hold such a great deterrence to the Black Ink clan? The 8th Order surname Zhang answered, Brother Sun, you haven't been on the Black Ink battlefield for long, so you haven't seen Senior Brother Xiang's power with your own eyes. When he was commanding the Western Army, he tossed around the territory lords like they were chickens. It could even be said that their faces would be filled with dread at the mere mention of his name. The cultivator surnamed Sun sighed, alas, I didn't get to see Senior Brother Xiang's divine might. I hope his breakthrough this time goes smoothly. Zhang Xian added, although it will be much more difficult to break through after a drop in one's order, it shouldn't be a problem for Senior Brother Xiang with his aptitude. All we need to do is wait for good news. It just so happens that Blue Sky Pass needs someone to play the opening act, and Senior Brother Xiang was about to break through. After learning of the plan, I volunteered for this duty. After chatting for a while, the two of them stopped talking and continued on their way. 2 days later, the two masters who were speeding forward suddenly came to a stop at the sight of 2 black ink clouds approaching from the opposite side. The next moment, 2 huge figures appeared from the black ink clouds, attacking them without saying a word. The 2 8th Order masters naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait for their deaths. Each cast their own divine abilities to fend off the attackers descending from the darkness. Shortly after, the 4 figures separated and faced off against one another. The 8th Order surnamed Zhang coldly glanced over and snorted, Mao Qi, Zhong Yin. Having fought with each other for so many years, this man surnamed Zhang naturally recognized who these 2 territory lords were. After exchanging a glance with the cultivator surnamed Sun, both of them calmed down. As these 2 fellows had suddenly appeared and blocked their path, it was apparent that the Black Ink clan had taken the bait. Otherwise, there was no reason for these 2 to come here and stop them. Everything was going according to the plan. It was laughable that the 2 territory lords didn't even notice. Mao Qi was even more valiant and spirited as he coldly shouted with a look of disdain on his face, this road is blocked. The 8th Order master surnamed Zhang sneered, shamelessly boasting. Without wasting another moment, he summoned his sword with a wave of his hand, sending out a flurry of sword lights towards Mao Qi on the other side. The cultivator surnamed Sun and Zhong Ning engaged in a one-on-one battle. Neither side held a decisive advantage. Be that as it may, as far as the 2 territory lords were concerned, so long as they could stop these 2 8th Order masters here, that was enough. They really did not care if they could do anything to them or not. The 2 of them had also learned the seriousness of the situation from the message sent via the black ink nests. If not for this, they wouldn't have been lying in ambush here waiting to intercept the 8th Order division commanders. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5164, Someone as high as a territory lord. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were intercepted by Mao Qi and Zhong Yin along the way and were now locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, the battle near the vicinity of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was breaking through was also raging. The wild boars, water snakes, and old turtles, these 3 special operations squads, were rampaging through the void, killing the Black Ink clan to the point that they were unable to fight back. It had been several decades since the establishment of the forward base, and every human squad had been carrying out hunting missions over this period, but none of them had ever been able to kill to their heart's content like this. The Black Ink clan's harassment and support kept coming unabated, seemingly never-ending. The scattered Black Ink clansmen emerged from all directions and kept charging towards the asteroid where Xiang Shan was, obviously trying to disrupt his breakthrough at all costs. Most of the Black Ink clan forces had been intercepted by the 3 special operations squads, and even if some of them managed to slip through their net, they were unable to break through Dawn and Breeze's defenses. At first, not many Black Ink clansmen were attracted by Xiang Shan's breakthrough, so the 5 special operations squads were able to handle everything easily by working together. But more and more Black Ink clansmen were drawn in over time. Yang Kai and the others gradually started to feel the pressure, but they still held on. In order to avoid wasting too much energy, Yang Kai had a brief discussion with the other 4 squad leaders before coming to a decision of guarding Xiangshan in turns. No matter what, the 5 squads ensured that 2 would remain at the periphery of the asteroid, preventing the Black Ink clan from approaching while the other 3 fought further out at full force. No one knew how long this situation would last. Perhaps it would be over very soon, or perhaps it would be a drawn-out battle. Everything depended on Xiangshan's progress. Nonetheless, no one had any thoughts of retreating. Xiangshan was advancing without any protectors, so if they retreated, he would definitely be doomed. Although this battle was fierce, compared to the clash between the 2 armies at the forward base, it was just a small skirmish. Over the past few decades, the Human Race Army and the Black Ink Clan Army had been confronting each other across several million kilometers. The humans had no intention of advancing, and the Black Ink Clan didn't dare provoke them. The 2 races had only sent out small teams to harass each other from a distance. This balance lasted for several decades, with both sides bearing some casualties. But today, the balance was broken due to the sudden, undeclared war by the Black Ink Clan Army. The empty space between the forward base and the Black Ink Clan's temporary camp was instantly filled with the soldiers of the 2 races, and soon both armies were locked in a fierce battle. At every moment, someone's aura would vanish from existence as severed limbs and mangled corpses started piling up everywhere in the void. Human warships shuttled back and forth, protected by their respective 7th Order squad members, fighting bravely to cut down the enemy. On the other hand, the 8th Order Masters were locked in combat with the Territory Lords on a separate battlefield. The forward base was not like Blue Sky Pass, which was a massive mobile palace artifact that had been slowly expanded and enhanced over countless years by the human soldiers. Relying on the power of Blue Sky Pass and its various offensive and defensive arrays, the human race's defenses were at least twice as effective. This was also one of the foundations that the human race's entire resistance was based on. The forward base didn't have such advantages. Although Blue Sky Pass soldiers had installed a number of arrays at the forward base over the past few decades, none of them were comparable to the ones at the headquarters. It would be difficult to resist the attacks of the Black Ink Clan army under normal circumstances. Fortunately, the Black Ink Clan had suffered heavy casualties in the war a few decades back, and the humans had not stopped hunting down the Black Ink Clan in recent years. The Black Ink Clan's casualties were so large now that they were difficult to calculate. As a result, it was not that difficult to deal with the Black Ink Clan forces attacking the forward base. The Black Ink Clan army of several 100,000 might have appeared quite big, but the proportion of their elites couldn't even be compared to before. Not to mention that the number of territory lords was less than half. Even the proportion of feudal lords was much smaller than in the past. Most of the Black Ink Clan present were only low and high-rank clansmen. As such, when the soldiers of the forward base were facing the Black Ink Clan army, not only did they not suffer any disadvantages, they even gained the upper hand. After several decades, the human race had accumulated enough purifying black ink pills to support a large-scale battle. Furthermore, they had even more artifact refiners than before, so whenever the damaged warships returned, the prepared grandmasters would immediately start repairing them at full speed. If they couldn't repair them, they would simply provide a new warship. With the lessons learned from the previous crusade, the forward base's logistics support had grown exponentially. Amassing purifying black ink pills and building additional warships was of paramount importance. Blue Sky Pass had decided to refine a large number of squad-rank warships, with the goal being to have at least one spare warship for each squad so as to enhance the staying power of the armies and prevent any more incidents like the ones during the last crusade from happening. In the last war, many warships became too damaged and lost all combat effectiveness, requiring them to be scrapped and for the squads using them to withdraw from the front lines. 200 years ago, Blue Sky Pass did not have the capacity to carry out such a plan. The refining of each warship required a massive amount of resources, and in the past, Blue Sky Pass didn't have the necessary foundation to make spares, but now it was different. Resources could no longer impede Blue Sky Pass development. Not to mention that Blue Sky Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources using the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. If they were to win this most recent war, they would be able to completely occupy a large portion of the Black Ink Clan's former territory. At that time, It would be an easy task to mine all the resources they needed. There were so many dead universe worlds in the void that the resources could essentially be considered endless. Any war between two large armies would take time, and victory and defeat could not be determined in a short period. It would be a long while before a conclusion was reached. A few days later, two warships stood side by side in the periphery of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was breaking through, with more than 10 seventh-order open heaven realms scattered around, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Everyone, whether it was the scattered seventh-order masters or the fifth and sixth-order humans aboard the warships, was taking advantage of this short respite to swallow spirit pills and recover some strength. After several days of fierce fighting, the several hundred members of the 5 elite squads had all consumed a great deal of energy. In the face of Black Ink Clan's continuous assault, they had to use every opportunity they received to recover. Yang Kai was among these people. Dawn had already finished their 3rd combat rotation, so this time, they had returned along with the Water Snake Squad for guard duty. While adjusting his breathing, the Water Snake Squad leader, Dongfang Wenbing, suddenly asked via voice divine sense, "Brother Yang, did you notice?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The Black Ink Clan's attack seems to be employing some sort of strategy." So Brother Yang has noticed too. Indeed, initially, the Black Ink Clan was attacking in a disorderly manner, but for the last 2 days, something changed. Although the difference is subtle, it is still obvious when everything is taken into account. That's right. There seems to be a master guiding them from behind. Dongfang Wenbing grinned. How strong a master do you suspect? Someone as high as a territory lord? Great minds think alike. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. In fact, he had been searching for this Black Ink Clan master hiding behind the scenes this whole time. Unfortunately, he failed to pinpoint their location. If there really was a territory lord hiding nearby, it would be difficult for him to discover them amid the raging battle in the void, as the chaotic energy fluctuations propagating everywhere could completely obscure a concealed aura. On top of that, he was only a 7th-order master, so trying to find a hidden territory lord was naturally not easy. Dongfang Wenbing's smile cramped. I was just speaking randomly. Could it be that there really is a territory lord here? Yang Kai solemnly stated, it's quite possible. Dongfang Wenbing went slack-jaw at this revelation. Brother Yang, don't try to scare me. You have mastered the Tao of space, so you can escape from a territory lord if one appears, but we can't. Besides, if there really is a territory lord, why would he hide in the shadows and not show up? Why would he just keep sending these trash to their deaths? Perhaps they think we have laid some kind of ambush here? I think they are sending cannon fodder to probe us. There's a saying that the older one grows, the more timid they become. These territory lords have suffered quite a bit at the hands of the 8th Order Masters recently, so they become overcautious and indecisive. What ambush could we have laid here? Dongfang Wenbing's head hurt as he listened to Yang Kai's speculation. He then looked around, as if afraid that a territory lord would emerge out of thin air all of a sudden. We know that, but the territory lords don't, so they're probing us. Dongfang Wenbing grimly asked, Brother Yang, are you serious? Yang Kai didn't justify it with an answer and simply continued, whether it's true or not, we'll know after seeing the changes in the situation. It won't be long. Dongfang Wenbing couldn't help but cluck his tongue. Why is Senior Xiang's advancement not progressing? The sooner he breaks through, the sooner we'll be able to escape this abyss of suffering. As Dongfang Wenbing mentioned, Xiang Shan's advancement had not made much progress. Although his aura was circulating methodically and showing no signs of collapsing, there were no signs of progressing either. It was not as troublesome for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to reach the 8th Order as it was for a 6th Order Master to reach the 7th Order, as advancing from the 6th Order to the 7th Order was a watershed moment. Under normal circumstances, this kind of advancement would take from a few months to a few years, or even more than a decade. The time one would take would depend on various conditions. This was also why Zhong Liang and the others were so shocked when Yang Kai broke through to the 7th Order in a matter of days. However, Yang Kai was an exception as his small universe had already fully materialized when he was in the 6th order, so he did not need to go through this transformation. Advancing from the 7th order to the 8th order was only an increase in order and not a transformation of the small universe. Although the increase in strength was enormous, it was not a fundamental change. If everything went smoothly, Xiang Shan should have succeeded in a short time. The time Xiang Shan had spent wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and judging by the current situation, it seemed that he required even more time. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that his order had once regressed. For an open heaven realm master, it would be even more difficult to progress once their order had fallen once. However, at the end of the day, Xiang Shan had already walked this path once, so he had more experience than an ordinary 7th order master. As long as he could find an opportunity, everything should be simple. Therefore, it was quite possible for Xiang Shan to advance to the 8th order in the next instant, but it was also possible that it could take him 10 days, half a month, several months, or even half a year. No one could say for sure. While the two were recuperating and chatting, they also killed the scattered black ink clansmen who had slipped through the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, on a feudal lord's territory, not far from this place, 2 territory lords were observing the situation. These two were Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Like Mao Qi and Zhong Yin, who were responsible for intercepting the 2 8th Order Division commanders, they had immediately rushed over to oversee things here after receiving the news. Although the distance between them wasn't far, it was not close either. Even with their eyesight, the 2 territory lords couldn't clearly see what was happening around the asteroid. Be that as it may, the casualties and incompetence of the lower Black Ink clansmen were not hidden from them, making them greatly dissatisfied with the Black Ink clan's performance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5165, Guarding. Those wastes. A few human squads actually managed to stop them. How useless. Wu Jiang cursed angrily. Hong Hu shook his head. Those squads seem to be the human special operations squads. They're much stronger than ordinary squads. Wu Jiang coldly snorted. So what if they're special operations squads? There's only so many of them. Even if they have to pay with their lives, our troops should be able to flatten them. Hong Hu sighed in response. I'm afraid it won't work. Even if we continue sending more and more people over, it won't help. They'll just be defeated one by one. They have a total of 5 squads, and at any given time, 2 seem to be resting while the other 3 are defending. It's impossible to break through their blockade without overwhelming strength. What do you think we should do? Hong Hu pondered for a moment before suggesting, amass our power and crush them in one fell swoop. Wu Jiang impatiently asked, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you and I fight, how can they be our opponents? No. Hong Hu quickly stopped him. Have you forgotten what happened to Wu Ying and the others a few dozen years ago? Over 200,000 of our troops were ambushed by the humans and defeated in one fell swoop, causing our Black Ink clan to suffer a great loss in the next battle due to a lack of manpower. Before we are sure that the humans have not set some elaborate trap here, it's best if we don't act rashly. Wu Jiang's expression changed. He naturally remembered what happened to Wu Ying and the other territory lords back then. It might have happened a few decades ago, but to the territory lords who lived long lives, it was like it happened just yesterday. Although he was angry, he knew that Hong Hu's worries weren't unfounded. Xiang Shan was breaking through in this damned place, and 5 elite human squads had just happened to be around to guard him. No matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Although they had yet to sense the auras of any 8th Order masters, who could guarantee that those sinister and devious humans were not lurking nearby? The human race's spirit arrays were extremely exquisite, and even a simple one could easily conceal one's aura. The reason why they had been waiting here was because, on one hand, they wanted to use their subordinates to attack and probe the situation, and on the other hand, they were also waiting for news from the front lines. Once they confirmed that there was no trap here, they would definitely make a move. Xiang Shan's prestige was quite dreadful, but that was when he was in the 8th Order. As for the current Xiang Shan, any random territory lord could easily deal with him. If they took down Xiang Shan, they would deal a heavy blow to the human race and also restore some of their lost prestige. There was still no definite news from the front line, so it was likely that their companions were still assessing the situation. Wu Jiang and Hong, who could not remain idle while waiting for the news, though, as they had their own matters to attend to. After a brief discussion, the two territory lords gave orders to the attacking Black Ink clansmen to retreat and urged the nearby Black Ink clansmen to rush over to assist. At the periphery of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was advancing, the Black Ink clan suddenly retreated like a tide, leaving a mess in their wake. Under Zhu Yuming's leadership, the wild boar squad relentlessly pursued them, like they were hellbent on exterminating the entire Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Chai Fong quickly stopped him. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Our mission here is our priority. Zhu Yuming cursed a few times. Although he was still somewhat unwilling, he knew the gravity of the situation and quickly led his squad back. After a fierce battle, each squad had consumed a great deal of energy, so they seized this rare idle time to recover. The Black Ink clan has retreated. Dongfang Wenbing's eyes lit up. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze to observe before slowly shaking his head. It's just a temporary withdrawal. Although they couldn't see clearly, it was obvious that the retreating Black Ink clansmen hadn't really left. Instead, they were gathering in the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Things were not looking good. Apparently, his and Dongfang Wenbing's previous speculations had come true. There was indeed a master behind these Black Ink clansmen. If not, it would have been impossible to explain the current situation. Dongfang Wenbing also realized this, and a solemn expression filled his face. Yang Kai consoled. The reinforcements from the forward base should be arriving soon. We just need to hold on for another 3 to 5 days. Dongfang Wenbing added in a grim voice. That may be the case, but judging from the Black Ink clan's movements, it's obvious they've made some arrangements. I'm afraid the reinforcements from the forward base will be intercepted halfway. No one who cultivated to the 7th order could be a fool. Dongfang Wenbing's worries were not unfounded, and Yang Kai was also aware of this, but right now, they could only place their hopes on the reinforcements from the forward base or Xiangshan's quick promotion. What the two of them didn't know was that their worries had long since become reality. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surnamed Zhang and Sun, who had set out from the forward base, had already been intercepted by two territory lords midway and were still fighting fiercely with them. Time slowly went by as every single member of the 5 elite human squads felt like the passage of each day was as lengthy as a year. The calm and silent void was filled with lingering murderous intent, keeping all of them on edge. Just outside the nearby feudal lord's territory, the number of Black Ink clansmen continued to increase, rising from 10,000 to 20,000, then reaching 50,000. Wu Jiang and Hong, who stared at these tens of thousands of unappealing goods with great dissatisfaction. Although they had urgently summoned the nearby Black Ink clan forces to this place, the number of troops they could muster was still extremely small. This couldn't be helped though, as most of the Black Ink clan forces had been transferred to the front lines to confront the forward base over the past few decades. Currently, the Black Ink clan forces remaining behind were extremely few in number. Furthermore, 80 to 90% of the Black Ink clansmen they had gathered here were nothing more than cannon fodder. Many of them weren't even low-rank clansmen yet. It was quite an awkward situation. It wasn't that the two territory lords were incompetent, but rather that even a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. There weren't any powerful forces nearby for them to deploy, so their hands were tied. If the quality wasn't good enough, then they could only make up for it with quantity. They didn't hold out any hope that these Black Ink clansmen would be able to accomplish anything, but they could still be used for attacking and probing. 2 days later, they barely managed to gather 80,000 troops, which seemed to be the upper limit. They couldn't mobilize anymore. Under the orders of the two territory lords, the 80,000-strong army marched towards the asteroid. From a distance, the human squads promptly discovered the approaching threat. The number of enemies was like a tidal wave, making their scalps tingle. The wild boar squad leader, Zhu Yuming, let out a long roar, whereupon all the human soldiers who were still recovering started moving. 3 warships lined up in a straight line, their spirit arrays humming slightly. Immediately, various lights began to flicker and fluctuate on the hulls of the warships. Yang Kai and Dongfang Wenbing remained motionless. Their two squads were responsible for guarding Xiangshan in this rotation, so they would not make any move unless the situation reached a critical point. As the enemy army drew closer and closer, the sight of 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers attacking them made the humans feel like they were facing a tidal wave, giving them great psychological pressure. At that moment, Zhu Yuming's roar reverberated through the void, "Kill!" With a loud bang, the three warships shook violently as dazzling beams of light shot out from various weapon ports, bombarding the Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan army was thrown into disarray as countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to dust by the beams of light. A few beams even cut right through the approaching Black Ink clan army. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen had fallen from just the opening salvo of attack. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this, but they quickly understood. Although there were many Black Ink clansmen attacking, they were not invincible. Most of them were weak cannon fodder. Otherwise, so many of them would not have died just like that. The soldiers in charge of controlling the warship's artifacts didn't need to be told what to do. They once again channeled their world force into their artifacts and launched another barrage of attacks, further increasing the casualties suffered by the Black Ink clan. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the Black Ink clan army was already upon them. Immediately, the 7th Order Masters leapt off their warships, holding their own artifacts and circulating their world force as they lined up and started attacking the oncoming enemies. The next instant, black blood and pieces of flesh flew here and there as the Black Ink clansmen's auras began to wane. The vicinity of the 3 warships was densely packed with Black Ink clan forces. It was almost impossible to spot the figures of the 3 warships and the 7th Order Masters protecting them. Only the energy fluctuations constantly spreading into the void gave the assurance that they were still alive. The entire picture looked like black ants swarming towards 3 candies fallen on the ground, wrapping them up entirely. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly bypassed the 3 entangled warships and rushed towards the asteroid. Dawn and the water snakes had already made their preparations. The warships immediately opened fire, unleashing all of their might as the 7th Order Masters circulated their world force madly to unleash their strongest divine abilities towards the places where the most Black Ink clansmen were gathered. Yang Kai had pushed his space principles to the limit. All the Black Ink clansmen who tried to approach the asteroid immediately felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements became sluggish, giving the 2 squads a chance to kill them at a distance. All thanks to his space principles, just 2 squads were somehow able to stop the enemy's thrust. Most of the Black Ink clansmen were nothing more than serfs, so their strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Any of the humans present here could easily kill a large number of them, but there were simply too many of them. Xiangshan could not be disturbed while he was breaking through, so if any Black Ink clansmen broke through the defensive line, no matter how weak they were, it could cause a huge disaster. For the time being, the battle was still under control, but it was hard to say how long the human squads could keep things that way. No one would be able to endure such a high-intensity battle forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Half a day later, the 5 squads had all consumed a great deal of energy, which was reflected most obviously in their greatly decreased rate of killing. Although Yang Kai was still able to hold on and use his space principles to delay the attacks of the Black Ink clansmen, Dawn and the water snakes were unable to keep up. There were more Black Ink clansmen on the periphery of the asteroid, so it wouldn't be long before even Yang Kai was unable to stop them all. "It's time." Thinking so, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior Brother Chai." Somewhere in the void in front of them, Chai Feng's voice rang out from a warship surrounded by countless Black Ink clans. "Ha ha ha ha, it's really pleasant to hear. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Are you unable to hold on?" Dongfang Wenbing smiled and scolded, "Old Chai, hurry up. Don't waste time." "Coming, coming," Chai Feng replied. As soon as his voice fell, a seemingly solid halo suddenly erupted. This halo didn't cause much damage, but it had an extremely strong repelling force. In an instant, countless Black Ink clansmen surrounding the Old Turtle's warship were all pushed away. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5166, Turtle Shell. The next moment, the vicinity of Old Turtle Squad's warship was all cleared up. The Black Ink clansmen who pushed away had not suffered any casualties and resumed their offense on the Old Turtle Squad once more after a brief pause. But why would the Old Turtle Squad take them seriously? The giant warship turned around and rushed towards the asteroid, smashing all of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to stop it to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad's warship flew past Dawn and the water snakes and stopped near the asteroid. Standing at the bow of the ship, the burly Chai Fong formed various hand seals with a solemn look on his face, his world force surging madly. All 50 members of the Old Turtle Squad were acting in concert with him. They took their respective positions and performed their respective tasks, their hand seals constantly changing. 8 profound gates open. Boundless heavens open. Immovable as mountains, yin-yang perception open. Along with Chai Fong's shouts, the Old Turtle Squad's warship shone with a dazzling radiance. Every time it glowed, the halo of light assumed a tangible shape, not only enveloping the warship, but the entire asteroid beneath it as well. At the top of the Old Turtle's warship, the tortoise shell-like object suddenly ballooned, transforming into a massive barrier that surrounded the entire asteroid. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad created an impenetrable barrier around the asteroid. Every warship of Blue Sky Pass 5 Special Operations Squads possessed its own specialties. The Old Turtle's warship had the strongest defense, and not only could its defenses cover itself, but it could even form a large defensive region by sacrificing its mobility. Over the years, many human squads had managed to escape death with the protection of the Old Turtle Squad. Besides Dawn, the Old Turtle Squad was the most popular squad in Blue Sky Pass because fighting alongside them provided an extra layer of safety and security. At this moment, the Old Turtle Squad had displayed their full defensive capabilities. For this reason, the entire warship had completely sacrificed its mobility and offensive abilities. In other words, the Old Turtle Squad was now nothing more than an immobile target. Nonetheless, it was more than enough. The defensive state of the Old Turtle Squad was Yang Kai's greatest reliance when it came to protecting Xiang Shan. Furthermore, the protection of the Old Turtle Squad was far stronger than the combined strength of Dawn and the water snakes. From the beginning, Yang Kai and the others had planned for the Old Turtle Squad to only be responsible for defending, but Chai Fong refused. It was a rare opportunity to rack up some kills, so who would be willing to watch from the back? That was why they had been rotating to guard this place. But now that the situation had developed to this point, Dawn and the water snakes could no longer guarantee Xiang Shan's safety, so they had no choice but to rely on the turtle shell of the Old Turtle Squad. They would let the Black Ink clan take a bite at it, but even the best teeth would crack on this turtle shell. On another side, seeing that the Old Turtle Squad put up their defenses, Dawn and the water snake's warships no longer had any worries and started a bloodbath. First, they exterminated the Black Ink clan forces surrounding the asteroid, and then they rushed towards the void, leaving a bloody trail behind them. In terms of defense, the Old Turtle Squad was second to none. Even the other 4 elite squads couldn't come close. But in terms of killing, the Old Turtle Squad was undoubtedly the slowest. Now that they had switched between defense and offense, Dawn and the water snakes did not have to worry about guarding Xiang Shan, so their killing speed increased dramatically. Most of the 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were cannon fodder, and more than half had already fallen in the battle. Now that Dawn and the water snakes had joined the battle, the Black Ink clan was losing troops even more quickly. In the distance, a gloomy expression appeared on the faces of Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Even though they knew that this ragtag bunch could do nothing to the special operations squads of the human race, how quickly the situation developed still took them by surprise. The performance of these 5 special operations squads was simply too amazing. The 2 territory lords also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads in Blue Sky Pass. If every human squad was so difficult to deal with, there would be no room for the ordinary Black Ink clansmen to survive. Although they hadn't achieved their goal, the 2 territory lords were able to determine something from the current situation. There really weren't any 8th Order masters lying in ambush here, or else they would not have sat still when things got serious. After all, there had been several times when the human situation had gotten quite dangerous. They might have resolved it in time, but that was mostly due to luck. Although the two territory lords had made their own conclusion, they still patiently waited for news from the front lines. Only when they got confirmation would they act. It should be about time. As expected, after another half a day, just when the Black Ink clan army they had gathered was about to be completely wiped out, a feudal lord rushed to them and reported, "The Eighth Order humans stationed at the enemy forward base have all appeared. None of them is missing." Wu Jiang raised his brow. Good. After decades of confrontation, it wasn't as if the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords hadn't fought each other before. They might not have fought many times, but they were already well aware of each other's ins and outs. The Eighth Order humans were divided into two groups. One group was stationed at their new forward base, occupying about 80% of their numbers, while the other group was still nowhere to be seen. The Black Ink clan speculated that these remaining Eighth Order masters should be guarding Blue Sky Pass. After all, the humans attached great importance to Blue Sky Pass, so it was impossible for there to be no masters guarding it. Blue Sky Pass was situated too far from here, so as long as they could determine the location of the Eighth Order masters they knew to be stationed at the forward base, they could determine if there was any ambush here or not. Now that it had been verified that the Eighth Order masters of the forward base were all fighting on the front lines, they no longer had any concerns. Hong, who was obviously more on the cautious side though, and asked, "What about their old ancestor?" The feudal lord reported, "I don't know, but there's no news from the royal city. I guess that the royal lord and the old ancestor are still locked in a confrontation." Several decades ago, when the humans began their crusade, the old ancestor left Blue Sky Pass and entered the heart of the Black Ink clan territory. He didn't do anything, he just stared down the royal lord, preventing him from doing anything rash. The Black Ink clan also had no idea where the old ancestor was hiding. The royal lord surely knew, but he never informed his subordinates. It was likely that he also knew that if the territory lords were to rashly participate in the battle of this level, they would only be courting death. The attitude of the old ancestor was very clear. So long as the royal lord did not make a move, he would not be making a move. Everything was left to their subordinates. The old ancestor's actions had undoubtedly provided a huge buffer for the forward base to strengthen their hold. Otherwise, if the royal lord had taken action, the forward base wouldn't have been able to survive. "Let's begin. I can't wait any longer," Wu Jiang impatiently urged. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already appeared at the forward base, and their old ancestor was held back by the royal lord. In light of this, there was only Xiang Shan and 5 human squads here, so there was nothing to hesitate about. In this situation, if the two territory lords couldn't take care of Xiang Shan, they should simply commit suicide. Although Hong Hu felt somewhat uneasy, he knew that there was no reason for them not to make a move now. After a moment of silence, he agreed with a nod. "Then let's move." Wu Jiang's figure flickered as he rushed towards the asteroid. Hong Hu followed closely behind, intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from Wu Jiang. It wasn't that he was scheming anything, it was just his nature. He knew that the reason why Wu Jiang was so anxious was because he had suffered a great loss at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago. Wu Jiang nearly died at Xiang Shan's hands in a battle 3,000 years prior, and although he ultimately managed to survive, it had taken him a long time to recover. Since then, Wu Jiang had been constantly thinking about taking Xiang Shan's life to wash himself of this shame. However, Xiang Shan's order fell, and he disappeared from the territory lord's sight after a few years. Xiang Shan naturally participated whenever the two races fought, but when a battle of such a large scale was joined, the territory lord's responsibility was to keep an eye on the Eighth Order masters. Who would be in the mood to search for a lone Seventh Order human on such a large battlefield? If it weren't for the news of Xiang Shan's advancement, no one would have thought that the former Western Army commander, who had made the territory lords all tremble in fear, would still be alive. The hatred that had been brewing for 3 millennia, once it started boiling, instantly filled Wu Jiang's mind. His momentum shot through the sky as he charged straight towards the asteroid from millions of kilometers away. In the midst of this chaotic battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis completely enveloping him. He promptly looked up and saw an enormous black ink cloud shooting over from the distance. The aura of the territory lord inside the black ink cloud was like a bright light in the night, making it extremely obvious. A territory lord is attacking. Dongfang Wenbing suddenly roared, realizing what was happening. The main reason Wu Jiang was charging so aggressively and had no intention of hiding was probably because he wanted to sow chaos. Formation! Zhu Yuming shouted. This time, he didn't dare to recklessly charge forward. The gap between a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord was too great. Without a formation's support, no one here could defend against the might of the Territory Lord. In an instant, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the 4 squads released their auras and connected with one another, instantly assuming a formation. Because there were many secret arts and techniques in the Open Heaven realm with no common origin, it was difficult to create a formation without extensive practice and deep knowledge gained over a long period of time. Be that as it may, a hastily created formation was still better than fighting alone. Fortunately, there were also simple formations that could largely ignore the effects of one's origin and cultivation. Almost every Open Heaven Realm Master on the Black Ink battlefield was required to practice this kind of formation. 10 Facets Formation. The biggest feature of this formation was that it was quite easy to set up and had a high degree of tolerance for error. To activate this formation, one needed at least 3 members, while at most there could be 10. In other words, as long as there were 3 people, they could arrange this formation, and so could 4, 5, 6, up to 10. Depending on the number of people participating, the formation formed had different names. 3 people linked together to form the 3 Fortunes formation. 4 people formed a 4 Symbols formation. 5 people formed a 5 Elements formation. And finally, 10 people formed a 10 Facets formation. Although it didn't have the power of a profound formation that was specially cultivated from youth using matching secret arts and techniques, it was extremely suitable for a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Many times, in the Great Battle, warships would be destroyed and the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were stranded outside would find themselves without protection. In times like these, all it took was 3 of these Open Heaven Realm Masters to rally together and they could make a formation, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Before now, Yang Kai and the others didn't have any intention of forming a formation because none of their opponents were individually very strong, despite being vast in number. Their efficiency in fighting alone was much higher when in forming a formation which concentrated their strength. However, now that a territory lord was attacking, the difference in strength was too great and only by making a formation could they protect themselves. Dawn had 6 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they quickly formed a 6 Paths formation, while the Wild Boar Squad, Breeze Squad, and Water Snake Squad, which had even more 7th-order Masters, formed 7 Stars formation, 8 Desolations formation, and even the 10 Facets formation. Martial Peak, Chapter 5167, In Dire Straits. Territory Lord Wu Jiang arrived in an imposing manner. The first thing he encountered was the 10 Facets formation formed by the 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Water Snake Squad. The destructive energy radiating from the billowing black ink clouds was enough to destroy all obstacles in its way. Scram! Wu Jiang was completely focused on killing Xiang Shan and was in no mood to pay attention to others. He wanted to break through the blockade of the human squads right away, and as such, in the face of the incoming Water Snake Squad, he promptly channeled his power into his palm and ruthlessly smacked it down. The moment the Water Snake Squad came in contact with Wu Jiang's attack, the 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Water Snake Squad jolted and their faces went pale as an overwhelming power swept over them. 2 or 3 of the 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters with the weakest foundation even spat out mouthfuls of blood and could see stars circling before their eyes. Fortunately, everyone had taken a purifying black ink pill in advance. Otherwise, they would have been easily invaded by black ink strength as their small universes were in turmoil right now. Once they had been corrupted by black ink strength, they would have been in big trouble. But with this exchange, the Water Snake Squad immediately realized the huge gap between them and their opponent. Not every 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master got to fight territory lords multiple times in a short span of 100 years like Yang Kai, who even had the unique experience of killing territory lords. In their long, lengthy career of fighting on the Black Ink battlefield, their opponents had basically been the feudal lords under the territory lords. Very few people had the chance and experience of fighting against the territory lords. Their lack of experience had caused them to suffer quite a bit. Fortunately, there were more than one squad. Right behind them were the wild boars, who were best at charging in and running amok, and the agile breeze squad. More than a dozen 7th Order, Open Heaven Realm Masters of the two squads assumed two battle formations. When the Water Snake squad was repelled, the others attacked Wu Jiang from the left and right, with the leaders of both squads taking point. All the 7th Order Masters gathered their entire strength and unleashed their strongest divine abilities. Immediately after, their fearsome energy left dazzling trails as they slashed towards Wu Jiang from either side like a giant pair of scissors. Wu Jiang was enraged. The black ink clouds started billowing as the might of the territory lord was fully displayed. The moment his divine ability erupted, the two squads flanking from both sides momentarily paused before they were pushed away. The next moment, Wu Jiang's cold snort came from within the black ink cloud. Know your place. The moment he finished speaking, Dawn's squad flew straight towards the black ink cloud with Yang Kai leading the way under the cover of the other two squads. In the Six Paths formation, Yang Kai held the core position, and his aura was closely linked with Feng Ying's and the others. Owing to the battle formation, part of the strength of the rest of his squad members was added to his. The next moment, Yang Kai felt his strength break through its limits. He already had the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand, which he thrust straight towards the black ink cloud. Immediately after, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a muffled grunt. But before Yang Kai could make another attack, a large hand reached out from the black ink cloud, smashing straight down at him. Yang Kai's pupils contracted as he urged space principles, teleporting the entire Six Paths formation back by a great distance, causing the giant hand to hit nothing. Right then, the Water Snake squad, which was the first to be repelled, had recovered and made another charge. The Wild Boar squad and Breeze squad also attacked from the left and right. Noticing this, Yang Kai led Feng Ying and the others to press the attack. The long spear in his hand left shadows covering the entire sky, enveloping the black ink cloud. The universe trembled and the void collapsed. The 7th Order Masters from the 4 Special Operations squads joined together in battle formation to fend off the Territory Lord, halting Wu Jiang's aggressive charge. The squad leaders were not surprised by this result. After all, they were not ordinary squads, but the elite Special Operations squads of Blue Sky Pass. Each squad had at least 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so with 4 such squads cooperating, they had enough to gather more than 37th Order Masters. Such a force could easily stop an ordinary territory lord even without assuming any battle formation, let alone now when they had formed 4. Under the combined power of these battle formations, the strength each squad could display surpassed that of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Although they still had not crossed the line of the 8th Order, they could be considered quasi-8th Order Masters in terms of raw strength. In other words, the power displayed by these 4 Special Operations squad formations was almost equivalent to 4 quasi-8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking Wu Jiang. If such strength couldn't stop Wu Jiang, then they wouldn't deserve to be called Special Operations squads. Be that as it may, Yang Kai and the others' actions were accompanied by a great deal of risk, and the slightest mistake could lead to a tragic end. As such, all the members of the 4 squads were on edge and didn't dare to relax. The 4 warships could no longer take part in this battle. All the 7th Order Masters had gone out to meet the enemy, leaving only the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters behind. If they rashly interfered in a battle of this level, they would only be adding chaos to the battlefield and might even disrupt the rhythm of their 7th Order leaders. What's more, the warships weren't as agile, so if they really joined the battlefield, and if the Territory Lord was not able to do anything to Yang Kai and the others, he would surely target them in frustration. As such, the 4 warships immediately retreated from the battlefield. Fortunately, they had plenty of other things to do. Many of the Black Ink clan troops had managed to slip through the net and were now desperately attacking the asteroid in an attempt to break the turtle shell of the old turtle squad. The old turtle's defenses were able to fend off their attacks for a time, but it wouldn't last forever. The arrival of the 4 warships had provided timely assistance. When the power of secret techniques and offensive arrays poured out from the warships, the Black Ink clan's cannon fodders were instantly wiped out. On the other side, Wu Jiang furiously roared as he unleashed his territory lord's strength to its utmost limit. Nonetheless, he was unable to break through the 4 squads' defenses no matter how furious he was, which made him even angrier as he felt he had lost all face. He had come to find trouble with Xiang Shan, so how could he be in the mood to waste time with these 4 squads? But by the looks of it, if he failed to break through the 4 squads' blockade, he could forget about reaching Xiang Shan. Humans are truly hateful. Their individual strength isn't anything special, but together, they can still unleash much greater power. Fortunately, I didn't come alone. There is still Hong Hu. As long as I keep these 4 squads preoccupied here, Hong Hu will easily succeed. Although he felt somewhat regretful that he couldn't personally deal with Xiang Shan, as things had come to this, he was left with no other choice. In this fierce battle, Wu Jiang was facing the 4 Special Operations Squad's battle formation all alone, but not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even appeared to have the upper hand, a testament to his great strength. In fact, in Blue Sky Theater, Wu Jiang's strength was among the top 5 among all the territory lords. Even ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight against him. His powerful strength had made him arrogant, which was why he had never forgotten the defeat he had tasted at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago, and he had marked Xiang Shan as his lifelong enemy. But what annoyed him the most was that Hong Hu had shown no signs of attacking even after so long. That cowardly trash! Wu Jiang cursed in his heart. He knew that Hong Hu had always been skittish. Since he hadn't taken action until now, he was obviously hiding in the shadows and observing. If I knew he would act like this, I would have let him fight these humans instead. Wu Jiang secretly regretted rushing out in the heat of the moment and not taking these human squads seriously, which ultimately put him in this awkward position. After waiting for a while, Wu Jiang couldn't bear it any longer and angrily roared, "Hong Hu, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai and the others, who were attacking Wu Jiang, all went pale when they heard this. Their worst fears had come true. There was not just one territory lord here, but 2. Where is he? In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai spread his divine sense to investigate, but it was to no avail. If a territory lord wanted to hide himself, it would indeed be difficult for Yang Kai to find him in this chaos. Fortunately, he did not need to investigate for long. After Wu Jiang's roar, a faint sigh came from somewhere, and a figure soon appeared. It was none other than Hong Hu, territory lord, who had been hiding in the shadows. Hong Hu felt a headache coming on. Among all the territory lords, he hated working with Wu Jiang the most because his companion's recklessness would often lead him into trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice this time, because he and Wu Jiang were the only ones nearby, so he had no choice but to move with him. Originally, he had wanted to observe for a while longer, preferably until Wu Jiang had defeated the 4 squads. He would check for other variables before deciding whether to show himself or not, but after Wu Jiang's shout, no matter how he tried to hide, it would be meaningless. He had no other choice but to show himself. He might have been feeling a little frustrated, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Of the 5 elite human squads, 1 is responsible for guarding Xiang Shan while the other 4 are keeping Wu Jiang occupied. Even now, there are no 8th Order masters in sight. I guess there really isn't an ambush here. Not to mention, the 8th Order's humans of the forward base had already appeared there. Nonetheless, he was still curious as to why Xiang Shan would choose to advance in such a place. An old veteran who had lived for countless years could not have lost his sense of vigilance. The place where Hong Hu appeared was not far away from the Breeze warship. The sudden appearance of a territory lord startled the humans aboard the Swift warship, and the members in charge of controlling it hurriedly activated the various spirit arrays to open some distance. Be that as it may, it was too late already. Hong Hu took out a round hammer and swung it down on the Breeze squad's warship. The shadow of a giant hammer almost covered the entire warship, and immediately after, It struck, instantly breaking through its various defenses and smashing the hull to pieces. The attack's massive force sent the warship flying out tens of thousands of kilometers. It was unclear how many people aboard lost their lives. Although the defenses of the Breeze Squad's warship were stronger than those of an ordinary warship, it was still the worst among the 5 special operations squads. Their prime focus was speed, so it was naturally difficult for them to block a blow from a territory lord. This sight completely shook up the Breeze Squad leader, Wanjin Xian, and his eyes cracked wide open in dismay. He did not care about the warship one bit, as it could be repaired with some military merits, but if any of the warship's crew was killed, that was a permanent loss. Wanjin Xian's heart bled at the very thought. Be that as it may, he could do nothing regardless of how much he wanted to rescue them. The combined effort of 4 special operations squads' battle formations could barely stop Wu Zhang's advance, so if even one retreated, the remaining 3 would be no match for the enemy. Once Wu Zhang broke through their blockade, the resulting casualties would be even worse. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5168, Unstoppable. There existed an order of priorities, and people had to make difficult choices when faced with a crisis. Wanjin Xian perfectly understood this point, and his fury and worries turned into boundless rage. He mobilized his world force madly, unleashing divine abilities and secret techniques at Wu Zhang recklessly. At the same time, Yang Kai roared, "Fengying, formation change." Under the 6 Paths formation, the 6 7th Order members of Dawn had their auras and even thoughts linked, so as soon as Yang Kai yelled, Fengying understood what he was planning to do. Without any hesitation, when Yang Kai teleported out, she promptly assumed the core position. The other 4 simultaneously changed their positions as well. As such, the 6 Paths formation rapidly changed into a 5 Elements formation, where Yang Kai's position was replaced by Fengying. Be careful. Fengying's voice rang in Yang Kai's ears as he appeared next to Hong Hu out of nowhere. A golden crow cried out, and a great sun rose from the spear's tip as Yang Kai thrust his weapon out at Hong Hu. Yang Kai could not ignore Hong Hu because, after sending Breeze Squad's warship flying, he would smash the hammer in his hand down on the Wild Boar Squad's warship next. Although the defenses of the Wild Boar Squad's warship were better than the Breeze Squad warships, they were still limited. Against the strength Hong Hu had just displayed, the Wild Boar's warship would simply be unable to resist. It was easy to imagine that if no one was there to intercept Hong Hu, the Wild Boar's warship would surely meet the same end as Breeze Squad's, followed by Dawn, and then the Water Snakes. Although Yang Kai couldn't understand why Hong Hu didn't directly disturb Xiangshan's breakthrough and instead attack the warships, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Due to various reasons, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm members of the other squads were unable to help, so Yang Kai had no choice but to step in. Furthermore, he had experience in fighting territory lords, and his strength was far greater than an ordinary 7th Order master's. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he was not an opponent of the territory lord, he would not fall so quickly. The other 7th Order masters could not do this, and only death awaited them if they tried. If an entire group came over, Wu Zhang would no longer be suppressed and would surely start a bloodbath. Yang Kai's sudden appearance took Hong Hu by surprise. In fact, he was just testing the waters when he attacked Breeze Squad's warship. After all, there had been no casualties on the human race's side up until now. Things might not be looking good for the humans at this moment, but in reality, everything was still in their control. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Master was lying in wait nearby, he or she may have decided to not provide help. Attacking a warship was the best way to test the waters. If an 8th Order Master was really hiding in the shadows, he or she would definitely try to stop him once casualties and deaths on the human side became inevitable. Much to his satisfaction, no 8th Order Master stepped in, just a lone 7th Order human. Hong Hu didn't take the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seriously, even when the one attacking him displayed an extremely powerful divine ability. Hong Hu casually swung the hammer in his hand, hitting the tip of the spear and annihilating the great sun. The spear in Yang Kai's hand almost flew out from the recoil, and the violent force which was transmitted to him sent him tumbling far away in the blink of an eye. After swatting away the annoying ant, Hong Hu gazed down at the asteroid. His gaze pierced through the thick protection surrounding the asteroid, whereupon he saw a familiar figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Xiang Shan, it's been ages since we last met, but unfortunately for you, this place will be your grave. Since he was certain that there was no ambush here, Honghu didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his hammer high as the power of his black ink strength surged around him to the point that it seemed solid. The next moment, he brought his hammer down hard under the furious gazes of Chai Fong and the others. When the hammer fell, it was as if two universe worlds had collided. The surrounding million-kilometers radius trembled as the violent blast of energy materialized into a shockwave that rapidly propagated. Even the warships that were far away from the hammer's point of impact instantly bobbed up and down like they were caught up in a storm. Kacha! With the hammer as the center, an enormous crack appeared on the defensive barrier of the old Turtle Squad's warship before it began spreading out like a spider web. Honghu was a little surprised at this sight and commented, "It's quite sturdy." Even with his fearsome territory lord strength, his full-powered blow was unable to break through this barrier. The defensive power of this strange warship was surprisingly good. Nonetheless, no matter how strong its defenses were, it couldn't withstand such fierce attacks for long. With just one strike, Honghu came to the conclusion that he only needed 3 strikes to completely break this barrier. With another blow, the cracks became wider. Even the old Turtle Squad's warship flickered and cracking sounds came from its hull as it was unable to bear the attack. Hold fast. Channel all your power into the defenses. Chai Fong furiously roared as he ground his teeth. With him as the leader, the entire 50 members of the old Turtle Squad pushed their strength madly. Nonetheless, whether it was Chai Fong or his squad members, they all knew that when the Territory Lord's next attack landed, their shields would be broken. The gap in strength between the two sides was not something they could make up for with their efforts. Honghu raised his hammer once more as a giant shadow appeared. Just when it was about to fall, though, Honghu turned his head and looked back. In the distant void, a great sun was slowly rising, followed by a full moon. Under the combined brilliance of this sun and moon, a strange power started surging. This power was hard to describe and difficult to understand, seemingly containing various kinds of mysteries. Honghu had never felt this kind of power before, but a sense of unease gripped his heart once he did. This strange power actually posed a certain threat to him. As the sun and moon intertwined with each other, this mysterious power became more and more sublime. At first, it was still quite some distance away, but in the next instant, it was somehow right in front of him. Behind this swirl of light was the 7th-order human he had sent flying not too long ago, wearing a stoic look on his face. In the end, Honghu's third strike never happened. He had always been cautious, so when facing this unknown threat, his choice was always to take care of it first. Black ink strength rapidly surged as a large black ink cloud emerged, enveloping Honghu and allowing him to disappear from everyone's sight. The sun and moon divine wheel struck the black ink clouds, and in that instant, space-time strength spread out into the surroundings. For that moment, everyone had the illusion that time was frozen and space had solidified. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but it felt like hundreds of thousands of years had passed. A sigh escaped Yang Kai's lips as a desolate look appeared on his face. The Sun-Moon Divine Wheel was the strongest move in his arsenal, but even it failed to do anything to the Territory Lord. It simply lacked the strength to kill its target while the latter was on guard. On the old Turtle Squad's warship, Chai Fong and the others were staring in Honghu's direction with widened eyes. But when the solid black ink cloud dispersed, they didn't see the scene they were expecting. Much to their surprise, there was an enormous black shell inside the black ink cloud, like a cocoon that had been enlarged countless times. The cocoon was congealed from extremely dense black ink strength. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on its surface one after another before it shattered into pieces, revealing Honghu's figure. He glanced at Yang Kai and exclaimed, "Such an extraordinary move." In fact, if he hadn't promptly circulated his strength to condense the black cocoon, encasing himself and devoting his full attention to his defense, he would have been seriously injured by the last attack. A mere 7th-order human actually had the ability to injure him. If this was a moment ago, he would never have believed it possible, but having experienced it personally, he could not deny it. Fortunately for him, he had responded in a timely and appropriate fashion. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was not injured. This seventh-order human is probably another elite not inferior to Xiang Shan. Hong Hu's spirits were immediately lifted. Not only could he kill Xiang Shan today, but he could also destroy another promising seedling of the human race. While he was in a great mood, Yang Kai's heart sank into the abyss. Even his strongest attack failed to do anything to Hong Hu. So right now, apart from defending the old turtle squad with his life, he could do nothing else. The reinforcements from the forward base were nowhere in sight, most likely intercepted by the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, in the absence of his powerful combat strength, things were not looking good for Feng Ying and the other seventh-order masters. When Yang Kai was there, the four squads in battle formations were able to put up a good fight against Wu Jiang. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they would not have been defeated in short order. But as soon as he left, although the masters from the four squads were still in formation, Dawn's overall strength had decreased sharply, increasing Wu Jiang's advantage. By the looks of it, the four formations would be defeated by Wu Jiang in less than an hour, at which point they would suffer heavy casualties. Yang Kai couldn't see any hope. Although he still had a trump card he had yet to use, it was hard to say how effective it would be. Nonetheless, he couldn't back down even in this situation. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as he threw a spirit pill into his mouth. Yang Kai pointed his weapon towards Hong Hu and mobilized his space principles, instantly disappearing from sight. The next time he appeared, he was standing right before Hong Hu, the Azure Dragon Spear rapidly expanding in Hong Hu's eyes. Impudence! Hong Hu coldly snorted as he brought his hammer down to meet the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai staggered from the impact, but before he could even regain his footing, a mass of black ink strength flew towards his face, enveloping his head and disturbing his five senses. It became impossible for him to see or hear anything. Even his divine sense was greatly suppressed. He instinctively blocked an incoming attack with his spear, but he was sent flying as a result of his hasty defense. His chest caved in and several of his ribs broke. Hong Hu exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't held back in his last attack. Under normal circumstances, a seventh-order human would have not been able to block such a blow and would have lost his life on the spot. But much to his surprise, the human before his eyes survived, albeit with heavy injuries. As expected of an elite seedling, such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Hong Hu became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he didn't immediately chase after him. He wanted to finish off Xiang Shan first. In comparison, he was more wary of Xiang Shan. The hammer in his hand fell once more and the already cracked barrier finally couldn't bear the brunt and shattered into pieces. Even the old turtle squad's warship suffered great damage. Many of the members who had been linked to the warship to provide it with power spurted a mouthful of blood as their auras weakened. With the protective barrier broken, there was nothing stopping Hong Hu, who now coldly stared at Xiang Shan before he raised his hammer high and swung it down hard. Chai Fong and the others helplessly stared at the oncoming attack in horror. At this moment, none of them had the strength to stop this blow. Not only would Xiang Shan die, but even the asteroid below would probably be blown to pieces. This did not escape the eyes of the masters near Wu Jiang. All of them wanted to help, but they were unable to interfere. Before, they were the ones who had been pestering Wu Jiang, but now Wu Jiang was the one who was tying them down. Just as despair filled everyone's face, a beam of light came shooting out from below. Martial Peak, Chapter 5169, Ultimate 5 Elements Formation. This attack was extremely sudden and came without any warning. Hong Hu only noticed it when it was practically on top of him, causing him to jump in fright and hastily defend himself. Even a territory lord like him was forced back by this blow. Looking down, he noticed that Xiang Shan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the asteroid, happened to have opened his eyes at some point and was staring at him with a smile. Hong Hu was terrified. This is a trap. This is definitely a trap. Although Hong Hu didn't notice any traces of any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, when he met Xiang Shan's mocking gaze, he knew that his worries had come true. The human race had once again set up a sinister trap here to lure him and Wu Jiang out. It was laughable that even with all his caution, he had failed to see through this. Although he might not have an idea of what the human race's goal was or where the trap was, Hong Hu was a decisive person. After realizing that things were not good, he immediately tried to escape. But it was already too late. Before Hong Hu could make any move, Xiang Shan was already flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. When Xiang Shan moved, it appeared as if he had summoned something, and while he was charging, his aura steadily rose. In just 3 breaths of time, his cultivation had risen from the 7th order to the 8th. As the two clashed in the void, their black ink strength and world force clashed to form a violent storm. On the old Turtle Squad's broken warship, squad leader Chai Fong and his squad members were all dumbfounded. It never occurred to them that something like this would happen at this desperate moment and came as a pleasant surprise to them. After giving it another thought, though, Chai Fong came to realize that the reason Xiang Shan was able to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at just the right moment could not be a coincidence. Rather, it had to be intentional. In other words, Senior Xiang Shan had always been able to break through at any moment, but he had been holding his advancement back for some purpose. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary 7th Order Master to break through to the 8th Order like this, but it was different for Xiang Shan. He was originally an 8th Order Master, and the reason his order had dropped was only because he had cut off too much of his small universe in the past. He had the base of an 8th Order Master from the start, and after painstakingly cultivating for 3 millennia, he had already regained and strengthened his incomplete foundation. After 3 millennia, as far as he was concerned, it was just a matter of course to return to 8 Order so long as the opportunity appeared. Chai Fong even suspected that Xiang Shan had advanced to the 8th Order already, but for some reason, had been acting like he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. As for what this reason was, he was temporarily unable to guess. Squad leader, is that a purifying black ink battleship? A pale-faced squad member suddenly asked. The old Turtle Squad's defensive barrier had been destroyed by Hong Hu's 3 hammer strikes, and the entire squad had suffered varying degrees of injuries, while even their warship had been damaged. Nonetheless, when compared to having been killed by Hong Hu, this result was still acceptable. After hearing this squad member's question, Chai Fong turned his gaze towards the asteroid and indeed, he saw a warship there. This warship was far more magnificent than an ordinary squad rank warships, or even a battalion rank warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, a warship of this scale could only be a purifying black ink battleship. Why is a purifying black ink battleship here? He vaguely remembered that when Xiang Shan moved just now, he seemed to have summoned something and tossed it out. Apparently, what he had summoned was this purifying black ink battleship. Although the warship was large, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could still easily store it in his or her small universe. In a flash, Chai Fong understood the various arrangements of the higher-ups and was shocked at the revelation. At a certain moment before Xiang Shan summoned the purifying black ink battleship, 7 or 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, led by Ding Yao, had gathered together in Blue Sky Pass. Their hands were rapidly forming different seals one after another, but strangely, no matter what seals these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made, nothing happened. Furthermore, it had already been 2 days since they had begun doing this. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would find it quite tiring to repeat such a boring task for a long time. Lu En couldn't help but grumble. Has Senior Brother Xiang not made his move yet? An 8th Order Master asked with a smile, Brother Lu, are you getting frustrated from all the waiting? Lu En corrected, I'm just worried that those brats won't be able to hold on. I don't know how many territory lords Senior Brother Xiang managed to lure out, but if the number is too large, it might lead to casualties. The 8th Order Master stated, Senior Brother Xiang is a meticulous person. Since he hasn't made a move yet, it means that the situation is still under control. We should keep waiting until Senior Brother Xiang has made his move, in any case. Before the 8th Order Master could finish his sentence, The light of the universe array appeared beneath his feet after he finished a set of hand seals. Ding Yao raised his brow and shouted, "It's time." Everyone held their breaths and focused as the speed at which they formed hand seals sharply increased. In an instant, the light universe arrays appeared beneath their respective feet. After a few breaths, the light faded as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered here vanished. The next moment, all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out of the purifying black ink battleship on an asteroid billion of kilometers away, with Ding Yao in the lead. After looking around, Ding Yao immediately understood the situation and shouted, "Act according to the plan." As soon as he relayed the order, 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Xiang Shan while the remaining 3 rushed towards Wujiang. At this moment, Hong Hu's face was filled with indignation. Ever since he had received the message from the territory lords on the front lines, asking him and Wu Jiang to come here to kill Xiang Shan, he had suspected that this was a scheme set up by the humans. What kind of character was Xiang Shan? If he really wanted to advance to the Eighth Order, how could he not have anyone guarding him? Why would he choose this damned place to advance? After multiple probes and a sacrifice of close to 100,000 Black Ink clansmen, as well as a careful investigation of the surrounding region, when they found nothing suspicious, nor any ambush, Hong Hu's fear of Xiang Shan breaking through forced him to take action. But just as he was about to deal with Xiang Shan, something unexpected happened. Xiang Shan actually returned to the Eighth Order in an extremely short time, making it impossible for Hong Hu to easily kill him. This sudden turn of events made Hong Hu realize that this was definitely a trap. The only thing he failed to understand was what Xiang Shan could do to him even if he had returned to the Eighth Order. Had it been 3 millennia ago, when Xiang Shan was at his peak, Hong Hu would definitely not have been his opponent. If he had been down on his luck, he might have even been killed by Xiang Shan. However, things were different now. Xiang Shan had just returned to the Eighth Order, and after exchanging a few blows with him, Hong Hu discovered that the former's current strength was only on par with his, perhaps even slightly inferior. In his current state, he couldn't kill Xiang Shan, nor could Xiang Shan kill him. So what was the purpose of this trap? Just as he was feeling puzzled, powerful auras suddenly emerged from the nearby asteroid out of nowhere. Naturally, they were the auras of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. 8 of them. The moment he noticed these auras, Hong Hu noticed 5 figures rushing in his direction from the asteroid from the corner of his eye. Hong Hu was filled with grief and unwillingness. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where these Eighth Order Masters popped out from and why he failed to notice them until now. He couldn't figure it out, but he knew that if he didn't escape now, he would never be able to. Xiang Shan alone might not be able to do anything to him, but if 5 more Eighth Order humans were added to the mix, it would be another matter. He was no match for those kinds of odds. But how could Xiang Shan allow him to escape? Immediately, all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were shot out, but they were not intended to injure the enemy, but rather just to obstruct Hong Hu's escape. This was why Xiang Shan had specially summoned a net-like artifact. This artifact instantly fell over Hong Hu's head and transformed into an invisible binding force, preventing him from escaping. Although Hong Hu had quickly destroyed this artifact, the 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already arrived. Ding Yao. Hong Hu was shocked at the sight of the person leading the team. Naturally, he was well aware of the army commander of Blue Sky Pass Eastern Army. Not just Ding Yao. All army commanders were the strongest of the Eighth Order humans. Every territory lord knew them well. But shouldn't Ding Yao be guarding Blue Sky Pass? What's he doing here? Also, the other Eighth Order Masters here have never appeared at the forward base before. They should all be guarding Blue Sky Pass. While he was reeling from shock, the 5 Eighth Order Masters stood in a pentagonal position around him under Ding Yao's lead. Each of them stood tens of thousands of meters apart, but their auras were closely linked together, forming a battle formation. 5 Elements Formation. Different from the 5 Elements Formation formed by the 5 Seventh Order Masters of Dawn, this one was powered by 5 Eighth Order Masters. The world force of the connected Eighth Order Masters instantly filled the entire void, turning it into a quagmire that could swallow all things. Trapped in this battle formation, Hong Hu's strength was instantly suppressed by 30%. He felt as if every inch of his body had grown heavier, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he moved, Ding Yao and the others followed him like shadows, maintaining a distance of a few tens of thousands of meters between them and trapping him between them. Hong Hu's face was filled with despair. By the time the five elements formation was complete, Xiang Shan had already withdrawn as there was no need for him here. He didn't remain idle, though, and headed straight towards Wujiang. Just a moment ago, the three Eighth-Order Masters led by Lu and had arrived at Wujiang and the four Special Operations Squad's location. In fact, when the auras of these Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared, not only did Hong Hu and Wujiang sense them, but their appearance was also noticed by the Seventh-Order Masters of the four squads. Similar to Hong Hu, Wujiang immediately realized that things were not looking good for them, and he tried to shake off these squads to escape. He was no match for so many Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for whether Hong Hu could escape or not, he couldn't care less about it at this point. However, the four Special Operations Squads knew that their reinforcements had arrived, so how could they let the enemy escape so easily? A single squad couldn't stop Wujiang, and even if all four of them joined forces, it would still be difficult, but at least they were able to delay him. Brats, move aside. A shout came before three Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Lu Un in the lead arrived and took over the fight with Wujiang. The four Special Operations Squads all felt relieved and quickly retreated. With 3 against 1, Wujiang instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, but this was not the end of his misery as Xiang Shan also arrived shortly after. Wujiang furiously roared and struggled for his life, causing black ink clouds to billow around him, but against 4 enemies of equal strength, his defeat was only a matter of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5170, Eighth Order Masters Arrangements. When Yang Kai hurriedly returned from the distance, what he saw next left him dumbfounded. Hong Hu's hammer strike caused his vitality and world force to be thrown into turmoil and sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even with his powerful dragon vein, he was seriously injured. After stabilizing himself, he immediately rushed back, but he had never expected to see the scene before him. Led by Ding Yao, 5 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had formed a strange formation around Hong Hu, trapping him. No matter how Hong Hu struggled, he was unable to break free. Ding Yao and the others were sticking to him like maggots on rotting bones, constantly maintaining a certain distance from him. On the other side, Wujiang was also being besieged by 4 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The battle here was far more intense than Hong Hu's, causing space to split apart and the void to tremble. Yang Kai even saw Xiang Shan in the mix, but at this moment, he was already an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Less than 10 breaths had passed since Yang Kai was sent flying and his return, but the situation had changed drastically. Fortunately, this change was extremely beneficial to Yang Kai's side, allowing him to finally let his racing heart rest. Turning his head to look, he instantly teleported to the Old Turtle Squad's warship and stood next to Chai Fong. The Old Turtle Squad's warship was in a very bad state. The entire warship was in tatters with practically all of its spirit arrays having exploded. Even the Great Turtle Shell artifact on top of the warship was covered in deep cracks. After returning, the warship would have to undergo an extensive repair before it could return to the battlefield. Also, Chai Fong and the others' auras were somewhat weak. Obviously, they had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Is this the arrangement of the seniors? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Although he didn't know why things had suddenly changed so drastically, Yang Kai had some guesses judging by the current situation. That should be the case, Chai Fong nodded and resentfully complained. But they kept us in the dark. How did they get here? Yang Kai asked again. Chai Fong silently pointed down. Yang Kai gazed down and instantly understood, seeing the purifying black ink battleship left on the asteroid. They thought to use a purifying black ink battleship like this? The way the Eighth Order commanders think is truly unrestrained and creative. Although he didn't know who came up with this idea, it was pretty obvious that this purifying black ink battleship had been stored in Xiang Shan's small universe. At the critical moment, when they were finally summoned, Ding Yao and the others who had been back in Blue Sky Pass were able to use the purifying black ink battleship's universe array to instantly arrive here to assist. Although this place was far from Blue Sky Pass, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were strong enough to withstand the pressures of transferring across such distance through the void. It would not have worked if 7th Order Masters tried to teleport here from Blue Sky Pass, as they would have been crushed during the transit. Of the two battlefields, one was 5-on-1, while the other was 4-against-1. Regardless of which one it was, the humans had the absolute advantage. It was quite obvious that Hong Hu and Wu Jiang Territory Lord would not survive this encounter. But when Yang Kai saw how Ding Yao and the others were moving, it didn't seem like they were trying to kill Hong Hu. On the other hand, Luan and the others attacking Wu Jiang were using all kinds of lethal moves, overwhelming Wu Jiang and reducing him to a sorry state. Judging by the battle formation used by Ding Yao and the others and their behavior, it seemed apparent they wanted to capture Hong Hu alive. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately recalled the feudal lord imprisoned in the basement of the forward base as Grandmaster Ma Fan's image involuntarily flashed in his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. Capturing a feudal lord alive was not difficult, as any 8th Order Master could do so. However, Yang Kai had never heard of a territory lord being captured alive. After all, only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could fight against a territory lord. Just because there was no precedent didn't mean the human race couldn't do it, but Blue Sky Pass didn't meet the conditions in the past to accomplish this. A territory lord's black ink strength was extremely rich and powerful, so even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be at a risk of being corroded by it. Also, what would the point of capturing a territory lord alive be? It would be a waste of time and effort only to produce a prisoner that would have to constantly be guarded by powerful masters. Relatively speaking, defeating a territory lord in battle was easy, killing them was hard, and capturing them alive was all but impossible. Nonetheless, the current situation was different. The human race already had a way to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. On top of that, the research on the evil purging divine spear had made great strides with Grandmaster Ma Fan's efforts. Obviously, experimenting on feudal lords was no longer able to satisfy Grandmaster Ma Fan's needs. He needed a territory lord to perform more comprehensive experiments to improve the evil purging divine spear further. Having been encircled by Ding Yao and the others, Hong Hu seemed to be the target of this operation. As for Wu Jiang, he could only be killed. Territory lords were tenacious, so one was more than enough to experiment on. There was no need to bring two back. The members of the Special Operations Squads returned one after another. Even their respective warships flew over. The Breeze Squad even brought back their heavily damaged warships. The Breeze Squad's warship had been sent flying by Hong Hu and suffered extensive damage not long ago. It was unclear how many were dead and how many were injured, so Breeze's squad leader Wanjing Xin was extremely worried. However, at that time, he was still preoccupied with Wu Jiang and had no time to check up on his squad members. Until now. After a quick count, the Breeze Squad had suffered fatalities while all the others had been injured, with more than 10 having suffered serious wounds. Even the warship was severely damaged and in a much worse state than the Old Turtle's warship. Although 3 of his squad members had fallen and a dozen or so were heavily injured, it was still an acceptable result. They were already extremely fortunate that they had only suffered such a small loss after taking the full-powered sneak attack of a territory lord. Any ordinary squad would have been completely wiped out from such a blow. No one tried to comfort him, as on the black ink battlefield, who hadn't experienced a few life and death battles. Those who had died had returned to dust, and those who had survived continued moving forward. Everyone had only 2 choices. Either they sacrificed their life to the black ink battlefield, or win this war that had lasted for countless millennia and return home in glory. Everyone was silently adjusting their breathing as they observed the battle between the 2 groups of great experts. Wu Jiang's situation became worse and worse. His entire body was covered in wounds as black blood covered his body. He was unable to escape and was powerless to resist the siege of the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so only death awaited him. On the other side, the range where Hong Hu could move was further suppressed. Ding Yao and the others were originally tens of thousands of meters away from him, but now they were only a few thousand meters away. It was obvious that once the distance between them shrank to a certain extent, he would lose all ability to resist. Hong Hu obviously knew this as well and had been desperately struggling, but it was clear he was on his last leg. There weren't many opportunities to witness a battle between 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords without any other worries, so all the members of the various elite squads were watching intently, hoping to gain some insights. An hour later, a blade of light cut into Wu Zhang's body as a roar of unwillingness escaped his lips and his eyes bulged in fury. A small crack soon appeared on his forehead as Xiang Shan's figure brushed past him before his body split in twain. An invisible wave of aura silently spread out into the depths of the void from the fall of a territory lord. Luan, Xiang Shan, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting a territory lord who knew he was going to die was really exhausting. After Wu Zhang realized that he had no hope of escaping alive today, he had desperately lashed out in an attempt to drag at least one of them down with him, and it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to succeed. Any negligence on the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's part during the battle would give him that very chance. Fortunately, the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all extremely cautious and didn't give Wu Zhang any chance to take one of them down with him. As such, the price they paid was marginal. The moment Wu Zhang died, Mao Qi and Zhong Yin, who were fighting with the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, surnamed Zhang and Sun in the depths of the void far away from this place, felt something and exchanged a look of surprise. They couldn't understand how Wu Zhang had perished. Hong Hu and Wu Zhang should be together. Wu Zhang had fallen. So where is Hong Hu? Those two went to kill Xiang Shan. So did they fail? Did the humans ambush them? Mao Qi and Zhong Yin had no idea what was happening on the other side, but their task was only to tie down these 2 8th Order Division commanders and prevent them from assisting Xiang Shan. Now that Wu Zhang had fallen and Hong Hu's situation remained unclear, there was no need for them to continue fighting with these 2 8th Order humans. Without any need for discussion, the 2 territory lords made a feint before breaking away from the 8th Order humans. They then promptly summoned black ink clouds and quickly disappeared. The 2 8th Order masters surnamed Zhang and Sun didn't have any intention of giving chase. Although they had the upper hand in this battle, it was impossible for them to kill their opponents. Even without a full force deployment, it was easy to determine victory or defeat when both sides' numbers were equal, but it was difficult to kill their foes. The 8th Order master surnamed Zhang turned his head in a certain direction and thoughtfully made a guess. They should have succeeded. The 8th Order master surnamed Sun nodded in agreement. The shockwave from the death of a territory lord was very weak, almost undetectable, but it was definitely there. Let's head back. The two of them had originally been bait and had not intended to assist Xiang Shan from the start. They had simply come out from the forward base to draw the attention of the territory lords. Otherwise, it would really be unreasonable for the forward base to show no response at all when Xiang Shan was breaking through. Now that Xiang Shan's side had succeeded and the territory lords fighting them had also escaped, there was no need for them to remain any longer. A battle should still be raging at the front lines, so if they rushed back now, they might be able to end things there. The two left dazzling streaks of light as they flew towards the forward base. Elsewhere, in the royal city, the dormant royal lord's aura suddenly awakened as a majestic will spread into the void for millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye with the royal city as its center. But the next moment, another majestic will spread out from a certain place in the void. This invisible will transformed into a tangible force as it ruthlessly clashed with the previous will. The violent burst of energy only lasted for a moment before everything returned to calm. Only a certain part of the void suddenly became fragmented and chaotic. It was the spot where the two wills clashed. Sooner or later, I will exterminate your human race. The will of the royal lord in the royal city flared with thick, malicious intent. The old ancestor remained in a lotus position in the void and indifferently responded, "Try it." The royal lords will no longer responded and slowly fell dormant, while the old ancestor also closed his eyes and his will was withdrawn. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5171, Capturing a Territory Lord Alive. Wu Zhang's death was a huge blow to Hong Hu, which led to him losing focus while still under the combined assault of the 5/8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could Ding Yao and the others miss this opportunity? Their figures flickered as they instantly closed the distance between Hong Hu and them. The distance between both sides had shortened to only a few hundred meters. They were now so close that it was almost as if they were face to face. The connected auras of the 5/8 Order Masters formed a battle formation which acted to suppress the enemy in the center. The closer the 5 of them got, the stronger this suppression became. With the formation shrunk to this extent, Hong Hu found it difficult to even move. His black ink strength was not flowing smoothly, and his strength had decreased by nearly 50%. When the 5/8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters closed the battle formation even further, Hong Hu was completely rooted to the spot. Although he struggled with all his might, trying to escape, his movements were countless times slower now. At this moment, let alone 5/8 Order Masters, even a 7th Order human could easily kill him. Knowing that he could not escape this disaster, Hong Hu laughed in anguish before completely giving up struggling. He stared at Ding Yao and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ding Yao simply ignored him altogether and took out a strange box from his space ring. The box was a perfect cube and made of some unidentifiable material. The moment this box appeared, not just Ding Yao, but even the other 4/8 Order Masters looked cautious and solemn with a slight trace of fear visible on their faces. Obviously, the contents of this box were something extraordinary and could even pose a threat to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. In fact, that was indeed the case. After all, it was meant to be used to deal with territory lords. Something that posed no threat to 8th Order Masters would naturally be useless against a territory lord. Their attitude made Hong Hu feel even more uneasy. Under nervous gazes, Ding Yao formed a hand seal and opened the box before gathering world energy in his mouth and gently blowing into it. Immediately after, a white mist-like object flew out from the box and enveloped Hong Hu. The next moment, Hong Hu's entire body was covered in frost, which quickly spread outward and enveloped him, turning him into a giant block of ice. The block of ice was crystal clear. Even looking from afar, Yang Kai and the others found the frozen Hong Hu looked alive. He still maintained the state before he was frozen. Even the fear in his eyes was clearly visible. But this wasn't the end. Ding Yao raised his hand and took out something resembling a coffin. However, it was massive and obviously not something made for humans, but rather was specially made for the Black Ink clan. Ding Yao formed hand seals, and the frozen Hong Hu was sent into the giant coffin under his guidance before the lid closed. Ding Yao then formed another set of hand seals as dazzling streaks of light shot straight towards the coffin. Soon, the coffin's lid was spotted with faintly glowing runes. The runes formed a chain, wrapping around the giant coffin before slowly disappearing. Success! Ding Yao and the others glanced at each other before slightly nodding. It was the first time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attempted to capture a territory lord alive. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and there were no major mistakes. With a territory lord in their hands, the weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan would be developed even faster. Good job. Just as Yang Kai and the others were watching everything with rapt attention, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiang Shan wearing a green robe, calmly floating over. Everyone might have been exhausted after the battle, but the fact that Xiang Shan was able to approach them without anyone noticing was still a great testament to his strength. Greetings, Senior Xiang. Everyone respectfully bowed and cupped their fists. Xiang Shan waved his hand as Yang Kai and the others involuntarily straightened up. Hong Hu isn't the strongest amongst all the territory lords, only somewhere around the middle of the ranks, but in terms of caution, he is second to none. Your efforts lowered his guard and successfully lured him out. Although I could have advanced to the 8th Order at any time, the timing of my initial attack had to be perfect. If I acted too early, it would only alert the enemy, and if he sensed that something wasn't right, he would have immediately fled. So, when I made my move, I had to ensure that I could pin him down. Breeze squad leader Wanjing Xin pursed his lips and nodded. Junior understands. He knew that the reason why Xiang Shan had come and explained himself to them, Seventh Order Masters, was because when the Breeze Squad's warship had been attacked by Hong Hu, Xiang Shan had not taken action to save it. If Xiang Shan had taken action at that time, their warship would definitely have remained safe, and they wouldn't have more than a dozen seriously injured and 3 dead. But that was not the best time for Xiang Shan to act. There was no need for him to explain himself in the first place. Wanzhang Xin was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Master and a squad leader. He understood that the situation called for Xiang Shan to not make any move. Nonetheless, Xiang Shan still explained it to them. When my junior brothers stepped onto this black ink battlefield, they all resolved to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the human race if need be. It is our greatest honor to lay down our lives on the battlefield. Xiang Shan slightly nodded his acknowledgement. Now that this matter has been settled, you can accompany me here and rest for a while.
Yes.
Everyone nodded their agreement. It was true that they needed to recuperate. The 5 special operations squads had consumed a great deal of strength in this battle, and every squad had suffered injuries of varying degrees. The warships of Old Turtle and Breeze squads were also severely damaged. Xiang Shan also needed to rest after just recovering his 8th Order cultivation. Although there was no problem with his cultivation, he still needed some time to consolidate it. What's more, the 5 special operations squads here needed someone to look after them as they recuperated, and Xiang Shan was the best candidate. While they were talking, Ding Yao and the others had already finished making arrangements. After a brief communication, the 5 8th Order Masters surrounding Hong Hu each activated the Universe Transference Law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. Meanwhile, the other 3 8th Order Masters led by Lu and were responsible for escorting the giant coffin to the forward base and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiang Shan and the 5 Special Operations Squads were left behind to rest. The Special Operations Squads flew towards the asteroid to find a place to recuperate, while the purifying black ink battleship that had been summoned was retrieved by Xiang Shan. In fact, when they had planned to use this purifying black ink battleship, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already been mentally prepared for it to be destroyed by the Territory Lords. But Hong Hu was too skittish, so after discovering that Xiang Shan had returned to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he immediately made a run for it, completely ignoring the giant warship. Of course, even if he really did attack the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan would not let him succeed so easily. After putting away the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan headed straight towards the place where Dawn was recuperating. Seeing him arrive, Yang Kai swiftly got up, but was just as quickly made to sit back down by Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan sat cross-legged across from him, looking at him with a smile. I heard that the purifying black ink battleship was built by you? Yang Kai blushed with shame and stated, Junior simply provided the idea. The one who really refined it was someone else. He found it a bit strange. It had been over a century since he had arrived on the black ink battlefield, and a lot of time had passed since the purifying black ink battleships entered service, so why was Xiang Shan acting like he didn't know about it? As if he could see through what was going on in Yang Kai's mind, Xiang Shan explained, I've been in a retreat for the last 3 centuries. When I came out, everything had changed quite a bit. Yang Kai understood. Since Xiang Shan had been in seclusion for 300 years, it was natural for him to be unaware of the existence of the purifying black ink battleships. How could ordinary people have the privilege to be in a retreat for so long? Only someone like Xiang Shan, who had once been an 8th Order Master, would be permitted to enter seclusion for several hundred years. It's good to have some changes. I'd be more concerned if nothing had changed during that time. Xiang Shan stared into the depths of the void, his gaze deep and profound. Too much time has passed, yet we humans haven't made any progress on the black ink battlefield. Generation after generation of sacrifices have only brought about a temporary peace, but how long can this status quo last? So, humans need to change. Some of the new things you've brought with you will be of great advantage to us. Changing the topic, Xiang Shan asked, judging by your previous fight with Hong Hu, it seems you still have some trump cards you haven't used? Yang Kai agreed, nodding, indeed, but their strength is limited. Even if I used them, it may not have made much difference. Attacking with his Dragon Bead and the Purifying Light were Yang Kai's last two trump cards. But if he were to really use his Dragon Bead, it might crack again. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be destroyed. Then, it would take him uncountable years to recover. As for Purifying Light, it was definitely a powerful weapon against the Black Ink Clan, but if Yang Kai used it, at most he would be able to catch Hong Hu off guard and injure him, but it wouldn't be able to achieve a decisive effect. At that time, the secret of the Purifying Light would also be exposed. Aside from the fact that he might attract the attention of the Black Ink Clan, even Grandmaster Ma Fan's research would be threatened. As such, Yang Kai had been holding himself back from using these two trump cards. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had taken action at the right time, so there was no need to play those cards. Among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, I've seen many elites and geniuses, but you are the only one I know of who dares to challenge territory lords alone and yet is able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai stated, embarrassed, Junior is seriously injured and my entire body is in excruciating pain. Xiang Shan smiled. At the very least, you're still alive. Surviving is the most important. If you survive, you can break through to the 8th Order. And when you've become stronger, you'll be able to suppress those territory lords. Just like when he was the invincible Western Army commander, no one was his match. Xiang Shan had seen too many elites fall on the Black Ink battlefield in his life. All of them would have become pillars for the human race in the future. Even he himself had almost died in the Great Battle back then, but now, most of these pillars had fallen, with few surviving till today. Therefore, no matter what, only by surviving could one have hope. Senior, was this a plan to capture a territory lord alive? Yang Kai asked. Xiang Shan replied, shaking his head, the plan here is just a smokescreen. The real plan is being carried out at the forward base. The forward base? Yang Kai asked in surprise, has a fight broken out? The two races had been confronting each other on the front lines for decades now, engaging in small skirmishes over a wide range, but there had been no major battles. When Dawn left the forward base, there were no signs of a war breaking out, but judging from Xiang Shan's words, something was happening there now. Xiang Shan coldly snorted. The Black Ink Clan wanted to stop me from breaking through to the 8th Order, so they couldn't allow the forward base to send reinforcements. The best way to do so was to start a war and restrain the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there. So, a large-scale conflict should have broken out over there. Martial Peak, Chapter 5172, Gathering Strength. Yang Kai was dumbfounded after hearing this. Just to prevent one man from advancing to the 8th Order, the Black Ink Clan was willing to break the status quo that had been maintained for decades. It would undoubtedly have been arrogant if anyone else had said this, but since it was Xiang Shan, it was not far-fetched. Yang Kai turned in the direction of the forward base, wondering how the battle was going, but with the current state of Dawn, it was impossible for them to participate right now. Xiang Shan reassured with a smile, rest for now. If we hurry back in a few days, we might be able to finish the job. The void became calm and peaceful. After a few days, everyone's condition had significantly improved. Every squad leader gathered their men and put away their respective warships before activating the universe transference law under Xiang Shan's leadership and returning to the forward base. By now, the battle at the front lines had come to an end, and as before, the Black Ink Clan had once again suffered a great loss. Although the Black Ink Clan had the absolute advantage in numbers, the human masters had long been accustomed to facing enemies that outnumbered them. Be that as it may, the reason why this battle had ended so quickly was because the Black Ink Clan no longer wanted to continue fighting. In fact, when the territory lords sensed the death of Wu Jiang, they knew that their plan had failed. Although they didn't know what had happened to Wu Jiang and Hong Hu, they had clearly fallen into the human race's trap once more, which resulted in the demise of yet another territory lord. The reason they quickly pushed this war was to occupy the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so that Wu Jiang and Hong Hu could succeed in their task. Now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. Without knowing what other tricks the humans were hiding up their sleeves, the territory lords didn't want to take any more risks. As such, they decisively retreated over 10 million kilometers. The soldiers of the forward base chased for a while and managed to eliminate quite a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but under the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the human army did not go too far and returned after just a couple of days. By the time Yang Kai and the others returned, they were facing a situation where they didn't have a chance to participate. According to post-war statistics, some 200,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this war, several hundred of whom were feudal lords, but no additional territory lords had been eliminated. It wasn't a particularly good result, but considering that the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan at the forward base and not the Great Pass, it was still acceptable. After this battle, the situation calmed down. The Black Ink clan had completely given up over half of their territory. In fact, if the humans were to travel between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, they would no longer see any traces of the Black Ink clan, nor would they see the Black Ink clansmen and humans hunting each other anymore. Blue Sky Pass had achieved great success in their campaign against the Black Ink clan. When the news spread to other passes, it immediately caused morale and envy to soar. Nonetheless, everyone knew that Blue Sky Pass success could not be repeated. The basis for this victory was the battle outside Blue Sky Pass fought a few decades ago. In that battle, Blue Sky Pass had used a century-long plan to kill over 30 territory lords at once, dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass had Yang Kai find and open portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens, where these traps were set up, but other passes had no such person with similar skills. On top of that, the crusade and establishing a functional forward base in the Black Ink clan's territory required 2 universe arrays to act as transit points, allowing the humans to rapidly attack the Black Ink clan as well as retreat to Blue Sky Pass. If the expeditionary force advanced deeper without these transit points, the Black Ink clan would eventually exhaust their strength, resulting in mass casualties. Right now, Yang Kai was the only one who could arrange universe arrays. Blue Sky Pass victory was closely tied to Yang Kai's existence, and there was only one of him, so the other passes could not reenact the same feat. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan forces in the other theaters had become much more vigilant after this news spread. Now, the Black Ink clan was extremely cautious when they were besieging the Great Passes. They were afraid that they would repeat the same mistake they had made at Blue Sky Pass and fall into the traps and schemes of the humans. But no matter how the Black Ink clan at other Great Passes investigated, they failed to find any similar traps outside the Great Passes, which put them at ease. From the moment the human cultivators stepped into the Black Ink battlefield, they would have to undergo a great battle every 100 years or so. Furthermore, they were unable to relax even after the battle as they had to collect resources, recover their strength, and make preparations for the next war. The special environment of the Black Ink battlefield also trapped the human race at the Great Passes, making them unable to move forward or retreat. Even if they went looking for cultivation resources, they were unable to venture too far or risk being ambushed. However, this situation at Blue Sky Pass had changed a little. The loss of the latest battle had caused the Black Ink clan to completely give up on the idea of reclaiming their lost territory. Now, whenever the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass went out, as long as they didn't venture beyond the forward base and into Black Ink clan territory, they basically didn't encounter any enemy forces. The vast void had become Blue Sky Pass backyard where the humans could roam freely. In this peaceful situation, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could focus on cultivating to increase their strength. This peaceful cultivation period lasted for 2 centuries. No one could quite get accustomed to the quiet atmosphere, and everyone was feeling extremely uneasy. No battle had broken out for the last 200 years, which was simply unbelievable in a special environment like the Black Ink battlefield. But this was the result of the many great victories in the Blue Sky Theater. Furthermore, judging by the Black Ink clan's attitude, this peace might last even longer. The Black Ink clan could not recover from the massive casualties they had suffered in only 2 centuries. Most of the human race soldiers rarely had a moment of peace, but now that they had plenty of resources and time, they worked hard to cultivate and their strength increased rapidly. In the last 2 centuries, the number of 7th Order Masters had increased by almost 300. But not everyone was able to relax. Compared to the leisure most ordinary soldiers enjoyed, The busiest people of Blue Sky Pass were undoubtedly the alchemists and artifact refiners. The crusade carried out by Blue Sky Pass was just a test, and after it concluded, the higher-ups discovered many issues. The first problem they faced was the supply of purifying black pills. These pills were critical to ensuring that their soldiers would not be corrupted by black ink strength. Although there was still the purifying light to rely on, only Yang Kai could replenish it, and the total supply was limited. As such, once a large-scale crusade began, purifying black ink pills would be the best weapon to deal with black ink strength. These pills were needed in massive quantities, enough so that each soldier had at least a few dozen of them. Therefore, over the past 200 years, Blue Sky Pass alchemists had been refining purifying black ink pills day and night. Not only was Blue Sky Pass acting like this, but so were the other passes. Besides the purifying black ink pills, there was also the problem of warships. During the crusade, many warships suffered serious damage and could not be repaired promptly. The Fifth Order or Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be exposed to danger without the protection of the warships. As such, the artifact refiners were also working hard to refine more. The goal was to at least ensure that every squad had a backup warship, so that when the first was inevitably disabled or destroyed, they would have a spare. The entire Blue Sky Pass had nearly 40,000 soldiers, and each squad had 12 to 15 members or so. The artifact refiners thus had to refine some 3,000 extra warships to meet the requirements. This was a huge project. Compared to the alchemists, the artifact refiners had to work even harder. Be that as it may, all this effort was worth it as in the near future. All of this hard work would pay dividends. Yang Kai had been cultivating all the while. 2 centuries of accumulation was enough to raise his strength by another step. Although he was still far from reaching the Eighth Order, he had made great progress compared to 200 years ago. After all, other cultivators could only rely on refining the open heaven pills and various cultivation materials, but his small universe was special. Even if he didn't refine any resources, his foundation would still continue to grow. The accumulation over time made his rate of growth extremely impressive. Coupled with the world tree clone in his small universe, Yang Kai's refining speed was much faster than an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his world force was both purer and denser than ordinary. He was not in retreat all the time. In fact, no one could cultivate in retreat for a long time in a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Every decade or two, he would take Dawn out on patrol. Although the Black Ink clan had completely abandoned a large part of their territory and no one would run into any Black Ink clansmen while patrolling the rear, they still had to maintain vigilance and could not lower their guard just because of that. Every squad had to take turns patrolling, so Dawn was no exception. In addition to patrolling, they still had to mine resources in turns. A large number of resources had been discovered in the territory currently occupied by the humans in the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, these resources needed to be harvested. Fortunately, the soldiers could move these universe worlds to the nearby forward base or Blue Sky Pass with the help of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which saved them a lot of time. Occasionally, after cultivating in retreat for too long, Yang Kai would exit to relax on his own, either going to the pill hall to help refine purifying black ink pills or the refining hall to help refine the warships. He had some level of attainment in both alchemy and artifact refining, but compared to those great grandmasters, he was naturally far too lacking. Although he couldn't preside over a project, he could offer some help. He even took some time to visit Myriad Demon's Pass. After spending a massive amount of military merits, Yang Kai was able to obtain private tutelage from Myriad Demon's Heaven's Old Ancestor on the mysteries of the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. After his last battle with Hong Hu, Yang Kai realized that he still had too few trump cards. Although he was strong and could easily crush a feudal lord, facing a territory lord was a bit difficult. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's power was extraordinary, but territory lords had methods to deal with it. He could not summon his dragon bead right off the bat either, while Purifying Light was related to 2 mini-secret projects, so he could not use it whenever he wished. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai still felt that he should put more effort into the Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven's 2-Eye secret techniques. The various opportunities he had obtained from these 2-Eye secret techniques had not been a result of his own cultivation. Although he had received some guidance from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven before coming to the Black Ink battlefield, he had made minimal progress. He could not tap into the full power of these 2-eye secret techniques. Under such circumstances, the guidance of the old ancestor of Myriad Demon's Heaven was extremely valuable to him. Although it cost a lot of military merits, Yang Kai didn't regret it. Yang Kai spent an entire month at the Myriad Demon's Pass, where he learned all kinds of profound knowledge from the Myriad Demon's Heaven old ancestor, making it a fruitful trip. Martial Peak, Chapter 5173, Hong Hu's Misery. On top of that, the total amount of military merits he had didn't decrease much as before Yang Kai left. Myriad Demon's Heaven's old ancestor asked him to find and open the portals of the hidden universe paradises and universe cave heavens around the pass. Obviously, the old ancestor had heard about how Blue Sky Pass wiped out the Black Ink clan army and killed some 30 territory lords in the process. He was eager to follow suit. Be that as it may, the success of this plan would depend on how vigilant the Black Ink clan was. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Although it took him over a year, as long as it helped the humans kill more enemies, he considered it time well spent. In general, Yang Kai's cultivation was much easier than others. He could spend less time on it, but still achieve far more than anyone else. This was his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's cultivation was most frequently interrupted to assist Grandmaster Ma Fan in further refining the evil-purging divine spear and performing some experiments on the captured territory lord. Hong Hu, who had previously been captured by Ding Yao and the others, was now imprisoned in a secret underground room at the forward base. This secret room was filled with all kinds of arrays and restrictions, so even a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't break out. The territory lord was not experimented upon as frequently as the feudal lords who came before him, but tests were still run every 3 to 5 years. Yang Kai was not required to do much, just pour purifying light into the evil-purging divine spear refined by the Grandmaster Ma Fan. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about it. Naturally, Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Masters would conduct the actual experiments. The research of the evil-purging divine spear took Grandmaster Ma Fan a great deal of effort and time, and the progress was slow. Over the past 2 centuries, the general shape of the evil-purging divine spear remained almost unchanged, but Yang Kai could feel that each time Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil-purging divine spear, it would be different from before. The results of these experiments were sometimes good, sometimes bad. The reason why they had to run tests once every 3 to 5 years was not because of some problem on the human race side, but rather because of Hong Hu. Every time they experimented on him, the evil-purging divine spear would be stabbed into him, and the purifying light would be instantly released, injuring him. Even though he was a territory lord, it would still take him 3 to 5 years to recover. Only after he had fully recovered would they be able to conduct the next experiment. This was a test of patience. Fortunately, whether it was Grandmaster Ma Fan or the other 8th Order Masters, none of them lacked patience. As for Hong Hu, who had been captured alive, he had spent 2 centuries of imprisonment in this hellish torture. Compared to Wu Jiang, who had fallen in the last battle, Hong Hu once felt that his luck was quite good. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not want to kill him and instead focused on capturing him alive from the very beginning. Otherwise, the one who had died that day would not have been Wu Jiang, but him. He believed that the 8th Order humans didn't have a specific goal, but randomly chose one between Wu Jiang and him. For any sentient being, survival was a basic instinct. Only if one was alive could there be hope. However, after 2 centuries of imprisonment and torture, Hong Hu finally realized that sometimes it was better to be dead than alive. A life worse than death was the best description of his current situation. As a territory lord, his strength and willpower were naturally second to none. But every time an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master stabbed that damnable spear into his body and that dazzling white light erupted, Hong Hu felt like he was being boiled alive. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this light was, but he knew that it contained a kind of power that perfectly countered Black Ink's strength. His Black Ink strength rapidly melted under this power. This was simply the nemesis of Black Ink strength, the natural enemy of the entire Black Ink clan. The fact that the human race had actually mastered this kind of secret technique caused Hong Hu to greatly panic. In fact, when he first saw this dazzling white light, Hong Hu remembered a certain event. 3 centuries prior, when the Black Ink clan army attacked Blue Sky Pass, there was a moment when a similar dazzling light erupted at a certain spot on the battlefield. At that time, Hong Hu was quite far away from that location, so he was not able to see it clearly and only caught a glimpse of that pure light before it faded away. It was not long after that the aura of a territory lord was extinguished. At that time, the territory lord had been fighting Zhong Liang, so Hong Hu subconsciously thought that Zhong Liang had used some kind of secret technique. Although he didn't see it clearly, the white light gave him a very dangerous feeling. After that, Hong Hu paid close attention to the battlefield, but he never sensed any signs of that secret technique being used again. After discussing it with the other territory lords, all of those who had sensed the white light felt the same sense of unease. The territory lords secretly paid attention to this and tried to find out the mysteries of this white light to no avail. Furthermore, that white light never appeared again after that incident. So, the Black Ink clan gradually forgot about it. Only after Hong Hu was captured did he personally witness how this white light came into being, and he finally understood that this secret technique had always been in the hands of the humans. It was only that after the first time, it had never been used on the battlefield again. It was a power that could suppress Black Ink's strength, but the human race had not used it. What this meant was already self-evident, and coupled with the hellish experiments the humans had been conducting on him over the years, how could Hong Hu not understand the intentions of the humans? This secret technique had great limitations. Probably, only very few humans could master it, so it was impossible to disseminate it broadly. That was why the humans wanted to refine this spear, so they could distribute this secret technique in the form of an artifact. Once the humans succeeded, the defenseless Black Ink clan would face a huge disaster, and the first to bear the brunt of this crisis would undoubtedly be the territory lords. Because the humans were experimenting on a territory lord like him, they were definitely targeting the territory lords. Once too many territory lords died, the foundation of the Black Ink clan would be shaken and the entire race would be in danger. Hong Hu wanted to spread this news, but how could he do that? Right now, all he could do was endure the torment and torture. Since even someone from the Black Ink clan could realize this, how could Yang Kai fail to notice it? The evil purging divine spear affected a lot of things, so before it was distributed everywhere and to everyone, the secret of the purifying light must not be exposed. Otherwise, it would make the Black Ink clan vigilant, making it difficult to achieve the maximum effect. That was why Yang Kai held himself back from using purifying light when he was facing Hong Hu that day. 3 centuries ago, when he, Feng Ying, and the others returned to Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had used purifying light amidst the Black Ink clan army. It could even be said that it was an accident. Although this event had made the Black Ink clan somewhat vigilant, they did not take it too seriously. Every once in a while, they would encounter some methods of the human race that they did not know about, but if it was essentially a one-off, it wouldn't arouse much suspicion. However, if purifying light appeared again and again, the Black Ink clan would definitely take precautions. After 2 centuries and dozens of experiments and improvements, the development of the evil purging divine spear finally reached its final stage. Today, Yang Kai was awakened from his cultivation and followed Zhong Liang and Grandmaster Ma Fan into the underground chamber. Hearing footsteps, Hong Hu, who had been resting in the secret room, opened his eyes. When he saw the 3 of them arrive, a trace of pain and helplessness flashed across his eyes. For the past 2 centuries, every time these 3 came together, they would torment him to the point where he was unable to resist. After having gone through these hellish experiments a couple dozen times already, Hong Hu had become a little numb to the whole ordeal. So, when he saw these 3 arrive again, he understood what he would be going through once more. Under his cold gaze, Grandmaster Ma Fan took out the reforged evil purging divine spear from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He carefully examined it before raising his brow. It's a finger length shorter than last time, and it seems the materials are also different. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained with a nod. I have made some changes. In the past, The refinement of the evil purging divine spear required quite a lot of skill and rare materials. This time, the skill required to refine it has been lowered, and the materials used have also been reduced. This was going to be mass-produced, so the requirements for artifact refining skills and materials had to be reduced as much as possible. For example, the previous evil purging divine spear that had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan was powerful and sufficient for battle, but only artifact refining great grandmasters could refine it, which hindered its production on a large scale. Things that couldn't be supplied in large quantities couldn't play much role in a war waged by millions upon millions of people. At most, they could only be used by elite soldiers in individual duels. On top of that, they also had to consider the consumption of materials. In short, the easier and cheaper to refine, the better. Currently, the evil purging divine spear's research was no longer conducted by Grandmaster Ma Fan alone, but rather led by him and included Dongguan Ping and another artifact refining great grandmaster. The evil purging divine spear was the result of their brainstorming. The three artifact refining great grandmasters were extremely concerned about it and spent basically all of their time, when they were not refining warships on it. Now was the time to verify the results. Yang Kai cast purifying light and enveloped the evil purging divine spear in his grip. Under the effect of the arrays engraved in the artifact, the purifying light flowed into the spear like water and was quickly sealed inside. Yang Kai took a look at the evil purging divine spear in his hand before turning to Zhong Liang. "Shall we start?" Zhong Liang nodded his agreement. Let's begin." Saying so, Zhong Liang quickly formed a set of hand seals as the faint buzzing of spirit arrays echoed across the room. The next moment, Hong Hu, who was imprisoned and unable to move, regained his freedom and quickly retreated several dozen meters, glaring at Yang Kai with a look of rage on his face. He knew that the thing in this human kid's hand was about to attack him. If he couldn't avoid it, another round of torture would follow. Even if he managed to avoid it, it would keep coming at him until he couldn't avoid it. Nonetheless, he still struggled. He had never thought about escaping from this place. Facing two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one of them being Zhong Liang, he was obviously outmatched. Furthermore, there were all kinds of spirit arrays surrounding this place. Unless he broke these spirit arrays, he would never be able to escape from here. Just as Hong Hu was preparing himself, Yang Kai poured world force into the evil purging divine spear, which instantly started vibrating lightly before shooting straight towards Hong Hu, leaving a streak of light in its wake. The reason why Yang Kai was the one doing the experiment was because his cultivation was just right. If Zhong Liang had personally taken action in this sealed environment, Hong Hu wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack no matter what, and there would have been no point in experimenting. On the battlefield, one had to consider the unexpected situation where a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would run into a territory lord. The results of this experiment would determine whether or not the evil purging divine spear could guarantee the lives of the 7th Order Masters under such dire circumstances. Martial Peak, Chapter 5174, Is there another batch of good seedlings? When he used the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai felt that its speed was slightly faster than before. This was clearly because of a change in artifact refining process. The evil purging divine spear was fast, but Hong Hu was faster. By the time the streak of light shot towards him, Hong Hu was already prepared to react appropriately. His figure flickered about the room, dodging the oncoming streak of light. Yang Kai didn't care about his attack missing its target, for this had happened dozens of times in the past 2 centuries. Having fought several dozen times with each other, they were already familiar with each other's tricks and techniques. With a surge of Yang Kai's divine sense, the streak of light seemed to have been given life as it nimbly chased after Hong Hu like a shadow. If they were in the vast void and Hong Hu was already on guard, Yang Kai might not be able to do anything to him. After all, the difference in their strength was still quite large. But they were in a secret underground room at the forward base, and although it was quite spacious, it still had boundaries. In less than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Hong Hu, who had been dodging the streak of light all this time, was forced into a corner where he was unable to dodge in any way. Seeing the streak of light rapidly approaching him, a trace of ruthlessness flashed on his face as he unleashed a punch. Even before his punch reached its target, dense black ink strength emerged from his fist and instantly enveloped the evil purging divine spear. Right then, pure white light bloomed from the tip of the spear, mostly dispersing the black ink strength, but the streak of light didn't slow down, not in the least, and shot straight into Hong Hu's chest. Even someone as strong as a territory lord had his skin and flesh torn apart by the streaking light as the evil purging divine spear pierced him. In the next instant, Hong Hu's body went stiff before it started violently quivering as he let out a deafening cry, like a wounded beast. The purifying light sealed in the evil purging divine spear had erupted. Generally speaking, even though the evil purging divine spear had a certain degree of lethality, its ability to actually kill a territory lord was quite minimal. Nonetheless, its main focus was not to kill, but to inject purifying light into its target, which was the best weapon against the Black Ink clan. With a furious roar, Hong Hu grabbed the evil purging divine spear in his abdomen and fiercely removed it, drawing a fountain of blood with it. But Zhong Liang, who had been waiting all this time, rushed straight at him without giving Hong Hu any chance to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became locked in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding barriers to wildly flash. Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan quickly retreated until they were standing at the edge of the barrier. The layers of shields in the underground room were enough to withstand the fight between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu for a while without being destroyed. Of course, they would not be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord forever, but it was already good enough. Zhong Liang attacked with all kinds of lethal moves as a fearsome murderous intent radiated from him, forcing Hong Hu to focus on dealing with him. Under normal circumstances, even if a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't defeat Zhong Liang, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. But this time, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick worth of time to beat Hong Hu to the point that his entire body was riddled with wounds and his aura was extremely weak. He did not have even a little bit of strength to fight back. After a short while, Zhong Liang returned with a refreshed look on his face. Hong Hu's enormous body lay limp on the ground like a corpse, his aura extremely feeble. 20%. Zhong Liang looked towards Grandmaster Ma Fan with an excited look on his face. This is the result when Yang Boy used the evil purging divine spear and the purifying light had to be released before the spear hit its target. If an 8th Order Master like us were to use it, we should be able to bring out the full power of the evil purging divine spear. It should be somewhere between 20% and 30% effective in the field. Grandmaster Ma Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally. Although this experiment could be already considered a success judging by the results, nothing was certain before they had obtained Zhong Liang's evaluation. After dozens of experiments and countless days of brainstorming and improvements over the past 2 centuries, the current evil purging divine spear was finally ready to be put into use on the battlefield. A 20% suppressive ability was the criterion set by the higher-ups, because according to the 8th Order Master's estimations, if the evil purging divine spear could reduce the strength of a territory lord by 20%, they could easily kill them. If it was any less than 20%, it would greatly lower the chances of a kill. In that kind of situation, if the territory lord felt that things were not looking good for them, they would be able to escape. And once they had their guards up against the evil purging divine spear, the next time they used it, they would have lost the element of surprise and it would not be as effective. 20% might not seem much, but it was actually quite substantial. For instance, if Hong Hu's strength had not been reduced by 20%, with the usual gap between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu's strength, it would have taken the two at least half a day to determine a victor. But now, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick to beat Hong Hu up so badly that the latter couldn't even fight back. If he wanted to, he could even have taken Hong Hu's life. Comparing the two situations, the evil purging divine spear played a decisive role. Grandmaster, many thanks for your hard work. After 2 centuries, the dark clouds have finally been dispelled, and we can see the face of the sun. Zhong Liang gave a deep bow. If we annihilate the entire Black Ink clan someday, Grandmaster will have made the greatest contribution. Ma Fan waved his hand casually and humbly stated, Humans and Black Ink Clan cannot coexist. This old man only did what he was supposed to do. This old man doesn't care if it's meritorious or not. Just don't forget what you promised me. Zhongliang solemnly assured. Of course not. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of agreement Zhongliang had with Grandmaster Ma Fan, but since it related to someone's privacy, he wouldn't rashly ask about it. The successful development of the evil-purging divine spear had lifted his spirits. With this artifact, the human race's crusade was just a matter of time, although much preparation would still need to be done. Furthermore, if Yang Kai's guess was correct, he would have his hands full in the near future. As expected, Zhongliang turned to look at Yang Kai and ordered, "The matter of the evil-purging divine spear will need you to cooperate. The refining method of this artifact will soon be sent to all the great passes, so it won't be long before a stockpile of evil-purging divine spear will be sent to Blue Sky Pass. At that time, you will need to seal purifying light into all of them." The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he accepted his fate. Junior understands. Once the refining method of the evil-purging divine spear was made public, the other passes would start mass-producing them. Any artifact refining Grandmaster could refine one, but only Yang Kai could seal purifying light in them. Yang Kai could vaguely see painful days ahead of him. The trio left the underground room after everything was settled. As for Hong Hu, who was lying on the ground, no one paid him any attention. Humans had spent a great deal of time and effort to capture him, even using Xiang Shan as bait to draw Hong Hu out and capture him alive so that Grandmaster Ma Fan could experiment on him. The humans kept him alive because he was the test subject for the evil-purging divine spear, so he was useful. But now that the evil-purging divine spear had been developed, there was naturally no need to keep him alive. Furthermore, it was quite dangerous to imprison a territory lord in this place. Hong Hu was definitely doomed. Yang Kai once again went into a retreat to cultivate. Since he knew that he wouldn't have much free time in the future, he naturally treasured this opportunity all the more. Furthermore, both the forward base and Blue Sky Pass had been peaceful for a long time now, so there was nothing else he could do other than enter retreat. Last time, when he visited Myriad Demons Pass, Yang Kai had received personal guidance from the Myriad Demons Heaven's old ancestor, which greatly advanced his comprehension of the two-eye techniques. Be that as it may, the cultivation of his eye secret techniques required time. Before he left, the Myriad Demons Cave Heaven's old ancestor gave him a jade slip which recorded his insights on these two-eye techniques. This was a good opportunity for Yang Kai to carefully study them. In addition, cultivating the eye techniques would not interfere with refining cultivation materials and increasing his small universe's heritage. He could do all of this simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. Yang Kai was roused from his secluded cultivation. He exited the secret room and found a man waiting outside. Senior Brother Wang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Senior Brother Wang was Zhongliang's adjutant, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Usually, whenever Zhongliang had any orders, he would be the one to pass them on. Since Senior Brother Wang had personally come to find him, it must be at the behest of Zhongliang. Sure enough, Senior Brother Wang reported, "Sir Army Commander has summoned you, Junior Brother. Please follow me." Yang Kai nodded and followed Senior Brother Wang to the army headquarters of the forward base. Zhongliang was waiting for him, and when he saw Yang Kai arrive, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "It's time. Return to Blue Sky Pass." Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on after hearing this and accepted the order right away. Yes. Yang Kai did not leave immediately after accepting the order, though. Instead, he stood in his spot for a moment before suddenly waving his hand. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in front of him, a man and a woman, both of them at the peak of the Emperor realm. Zhongliang's eyes lit up at the sight of the two. Another batch of good seedlings? The reason he said this was because Zhongliang had seen this happen multiple times already. There were no Emperor Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield. Everyone who arrived here was at least a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Only Yang Kai's small universe had Emperor Realm cultivators. It had already been more than 2 centuries since Miao Fei Ping was brought to the Black Ink battlefield by Yang Kai. Before that, Yang Kai had established the Void Dao Temple in his small universe to select outstanding geniuses. The flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world. So while only 2 centuries had passed outside, 800 years had gone by in his small universe. Over the past 800 years, the mortals of his small universe had already given birth to dozens of generations. The World Tree Clone had been very effective in nurturing these people, and there were now many cultivators with outstanding aptitudes in Yang Kai's small universe. Currently, there were thousands of disciples in the Void Dao Temple, all of whom could be said to be dragons amongst men, the best of the best. It had to be known that the Void Dao Temple selection criteria were extremely harsh. Ordinary geniuses could not enter the Void Dao Temple. Only geniuses among geniuses were qualified. Those cultivating in the Void Dao Temple didn't have to worry about food or clothing, nor did they lack cultivation resources, so their rate of growth was extremely fast. When they reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, the Void Dao Temple Master would explain to them the mysteries of the open heaven realm and the outside world. If they wanted to improve further, Yang Kai would bring them out and allow them to advance to the open heaven realm on the Black Ink battlefield, becoming a part of Blue Sky Pass. Over the past 2 centuries, over 100 cultivators had left Yang Kai's small universe. On average, one would appear every 2 or 3 years. Each of them would advance straight to 6th order. There had been 2 who had even broken through directly to the 7th order. Directly to the 7th order. In other words, these 2 had a chance of reaching the 9th order open heaven realm in the future. Who wouldn't be jealous of such talent? In comparison, although those that directly advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm would only be capable of reaching the 8th order, these kinds of geniuses would still be core disciples in the various cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds. Every single one of them would enjoy the same kind of treatment as Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Basically, geniuses like them would only appear once every century, but they actually appeared in batches from Yang Kai's small universe. Martial Peak, Chapter 5175. Who here isn't an 8th-order open heaven realm master? The World Tree Clone's feedback was extremely potent, and this situation was when it was Yang Kai's small universe, which had a very low population. It was difficult to imagine what kind of grand effect it would have in the star boundary, which had a far larger one. Of course, his small universe's population might not be as huge as that of the star boundary, but because of the difference in time flow, he also had his own advantages. The star boundary could not compare with his small universe in this regard. All in all, Yang Kai's small universe and the star boundary had their own unique strong points. At first, Yang Kai would carefully look after the disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple and guide them one by one. Before they had ascended to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai had carefully prepared everything for them and even personally guarded them when they were breaking through. However, as the number of people increased, Yang Kai found that it was too time-consuming and exhausting to do this by himself. On average, one person would leave his small universe every 2 or 3 years. It took months or even half a year to prepare everything for them and ensure that their breakthroughs would be smooth and successful. Once or twice would be nothing, but doing it a few dozen times, or even 100 times was not something Yang Kai could take anymore. So, Yang Kai had left this matter to Blue Sky Pass a long time ago. The disciples, who came out of the Void Dao Temple, were handed over to the higher-ups of Blue Sky Pass, leaving the rest to them. This was mainly due to his own indolence, but much to Yang Kai's surprise, it was welcomed by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was not surprising when he thought about it, though, because the aptitude of these disciples was quite outstanding. Any one of them would have a chance of advancing to the 8th Order in the future. Every cave heaven and paradise would be ready to snatch up such geniuses. Unknowingly, these disciples from the Void Dao Temple had attracted the attention of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The reason they had fought over these disciples wasn't because they wanted to take them in as legacy disciples. They were on the Black Ink battlefield where they could lose their lives at any moment, so taking them in as disciples didn't hold much meaning because no one knew how long they could live or how long their disciples would live. The reason why they were fighting over it was mainly because they had gotten bored over these past few years. Most of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already cultivated to the utmost peak of their martial Dao and could not advance any further. Yang Kai still needed to cultivate and retreat to improve his own foundation, but they did not have to. It could be said that in a situation where there was no battle, most of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were idle. At times like these, anything could spark their interest, such as these newcomers who had just come from the Void Tao Temple. Particularly when all these newcomers had outstanding aptitudes and were only in the Emperor realm. They had extremely high potential, and as a result, every single one of the cultivators who had come from Yang Kai's small universe was extremely popular in Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was quite happy to see this. There were over 68th Order Masters gathered in Blue Sky Pass, so no matter what field these disciples liked or what talents they had, they would be able to find a suitable master. So now, when any disciple wanted to leave the small universe, Yang Kai would leave them to Zhongliang. At this moment, the two Emperor Realm Masters, one male and one female, were slightly taken aback by Yang Kai's appearance. They quickly bowed to Yang Kai. "Greetings, Tao Lord." Yang Kai had basically not appeared in his small universe for the past few hundred years, so no one had seen his true appearance in that time. The ordinary disciples of the Tao Temple didn't know about the mysteries of the Void World, but for those who wanted to leave and improve their martial Tao, the presiding temple master would explain everything to them. He would tell them that the first person they meet after leaving this world would be the Tao Lord of the entire Void World, its true master. At the same time, he would inform them about the situation they would face after leaving the Tao Temple and advancing to the Open Heaven realm. If these disciples still decided to go ahead, Yang Kai would bring them out. And if they were afraid of the dangers of the outside world and wanted to protect themselves, Yang Kai would not force them. After all, fighting with the Black Ink Clan was not something they could force upon someone. Those disciples who chose to stay in the small universe naturally wouldn't have another chance to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Every choice had its pros and cons, so it was best to stick to their own choice. For the past 1,000 years, the Void Tao Temple had raised many elite disciples. The disciples, who were eligible to leave and advance to the Open Heaven realm, had basically all chosen to leave. Only a few of them remained in the small universe. Cultivators were basically obsessed with cultivation, so every one of them wanted to seek a higher martial Tao. This kind of temptation could not be quashed by some small dangers. Yang Kai nodded to the two disciples in response before explaining, "Since you've left the Void Tao Temple, I'm sure you understand what's going on in the outside world. You'll slowly understand everything. As for the matter of advancing to the Open Heaven realm, someone will help you prepare for it." The two disciples listened quietly and repeatedly nodded. Yang Kai turned to Zhongliang, "Martial uncle, this junior will take his leave first." Zhongliang didn't even look at him and waved him away, intently gazing at the two disciples with a happy smile. "Go, go." Yang Kai instantly disappeared from his spot. After he left, the two disciples glanced at each other before turning to Zhongliang. The latter's smile made them a little confused, so they secretly released their divine sense to investigate, but the next moment, they discovered that this amiable-looking senior's cultivation was as deep as the sea, and they were unable to gauge its depth. So this is an Open Heaven realm master. The two of them immediately understood. They were both at the peak of the Emperor realm, so no one in Void World was stronger than them. One had to be at the legendary Open Heaven realm for them to be unable to detect their cultivation, and an extremely high-order one at that. "Greetings, senior." The two quickly bowed. Zhongliang chuckled. "There's no need to be so polite. What order of materials did you use to complete your Tao seal?" Although he knew that those who had come out from Yang Kai's small universe would at the very least advance straight to the Sixth Order, there was always a chance that one of them could break through straight to the Seventh Order, and naturally, Zhongliang was hoping that these two were such seedlings. The male disciple replied, "Senior, both Senior Sister and I have Sixth Order powers in our Tao seals." Sixth Order? Huh, he wasn't disappointed. After all, even in a place like Yang Kai's small universe, it wasn't easy to cultivate a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. There had only been two in the past 2 centuries. Zhongliang was still all smiles. "Great." While they were talking, a few figures suddenly barged in like bulls. Before the first person even stopped, a voice came from behind. "Another good seedling? It's finally this guy's turn, right?" "Hold on." This old master has been waiting for 150 years already. It should be this old master's turn. Someone sneered, scoffing, naturally, the one who strikes first has the advantage. Who would want to discuss order with you? Old fart? What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of the juniors? It's not like we're fighting or killing enemies. So why does it come down to who strikes first? It should be all about fate. The one who spoke suddenly turned to look at the female disciple and put on an amiable smile. Little girl, this king thinks you and I are fated. So why don't you join this king? This king is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With this king's guidance, killing the Black Ink clan in the future will be as easy as flipping your hand. Who isn't an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here? Immediately, some people became unhappy and released their 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Before the two Void disciples could figure out what was going on, a group of people suddenly rushed in and started shouting at each other, and the next moment, tremendous pressure fell upon them, making everything go black before their eyes. Damn it, these two kids fainted. Senior Brother Yun, quickly withdraw your aura. They are only Emperor Realm Juniors. How can they withstand your 8th Order aura? Damn, I actually forgot about that. It's been a long time since I last saw an Emperor Realm brat. The corner of Zhong Liang's mouth twitched, watching all the chaos that had descended into the hall. He started regretting sending a message to these idle and bored 8th Order fools. These two must have been traumatized by these 8th Order bastards. Next time, if any good seedlings appear, I will not let them rush in at once like this. After leaving the two disciples for Zhong Liang to deal with, Yang Kai left and used the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. He was not worried about the two Emperor Realm Masters advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. They would be personally guided by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master during their breakthrough, which would be more useful than his guidance. Not to mention, he had personally refined a batch of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills and left them with Zhong Liang. Every single one of these disciples who had come out of the Void Tao Temple had an outstanding aptitude to begin with, and they had reached their current cultivation with slow and steady steps. So, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it would be a snap for them to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. In fact, none of the Void Tao Temple's disciples had failed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. This was partly because of their solid foundations, and partly because the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of their breakthroughs. So, how could they fail? In comparison, the future prospects of these disciples far exceeded that of ordinary Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples because their starting point was extremely high. Nonetheless, cultivating in a special environment like the Void Tao Temple also had its drawbacks, which was their lack of real battle experience. There weren't many disputes in Void World right now, and even if there were some, they were minor and happened only between sects. The status of the Void Tao Temple was special. Besides sparring with fellow disciples, most of these kids had never seen blood, much less death. Growing up in such a sheltered greenhouse was perhaps their greatest shortcoming, which might cause them to act poorly in a life-and-death situation. Nonetheless, the Blue Sky Theater had been peaceful for a long time. So even if they wanted to find some Black Ink clansmen to practice with after they had broken through to the Open Heaven Realm, it was impossible. Yang Kai had always wanted to set up a Black Ink nest in his small universe and use the subnest to nurture some weak Black Ink clansmen, allowing the disciples of the Tao Temple to familiarize themselves with how to fight with this enemy. Unfortunately, his attempts had all failed. If he wanted to place the subnest, he would need to ensure a mid-rank Black Ink nest was permanently under human control, and Yang Kai could not do something about that. Therefore, one could not judge these disciples based on their smooth and unhindered cultivation, because it remained unclear how much strength they could display during battle. Everything depended on their future performance. However, there was something else that made Yang Kai quite happy. This was these disciples' compatibility with the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao. These three great Taos were Yang Kai's foundation, especially the Tao of Space. Yang Kai had mastered it the most, followed by the Tao of Time. In his small universe, there were quite a lot of Tao essences of these three grand Taos. Tao essence could not ordinarily be seen or touched, but it could be comprehended. Perhaps it was because they had grown up in Void World since birth that their compatibility with these three grand das were very high. Martial Peak, Chapter 5176, Two Kinds of Evil Purging Divine Spears. Of over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come from his small universe, 4 of them could cultivate the Tao of Space, 3 could cultivate the Tao of Time, and as many as 20 could cultivate the Spear Tao. Some people also displayed extraordinary talent in alchemy and artifact refining, which was definitely related to Yang Kai's attainments in the two grand das. Although the Tao essences of alchemy and artifact refining were not as rich as his 3 main grand das, they were still plentiful. If a cultivator who lived and grew up in Yang Kai's small universe was naturally gifted in these das, it would be very easy for him or her to comprehend the mysteries contained within these Tao essences. Overall, the future cultivation path of the disciples of his small universe was somewhat related to the grand Taos he himself dabbled in. Such a proportion was already quite impressive. Yang Kai had no intention of accepting any more disciples. To him, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ya, and Su Yi were more than enough. Not to mention, the Tao of Space and Tao of Time were both extremely unorthodox grand Taos. Ordinary cultivators would find them extremely difficult to even gain a basic understanding of them, let alone cultivate them. Even the Spear Tao was not the easiest to master. However, many of the cultivators from Yang Kai's small universe were inherently able to cultivate these two grand Taos. This was one of the reasons why the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters valued these disciples. During Blue Sky Pass Crusade, Yang Kai's universe arrays played a huge role, but Yang Kai was just one person. So, Blue Sky Pass success was difficult to replicate in other theaters. Be that as it may, if these talented disciples succeeded in cultivating the Grand Tao of Space, they would definitely be able to play a great role in the future. Whether it was the Tao of Space or the Tao of Time, basically no one in the entire Blue Sky Pass could teach them besides Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no time to give these disciples personal guidance at all times. As such, he had engraved his insights on these two grand Taos and many related secret techniques onto jade slips and offered them to the War Materials Hall over a century ago. If anyone needed to cultivate these two grand Taos in the future, they could acquire this knowledge by spending military merits in the War Materials Hall. Although Blue Sky Pass had not faced any battle in a long time, it was still easy for cultivators to earn some military merits. They could obtain them by mining resources, going out on patrol, or assisting in alchemy and artifact refining, so there was no need to worry about their future cultivation. Of course, if Yang Kai had free time on his hands and was in a good mood, he would summon these disciples to teach them. In the past 2 centuries, Yang Kai had given 2 lectures, one on the Tao of Space and one on the Tao of Time, allowing these disciples to reap great benefits. All in all, since Yang Kai had already arranged things for the disciples coming out of his small universe, he did not need to rack his brain and waste any more effort. After returning to Blue Sky Pass through the universe array, Yang Kai immediately went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything to him and simply asked his adjutant to lead him to a storage room. Although he already knew what to expect, Yang Kai still could not help but gasp in shock at the sight before him. There was nothing else in the secret room but piles and piles of evil purging divine spears. By a rough count, there were at least a few dozen piles in here, and if there were a few hundred evil purging divine spears in each pile, that would mean there were at least 10 or 20,000 in total. Yang Kai felt his face twitch as he muttered, "So many." The adjutant smiled and stated, "Junior brother, sorry to trouble you, but this matter can only be handled by you. No one else can do this." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." He then asked, "Is everything here?" The adjutant replied, shaking his head, "Most of them are here, but some passes still haven't sent their batch yet. They should be coming soon." Yang Kai resigned to his fate. The adjutant bid his leave, then, "I'll take my leave first." After he left, Yang Kai began examining these evil purging divine spears. Very soon, he discovered the number of evil purging divine spears in each pile differed, ranging from 200 to 300. Furthermore, there was an empty space ring in front of each pile, marked with a specific Great Pass name. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that each pile of evil purging divine spear corresponded to a different pass. After sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears, he still had to store them back into the space ring and send them back through the hyperspace array. Refining the evil purging divine spear apparently wasn't easy. It had been 5 years since the evil purging divine spear was successfully tested on Honghu. In 5 years, even after mobilizing every artifact refiner in an entire Great Pass, they had only managed to refine 200 to 300 evil purging divine spears. One could only imagine how long it would take to refine each of these artifacts. Grandmaster Ma Fan had once mentioned casually that it would take at least a year for an artifact refining Great Grandmaster to refine an evil purging divine spear. After all, this was a weapon that would be used to deal with Black Ink Clan territory lords, so its requirements for artifact refining were extremely harsh. The slightest mistake would cause the entire refining to fail. In other words, an artifact refining Great Grandmaster could only refine one artifact a year at most, and this was under the premise that everything went smoothly. If he failed once or twice, it would be normal for him to refine only one in a few years. How many artifact refining Grandmasters could a Great Pass have? Blue Sky Pass had 3, so it was reasonable to assume that most other passes had a similar number. Under the presumption that there was no failure in refining, the number of evil purging divine spear a pass could refine in 5 years was still only 10 to 15. In fact, it might be even less than half of it. After all, the chances of failure were high when refining an unfamiliar artifact. Ergo, Yang Kai was puzzled how each pass was able to refine between 200 and 300 in just half a decade. Their quantity did not match his estimates and far exceeded his calculations. But after he took a closer look, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. These evil purging divine spears were divided into 2 categories. One matched the specs that had been successfully tested on Honghu. These were the evil purging divine spear that could reduce a territory lord's strength by more than 20%, while the other had the specs that had been tested on the feudal lord a long time ago and could reduce such a master's strength by around 30% while having minimal effect on territory lords. The latter was slightly longer than the former, and their refining technique was obviously cruder. According to Yang Kai's estimations, the latter didn't require an artifact refining Great Grandmaster to refine. As long as one's skills had reached the artifact refining Grandmaster level, they could make one. By the looks of it, Blue Sky Pass had shared the methods of refining both evil purging divine spears with the other passes, who subsequently refined both types. Obviously, there was a deeper consideration for doing this. Territory lords were equivalent to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were the cornerstones of their respective race. The humans would need to use the evil purging divine spears refined by the Great Grandmasters in order to deal with territory lords, but it was quite difficult to refine such evil purging divine spears, so the output was not high. Furthermore, it would be an overkill to use such a weapon against a feudal lord. And so, the evil purging divine spear refined by the artifact refining Grandmasters would come in handy. These evil purging divine spears weren't as powerful as the territory lord version, but their production rate was much higher. They were perfect for using it against feudal lords, who were much larger in number. Yang Kai had no idea how the higher-ups of the human race categorized these evil purging divine spears, so for the time being, Yang Kai categorized the smaller number of evil purging divine spears refined by the Great Grandmasters as heaven grade, while the lower grade evil purging divine spears refined by the Grandmaster were earth grade. Overall, the ratio of earth to heaven grade evil purging divine spears was about 12 to 1. What he needed to do now was infuse the purifying light into all these evil purging divine spears. Looking at the piles before him, Yang Kai once again realized he had a long and toilsome task ahead of him. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged before casually picking up an evil purging divine spear from the closest pile. After discerning its grade, he enveloped it in purifying light. Just like before, the purifying light flowed into the evil purging divine spear like water under its influence and soon disappeared. Because he had to take the grade of the evil purging divine spears into consideration, when he infused the purifying light into the heaven-grade evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai chose higher quality yellow and blue crystals. This way, the strength of the purifying light infused into it would be even greater, allowing the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with the territory lords more easily. As for the Earth-grade spears, the quality of the yellow and blue crystals he chose was slightly worse. In any case, they would only be used to deal with the feudal lords, so even if they were slightly weaker, it wouldn't matter either. Although Yang Kai wasn't slow, he was unable to stand the sheer number of evil purging divine spears. It took him a few days to finish the pile closest to him, after which he picked up the space ring that was originally placed before the evil purging divine spears and stowed them into it. Soon after, Blue Sky Pass sent these items back to the Great Pass corresponding to the space ring. Days went by, and just when he was finished with a few dozen piles of evil purging divine spears, a few dozen rings carrying more evil purging divine spears were delivered to him. Yang Kai kept toiling away, but considering that each evil purging divine spear could take the life of a feudal lord or even a territory lord, all the effort was well worth it. By the time he was finished with the evil purging divine spears sent by all the passes, over half a year had already gone by. Afterwards, Yang Kai exited the secret room and went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. This junior has finished arming the evil purging divine spears. I will be returning to the forward base now, Yang Kai reported. The forward base might not have faced any enemies for a long time, but they still needed to patrol occasionally. You don't need to return to the forward base. Remain at Blue Sky Pass for now. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Is there a new mission? Ding Yao shot a glance at him. Are you hoping for a new mission? Yang Kai clucked his tongue as he defended himself. No, nothing like that. Peace is best. Ding Yao waved him off impatiently as Yang Kai quickly excused himself. Walking out of the army headquarters, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow. Ding Yao's sudden order to stay at Blue Sky Pass was a bit confusing, but since it was an order, he could only comply. Yang Kai returned to his residence, deactivated the restrictions, and walked into the small courtyard. Just as he was about to use this opportunity to go into a retreat, he felt something amiss. He looked around and noticed life auras coming from the rooms on either side of the courtyard. Someone is here? Yang Kai was confused, but after carefully sensing it, he discovered that the auras belonged to Feng Ying and Bai Yi. Wait, why are they back? Martial Peak, Chapter 5177, Pyrrhic Victory. Yang Kai had returned to Blue Sky Pass from the forward base for various matters over the years, but he had always returned alone while Dawn had always been guarding the front lines. He might be the squad leader, but Dawn was strong enough to carry out various missions without him. Dawn had not returned with him this time either, so Yang Kai didn't understand why Feng Ying and Bai Yi were here. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai walked to the left wing and gently touched the restriction. Soon, Feng Ying appeared in front of Yang Kai. Squad leader, you're back? Feng Ying immediately commented. Yang Kai nodded in response. Why have you also returned? Feng Ying answered, the pass ordered us to return, so we have. Ordered? Yang Kai was a bit astounded. He originally thought that Feng Ying and Bai Yi had returned for some reason, but after knowing that it was an order from the pass, there was nothing left to say. Feng Ying, after hesitating for a moment, finally added, not just our Dawn squad has been recalled, even Junior Brother Chai's squad was recalled, along with several other squads. Senior Brother Chai is also back? The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. The so-called Senior Brother Chai was none other than the old turtle squad leader Chai Fong. Feng Ying pursed her lips as a smile bloomed on her face. Junior Brother Chai came looking for you earlier. Why is he looking for me? Yang Kai cautiously asked. Feng Ying replied, emphasizing each word, Junior Brother Yang took great care of this Chai on the battlefield, so this Chai should naturally treat Junior Brother Yang well and express my gratitude. Well, these are Junior Brother Chai's original words. This was obviously a threat. As the old turtle's worship was slow, it was easier for them to be robbed of military merits on the battlefield, and Dawn had done this the most. Chai Fong had naturally marked this loss down. The Gadfly Squad's moniker was not just for show. But then again, it wasn't that Dawn's squad enjoyed snatching others' military merits. Rather, when they saw other squads entangled with the Black Ink Clan squads on the battlefield, there was nothing wrong in eliminating the enemies. Who would even care about military merits in that kind of situation? After all, the priority was to kill Black Ink clansmen. But obviously, Chai Fong didn't think so. When they were fighting on the front lines, it wasn't the right time to quibble with Dawn over this. But now that they had been recalled, he naturally wanted to settle accounts. Of course, he was not planning to fight it out with Yang Kai or Dawn. He also knew that Dawn was trying to help them many times. Nonetheless, as special operations squads, there was always some competition between them. Since they could not beat Dawn in kills, he naturally had to find something else to regain his face. Yang Kai immediately spat in disgust. He can go to hell. Feng Ying stated, pursing her lips, you should tell Junior Brother Chai this yourself. Forget it, let's just ignore him. I'll be going into retreat and cultivate. Senior sister, you should also rest. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and entered his room. Be that as it may, Chai Fong was not going to let Yang Kai have his way. Who knew how he got the news? But the very day Yang Kai returned to his residence, Chai Fong rushed over. Although the courtyard had privacy restrictions, they were unable to withstand Chai Fong's all-out harassment. He also knew that Yang Kai and the others would not have entered life-or-death closed-door cultivation at this moment, so he acted without scruples. Alarms kept blaring as the restrictions activated. Whether it was Yang Kai, Feng Ying, or Bai Yi, none of them were able to peacefully cultivate. Helpless, Yang Kai had no choice but to come out. He deactivated the restriction and looked at Chai Fong with a look of disgust, who was making a ruckus outside the courtyard. Senior Brother Chai, why are you here instead of cultivating? Chai Fong maliciously grinned as he palmed his fist. Didn't Senior Sister Feng tell you? Why does little brother ask when you already know the answer? Yang Kai helplessly asked, rubbing his forehead, does Senior Brother want to fight? Chai Fong decisively replied, no. Although we're not from the same sect, we've fought side by side on this battlefield for so many years, so how can we fight? This Chai doesn't know how to control his strength. What if I injure you, Junior Brother? Of course, he was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. The main reason Chai Fong was refusing was because he felt that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai could even kill a territory lord. Although there were circumstances, such as taking advantage of the situation, few Seventh-Order Masters in the entire human race had ever killed a territory lord. Chai Fong had witnessed Yang Kai fight with his own eyes. A feudal lord was no different than a chicken before Yang Kai. His terrifying strength had long surpassed the Seventh Order. In terms of combat strength, Chai Fong admitted that he was far inferior to Yang Kai, so how could he fight him? He would simply be digging a pit for himself. Then, what does Senior Brother want? Yang Kai asked. Chai Fong meaningfully grinned as he swiped his space ring and took out a jug of wine. This Chai did not lie when I said I wanted to express my gratitude. Look, I've brought everything. Yang Kai immediately understood. Since the old turtle squad had lost to Dawn on the battlefield, he wanted to regain face in a drinking competition. Looking at the wine jug in Chai Fong's hand, Yang Kai immediately felt frustrated. He had once engaged with Chai Fong in a drinking contest back at the forward base. In the end, Yang Kai lost and became completely inebriated. He was ridiculed by the other squad leaders as a result. Men were very strange creatures. In the eyes of almost all men, one's alcohol capacity was also a standard of their worth. If one's alcohol capacity was as vast as the sea, they would naturally be able to drink to their heart's content. If a man got drunk after just 3 glasses, he was simply not a man. Yang Kai was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a robust foundation and strong physique. Not to mention a single jug of wine. Even 100 or 1,000 jugs wouldn't be enough to make him drunk. If his world force was taken into account, he could easily detoxify any amount of wine. But since it was a drinking competition, they naturally would not be using any of their strength. There would be no point in competing if they really used their world force. During the drinking competition, everyone would seal their strength and compete with their innate capacity. In this aspect, Chai Fong seemed to have a higher capacity than Yang Kai. Senior Brother, I still need to cultivate. How about this? I'll just accept this wine as... Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Chai Fong pushed him into the courtyard. Enough with the nonsense. Since this Chai has come today, I don't plan on leaving. Yang Kai staggered back, helplessly watching Chai Fong take out a set of chairs and a table. He then took his seat and gestured to Yang Kai to take the seat across from him. He was staring at Yang Kai very fiercely, assuming the posture that either you die or I perish. Yang Kai reckoned that he was most likely doomed today. Sit. Why isn't Junior Brother sitting? If you don't sit, I'll think that you're looking down on this Chai. Chai Fong glared angrily. Yang Kai forced a laugh. Senior Brother, there's no need to go this far. Helpless, he sat down opposite Chai Fong. The moment he sat down, Chai Fong instantly pushed the jug of wine to Yang Kai. Afterwards, he took out another jug, opened the lid, and poured it down his throat. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched staring at this. Chai Fong had completely emptied the jug in less than a dozen breaths. He then wiped his mouth and stated, "Good. Junior Brother, please help yourself. This chai will first drink a few jugs to moisten my throat." Saying so, a small mountain of wine jugs appeared beside him with a wave of his hand, and he started drinking them like they were water. Damn it! Yang Kai's heart was gripped with apprehension. If this continued, he would definitely lose. The only choice he was left with was to call for reinforcements. Taking advantage of the other party's drinking, Yang Kai secretly sent a message. A short while later, Yang Kai finally finished his jug, but Chai Fong had already finished 4 or 5. They were on completely different levels. Fortunately, a figure rushed in from outside at that moment. Seeing the oncoming figure, Yang Kai called out enthusiastically before anyone could understand what was happening. "Fei Ping, you're here? Come, let me introduce you. This is the Old Turtle's squad leader, Chai Fong." Chai Fong shot him an annoyed look. "Why are you introducing me? Do you think that I don't know everyone in your squad?" After so many years of competing with each other, how could he not know who was who? Yang Kai defended with a smile. "Fei Ping has admired Brother Chai for a long time and has praised Brother Chai many times to me, saying that Brother Chai's squad always took the lead and fought bravely when in battle. Fei Ping, now that squad leader Chai is here, why don't you offer him a few toasts?" Hearing Yang Kai's suggestion, Miao Fei Ping didn't dare act disrespectfully and had no choice but to pick up a wine jug and respectfully offer, "Squad leader Chai, this junior offers you a toast." Chai Fong didn't refuse and simply glanced at Yang Kai. "Treacherous bastard." Gulp, gulp, gulp. Miao Fei Ping quickly downed the entire jug of wine. Just as he was finished drinking, someone else came in. Yang Kai called out enthusiastically once again, "Senior Brother Chi, you are here? What a coincidence. Squad leader Chai is here as a guest." He was worried about no one being able to accompany him, but Senior Brother Chi, your capacity is like the sea. Come here and drink with squad leader Chai. Chi Tai Chu chuckled. "That's exactly what I was thinking." A moment later, Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior Brother Shan is here." One by one, the members of Dawn kept arriving. After 7 or 8 of them arrived, Chai Fong couldn't stand it any longer. He slapped his hand on the table and angrily shouted, "Bullying me with numbers, are you? You gadflies are too much. As expected, if the foundation is crooked, the house will be too. Yang Kai, you have reinforcements, but do you think that this old master doesn't?" Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message with his divine sense. Not long after, several figures flew over from all over Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai didn't back down either and quickly summoned the remaining Dawn members. A moment later, some 90 people were gathered in the small courtyard, bustling with noise and excitement. Because of all the noise, Feng Ying and Bai Yi were unable to remain in seclusion. Yang Kai and Chai Fong, who were sitting across from each other at the table just as before, were now completely surrounded by members of their respective squads. Chai Fong fiercely glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brothers, sisters, squad leader Yang has taken care of us quite a lot on the battlefield. He has saved us so many times, but we never got a chance to repay him. Let's show him proper gratitude today." Yang Kai bitterly smiled, "Squad leader Chai, you're really too polite. It would be impolite not to repay your gift in return. Since squad leader Chai is such a good drinker, let's let him drink to his heart's content today." At first, Whether it was Yang Kai or Chai Fong, both of them were conscious and could drink themselves, but soon their vision became blurry and stars began to shine before their eyes. Nonetheless, the other members of the squads were not willing to let them go and opened their mouths and poured wine into them. Gulp, 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 gulp. Feng Ying and Bai Yi stood together, watching from afar, the former sighing, "A Pyrrhic victory indeed, sacrificing 800 soldiers just to slay 1,000 of the enemy." Bai Yi vigorously nodded like a chicken pecking rice. At one point, Yang Kai's body went limp and slid under the table. The drunken Chai Fong on the opposite side broke into loud laughter. "This old master one." Saying so, he also collapsed onto the table. Martial Peak, Chapter 5178. Angry Grandmaster Ma Fan. Both squad leaders got knocked out together, but the members of both squads had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. A few female members of the Old Turtles squad even took out some cooking utensils and started preparing some snacks to go with the drinking. Seeing this, Feng Ying and Bai Yi also stepped forward to help. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Both special operations squads were rivals on the battlefield, but they were also inseparable comrades in arms. It was the same during the drinking competition. Everyone was drinking in either groups of 3 or 5. At some point, everyone was drunk. Their eyes were droopy and red. Even Feng Ying and the other women had a slight blush on their faces. Even though they were all open heaven realm masters, because no one used their world force to detoxify themselves, their alcohol tolerance was still limited. Of course, they could still hold their liquor because of their powerful physiques. The empty wine jugs piled higher and higher as more and more fell to the ground, dead drunk. After an unknown period of time, the entire courtyard had people lying here and there, knocked out. Not a single person was left standing. As for Feng Ying and Bai Yi, they were unable to continue drinking long ago and had returned to their rooms to rest. The bustling courtyard had become completely silent and peaceful. Under the table, Yang Kai, who was knocked out, secretly opened his eyes. After confirming that the drinking competition was over, only then did he pop his head up, taking the support of the chair. But the next moment, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him from across the table. When their eyes met, both Yang Kai and Chai Fong were awkward and embarrassed. Yang Kai had secretly used his strength to detoxify himself, but he didn't expect Chai Fong to do the same. Shameless bastard! Both of them cursed in their hearts. After calming himself down, Yang Kai sat back down with no change in his expression. He then took out a tea set and started carefully brewing. Chai Fong remained silent and waited for the tea. A moment later, the fragrance of tea filled the air as Yang Kai poured 2 cups and pushed one to Chai Fong. Chai Fong picked up the cup and took a sip. For a moment, alternate sounds of sipping filled the silent courtyard. After finishing a pot of tea, Chai Fong suddenly opened his mouth and stated, "I'm afraid that something big is about to happen." Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. "Senior brother noticed?" Chai Fong nodded his affirmation. "It seems you did too." Yang Kai continued, "Generally, 80% of the past forces are concentrated at the forward base, and this status quo has been maintained for over 200 years. Although there hasn't been any fighting for a long time, we still need to be on guard against the Black Ink Clan's counterattack. In light of this, it's a little unusual to suddenly recall 2 special operations squads." Chai Fong added with a nod, "It would have been nothing if it was just our squads. But recently, many squads had been returning one after another. All of them must have received recall orders. I don't know if you've noticed, but all these squads belong to the different divisions and battalions. In other words, none of the returning squads belong to the same battalion." "Do you have some hypothesis?" Yang Kai asked. Chai Fong shook his head, denying, "I have no idea. I was hoping you had heard something." This was the main reason why he had come to Yang Kai. The drinking competition was just a bonus. Yang Kai frowned, voicing his thoughts. If the pass is planning an attack, they should have gathered their forces at the forward base. But for some reason, they have been recalling us. It seems little brother doesn't know anything. Although Yang Kai suspected that whatever the past upper echelons were planning had something to do with the newly developed evil purging divine spear, he believed that doing so would be a reckless thing. He might have infused purifying light into quite a lot of evil purging divine spears, but each pass still had only 200 to 300 in total. These evil purging divine spears could be given to the elite soldiers, but it would not change the course of the war that much. After all, the evil purging divine spears were one-time use consumables. In his opinion, the evil purging divine spears would be best used only after amassing a considerable amount of them. They should either not use them, or use them only to force the Black Ink clan into a corner. Since this matter concerned the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai couldn't reveal too much to Chai Fong. The higher-ups have always been very secretive, so I'm afraid no one will know what they're planning until the last moment. Chai Fong couldn't help but grumble. It was the same when they had used Xiangshan's breakthrough to lure the Black Ink clan territory lords out last time. The special operations squads had no idea and tried to protect Xiangshan at the cost of their lives, but in the end, the upper echelons of the pass had been well prepared. But it was only reasonable to not inform them, because only when they put their lives on the line would the territory lords believe that the human race had not planned some kind of trap. Had they known the plan beforehand, they might have revealed some clues. Senior brother, don't worry about it. If they're really planning to do something, we will know soon enough, Yang Kai comforted. Chai Fong nodded slightly. Junior brother, if you receive any news, please inform me as soon as possible so that I can make preparations. Good. Then, this Chai will take his leave first. Chai Fong stood up and shouted, all of you, get up. Don't keep lying like corpses. 50 of you lot were beaten by just 30 people. Stop making fools of yourselves. As soon as his voice fell, the members of both squads lying in the courtyard got up one by one. Everyone circulated their strength to dispel the effects of the alcohol. The members of the Old Turtle squad looked very ashamed while the Dawn squad, on the other hand, was beaming with smiles. Under Chai Fong's lead, the Old Turtles quickly left and Dawn's members also left after them, leaving the courtyard in a mess with Yang Kai alone, who silently tidied up everything. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating, was once again summoned to the army headquarters. But the moment he stepped into the army headquarters, he heard a familiar angry shout coming from the main office. Why can't I go? Old Zhong Liang promised me. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He had no idea that Grandmaster Ma Fan had returned to Blue Sky Pass. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been staying in the forward base since he had arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Since he was here, Yang Kai felt that the situation inside Blue Sky Pass was even more complicated than he expected. Moreover, Zhong Liang's promise that Grandmaster Ma Fan had just spoken about was quite concerning. When the evil purging divine spear experiment was over, Grandmaster Ma Fan reminded Zhong Liang to not forget his promise, and Zhong Liang assured him that he had not. Yang Kai didn't know what Zhong Liang had promised to Grandmaster Ma Fan, but by the looks of it, things had gone wrong. Ding Yao seemed to disagree, which had caused Ma Fan to burn with fury. While these thoughts were running in his mind, he walked into the office. As he had guessed, he saw Grandmaster Ma Fan inside. But the old man was like an angry rooster, glaring at Ding Yao. Meanwhile, Shin Tuomo tried to persuade him, Grandmaster, please calm down. Brother Zhong had indeed promised you, so logically speaking, Brother Ding and I should accept Brother Zhong's decision. But times have changed. The evil purging divine spear was invented by you, so you need to oversee the project if further modifications are required. The evil purging divine spear will determine the future of the human race and change the course of its future. Ergo, Grandmaster should remain at Blue Sky Pass for the big picture. Bullshit. Grandmaster Ma Fan spat in anger. Yang Kai could not help but shrink his neck at the sight of this. Even an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't act so presumptuously before these two army commanders. However, not only was Ma Fan an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was also an artifact refining Great Grandmaster. This old man already has one foot in the grave, so why would I care about the big picture? That's something you army commanders need to worry about. What does it have to do with me? The reason this old man has been holding on even after so many years is that I am unable to face my ancestors. Now that I have a chance to fulfill my lifelong wish, you guys are not letting this old man go? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Besides, although this old man was in charge of developing the evil purging divine spear, the refining process has already been spread to the other passes. If any improvements are needed in the future, those old farts can figure it out, so why should I worry about it? Shin Tuemo earnestly advised, Grandmaster, the battlefield is dangerous, and this operation will be different from the past. No one can guarantee anything. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a long look. What? Are you afraid this old man will be a burden? This old man doesn't just know how to refine artifacts, I also know how to kill enemies. If it weren't for your lack of artifact refiners, this old man wouldn't have been sitting in the rear and would have charged into the Black Ink Clan's base many times already. Furthermore, if this old man really did die on the battlefield, it would be a worthy death. When I meet my ancestors in the next life, this old man can proudly tell them that I died on the Black Ink battlefield. My ancestors will definitely praise me. Shin Tuemo was rendered speechless. Even he could not use force against someone like Grandmaster Ma Fan, and judging by the old man's attitude, it was pointless to persuade him. Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly turned to Yang Kai. You said that the evil purging divine spear is connected to the future of the entire human race, so you are afraid that something will happen to me and ask this old man not to go. But the true key to the evil purging divine spears is that brat. The evil purging divine spear would be nothing more than a piece of trash without his purifying light. You recalled him. So that means you plan to deploy him with the army? What the hell? A 7th Order boy can go, but this old man can't? I don't give a damn. I'm going whether you like it or not, whether you allow me or not. Hell, this old man will go alone if I have to. Saying so, he turned around and left, not even giving Yang Kai so much as a glance. Yang Kai couldn't help but pucker his lips. He suddenly felt like he had run into an unexpected disaster. He couldn't understand why these big shots had to drag him into their quarrel. I was right. The pass is indeed planning something, and judging by Grandmaster Ma Fan's words, it seemed like we are going somewhere. This explains why all those squads have been recalled. That was all right too. Everything was peaceful at Blue Sky Pass, and the Black Ink Clan had been holed up in their nests for the last 2 centuries. Since Blue Sky Pass won't be facing any battle anytime soon, deploying forces elsewhere where they might be needed was a good idea. The Great Passes had never been able to provide any real assistance to one another since ancient times, because they were too far apart and the amount of resources needed to transport so many people was too great. But since Blue Sky Pass had enough resources and leeway, they could ignore such a cost. While these thoughts were running through his mind, there was no change in Yang Kai's expression as he cupped his fist. Sirs. Ding Yao and Shan Tuemo both nodded slightly. Shin Tuemo looked at him and asked, You heard everything, right? Yang Kai nodded in response. What do you think? Yang Kai didn't hesitate to voice his guess. Is the pass planning to send reinforcements to another pass to defend against the Black Ink Clan? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5179, 30,000 years ago. When Shin Tuemo heard that, he answered, yes and no. Yang Kai was confused. Then, Shin Tuemo fell silent, as if he were thinking about how to explain this matter to Yang Kai. After all, it was not a simple matter to understand. It took quite some time before Shin Tuemo spoke again. It's been about 300 years since you arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, and although that's not a long time, you've already gathered more experience than the average soldier could gather after battling the Black Ink Clan for thousands of years. Moreover, you've also been to places that even the 8th Order Masters had never gone. Have you ever wondered why the entire Black Ink battlefield is so large and vast? Yang Kai answered in his mind, Why would I wonder about that? Even if I did, would I be able to find the answer? However, now that Shin Tuemo had brought it up, it naturally evoked Yang Kai's curiosity. He was right. Why was the Black Ink battlefield so vast? Among the 3,000 worlds, any great territory could be described as vast beyond what the eye could see. None was even comparable in scope and scale to the Black Ink battlefield. The area of the black ink battlefield had already gone way past the area of a great territory. It was like the black ink battlefield was never-ending. After sighing, Shen Tuimo explained, according to some ancient texts, in the era when the universe was just created, the black ink battlefield was also divided up into many great territories, each of them flourishing and filled with life. Each great territory was separated by territory barriers, but connected through territory gates, similar to the 3,000 worlds. However, the rise of the Black Ink clan changed everything. Born out of nowhere, the Black Ink clan's natural aggressiveness and unique reproductive methods made it easy for them to dominate the great territories. Whenever the Black Ink clan fully conquered a great territory, that great territory would start to corrode and the territory barriers around it would collapse, resulting in it merging with the adjacent great territories to become an even larger area. Then, like a snowball rolling downhill, the great territory would become larger and larger, which is why the Black Ink battlefield is so vast. While scrunching his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, in other words, the Black Ink battlefield we're standing in now is the product of merging countless great territories. That's right. Shin Tuimo nodded. It was his first time hearing such a description. It was quite interesting. Yang Kai continued, Sir, why does the territory barrier collapse after the Black Ink clan fully dominates a great territory? Also, how do we conclude whether the Black Ink clan has fully conquered a great territory? Shaking his head, Shin Tuimo replied, I don't know either. All the knowledge I have about this matter comes from reading those ancient historical records, but the contents in those documents aren't complete anymore, and no one can determine if the contents written are real or fake. However, this theory is able to explain why the Black Ink battlefield has such a vast area. Then, where did the Black Ink clan come from? A typical Black Ink clansman is bred from a Black Ink nest, and Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks. A low-rank Black Ink nest is the subnest of a mid-rank one. So if we trace that logic, what is the primary nest? Where were the Royal Lord Black Ink nests originally spawned from? That question had confused Yang Kai for a long time, but he still hadn't found an answer to it. Ever since he found out about the secret behind the Black Ink nests, he began to wonder about their origin. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to ask Shin Tuimo, wanting to get an answer to his questions. However, Shin Tuimo shook his head. I don't know. Before you discovered the secrets behind the reproduction of Black Ink nests, we humans had no idea they were even linked. That answer naturally disappointed Yang Kai, but when he thought about it, he suddenly had a more pertinent question to ask. Sir, why are you telling me these things? Just now, Yang Kai was asking about why so many squads had been recalled from the forward base, so how did the topic suddenly change to this? Shin Tuimo answered, I'm telling you these things because the higher-ups are planning a new operation, and it involves not only Blue Sky Pass, but all the Great Passes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is an all-out crusade about to begin? Ding Yao, who had been silent throughout the conversation, finally spoke up. It has something to do with that. But before we begin the crusade, we must finish this first. Just shut up, listen, and don't ask any questions. Obediently, Yang Kai stopped talking. Shin Tuimo continued. Back in the ancient era, the Black Ink clan were on a rampage, and the great territories were falling rapidly. In the face of this threat, some human great experts banded together and created 108 great passes in the Black Ink battlefield to fight back against the Black Ink clan. This initiative has blessed the following generations to this day. Without these 108 great passes, the current 3,000 worlds might have already become the Black Ink clan's territory, and you and I might never have existed. Although these 108 passes seem to be fighting independent campaigns, in reality, we are all closely connected into one, creating a strong line of defense. While he was talking, he stretched out his hand and drew something in the air. Then, pure world force gathered together to become a large tapestry of light. Under his control, the light rays were divided into two distinctive areas, one white and one black. He then pointed at the white area. This region corresponds to the 3,000 worlds. After that, he pointed at the black area, and this represents the Black Ink battlefield. He then pointed at the middle area between the two, and a drop of golden light suddenly appeared. This is the No-Return Pass, which has been guarded by the Dragon and the Phoenix clans since ancient times. It is also the only connection point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. All reinforcements from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, as well as our resources from the 3,000 worlds, must pass through the No-Return Pass. So, we can say that the No-Return Pass is the 3,000 worlds' last line of defense. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tuimo caused more than 100 golden lights to appear in the Black Ink battlefield region and arrange themselves into a semicircle that shielded the No-Return Pass. This was the first time Yang Kai clearly saw the actual arrangement of all 108 great passes in the Black Ink battlefield. He asked in shock, "Is this the real arrangement of all the great passes?" Shen Tuimo nodded and explained, "That's right. Such an arrangement can ensure that every great pass has a theater to defend, and as long as we can defend our own theaters, the Black Ink clan will never be able to step foot in the 3,000 worlds." Yang Kai was astonished. The ancient great expert's abilities are truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, Ding Yao came forward with his hands behind his back. "We humans have been relying on this defense line to hold back the Black Ink clan for countless years. Although we've sacrificed more elite soldiers than we can count, we were able to ensure the freedom of the 3,000 worlds. However, something happened 30,000 years ago, which completely changed our situation." While saying so, he stretched out his hand, and under Yang Kai's gaze, one of the over 100 golden lights suddenly turned black. Yang Kai felt his heart sink and could vaguely guess what had happened 30,000 years ago. As he expected, Ding Yao elaborated, 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan managed to break through Great Evolution Pass, which was guarded by Great Evolution Paradise. The old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass led tens of thousands of soldiers to fight with the Black Ink clan for several years, and the whole army was almost wiped out while the old ancestor himself died in battle. Since then, Great Evolution Pass has been in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Despite having guessed as much, Yang Kai still felt depressed when hearing Ding Yao mention this incident. Almost the entire army of a great pass was wiped out, and even the old ancestor overseeing the pass had died in battle. That battle must have been a huge blow to the humans, as it was not only the loss of a great pass, but also the annihilation of a paradise. That was the first and only time since ancient times that humans lost a great pass. That battle also caused the Great Evolution Paradise to wither away. The humans considered that matter a great shame, which is why Yang Kai had never heard about it directly despite joining the Black Ink battlefield for over 300 years. Those who knew about this were mainly the 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who wouldn't tell him such things. Cultivators under the 8th Order had no idea about this incident. In fact, Yang Kai first heard about this news from He Yuan Territory Lord. Yang Kai didn't know what actually happened 30,000 years ago that caused Great Evolution Pass demise, but he knew that something was obviously not right about that battle because not only was the army almost wiped out, but even the 9th Order Old Ancestor had been killed. An Old Ancestor's strength is on par with that of a Royal Lord, or possibly even slightly superior. So how could the Black Ink clan manage to easily defeat a Great Pass with an Old Ancestor assuming command? Also, why did the Great Evolution Pass fall so quickly? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Ding Yao explained, though an Old Ancestor can fight a Royal Lord to a standstill quite easily, what about when it's 2 against 1? Yang Kai was shocked. Did the Black Ink clan deploy 2 Royal Lords to that battle? Nodding, Ding Yao replied, "We only learned about this after the fact. It's not easy for a human to advance to the 9th Order, but that is true for the Black Ink clan's Royal Lords too. Such a master might not appear even once in several thousand years. Back then, there had only been one Royal Lord in the Great Evolution Theater, and he had been fighting with the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor for countless years, so they knew each other very well. However, one of the territory lords advanced to become a Royal Lord, and the Black Ink clan was able to keep that hidden from Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor. Then, while the Old Ancestor was in the midst of fighting with the old Royal Lord, that newly advanced Royal Lord managed to launch a sneak attack and severely injure the Old Ancestor. How could the Old Ancestor win a battle in such a situation? Shen Tuimo added, Although the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor died in battle, he was able to bring down one of the royal lords with him. In a way, his death wasn't in vain. In a battle, where it was 2 against 1, and being severely injured, the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor still managed to kill one of the royal lords before he died. It was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Though you're only a 7th Order Master, you've joined many secret operations, so you must know that the humans are preparing for a grand crusade. With a nod, Yang Kai replied, I understand. Then, Ding Yao pointed at the black, symbolizing the Great Evolution Pass. If we want to start a crusade, we must first take back Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, our lines will have a critical weak point. This is the purpose of the recent personnel rearrangement made by the Inner Sanctum. Not only is it happening in Blue Sky Pass, but also at the other great passes. Yang Kai now understood the situation. In the meantime, he also finally understood why Grandmaster Ma Fan was so excited back then. He was one of the few remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, and now that he found out that the humans were planning to take back Great Evolution Pass, of course, he would want to have a part in the campaign. Great Evolution Pass was the place that his ancestors shed blood to protect and where they were buried. Standing from Grandmaster Ma Fan's point of view, he had to go take a look no matter what and pry their lost Great Pass from the Black Ink Clan's clutches as revenge for his ancestors. However, Shin Tuimo and Ding Yao were wary about that and didn't want Grandmaster Ma Fan to join the operation, which would naturally lead to the latter flying into a rage. In such a situation, perhaps everyone would be against him joining this operation. In fact, Yang Kai even suspected that Grandmaster Ma Fan was able to be enlisted into the Black Ink battlefield 200 years ago because the humans had been planning to take back Great Evolution Pass even then. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5180, Wu Qing's Breakthrough. Of course, that was just his own speculation, and there was no way to confirm it. The humans wanted to take back the Great Evolution Pass. That was big news, and just thinking about it made Yang Kai feel excited. As far as the main crusade went, the first step was to recover Great Evolution Pass. That was because the Great Pass had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink Clan, and if not recovered, once the humans began their crusade, the Black Ink Clan might harass them from the rear. Therefore, the humans had to tie up all loose ends that might affect their crusade before it could begin. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem. Sirs, according to your story on how Great Evolution Pass fell into the hands of the Black Ink Clan, there must still be a royal lord assuming command over there. If we want to defeat a royal lord, we must have an old ancestor with us. Could it be that the old ancestor from our side will be personally leading the army to Great Evolution Pass? Although it had been quite a while since Blue Sky Theater had seen open hostilities, the old ancestor still couldn't leave the Great Pass at will. Once the Black Ink Clan discovered that the old ancestor had left, they might try something. By then, they wouldn't be anyone restraining the Black Ink Clan's royal lord, and although Blue Sky Pass could not be easily overtaken, such a battle would definitely cost them the forward base. Once that was gone, all their hard work for hundreds of years would be wiped away. Blue Sky Pass wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Shun Tuimo replied, there will be an old ancestor leading the army in this battle to recover our territory, but not the one from our pass. Yang Kai frowned. Who would it be? It wasn't an easy decision to let the old ancestor leave a theater, regardless of which great pass they were overseeing. You also know this old ancestor. Someone I know? Yang Kai was stunned. When he thought about it, he knew only 3 old ancestors. One was Blue Sky Pass old ancestor, one was Enyang Pass old ancestor, and the other was Myriad Demons Pass old ancestor. He hadn't met the other old ancestors yet. But Shin Tuimo just said that the battle to recover their territory had nothing to do with the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, so there were only the old ancestors of Enyang Pass and Myriad Demons Pass. The one leading this campaign will be the old ancestor of Enyang Pass. The image of the gluttonous little girl immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and his brow twitched slightly. He thought it might be the one from Myriad Demons Pass, but did not expect it to be the one from Enyang Pass. That person was not very reliable. Was it really feasible for her to lead the army to recover Great Evolution Pass? However, Yang Kai was more concerned about another thing. If she leaves, who will assume command of Enyang Pass. Just as Blue Sky Pass old ancestor couldn't easily leave Blue Sky Pass, Enyang Pass had the same situation. The presence of each old ancestor was a great deterrent to the Black Ink clan. Hearing his question, Ding Yao hesitated for a moment and said, 200 years ago, Enyang Pass Southern Army commander, Wu Qing exhibited signs of a breakthrough, so he returned to the 3,000 worlds via the No-Return Pass. He then succeeded in breaking through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Not knowing whether he had felt it wrongly, Yang Kai felt that Ding Yao was full of envy when he said that. However, Yang Kai was still surprised by the news. Senior Wu has advanced to the Ninth Order. Ding Yao and Shin Tuimo nodded together, and Shin Tuimo urged, this is a top-secret matter. Even in Enyang Pass, only the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters know about it, so don't make a big fuss about it. Yang Kai nodded instinctively, but his mind was still in a state of shock. Wu Qing had broken through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. This was great news to the humans because they now had another old ancestor. Now, Enyang Pass had two old ancestors. But then again, before he went to Enyang Pass last time, he had heard about Wu Qing from the others. Wu Qing carried a profound fish, one of the four universe pillars, so he did not fear the Black Ink strength corruption. As he was already very strong, he would frequently dive into the Black Ink clan's territory alone and stir up trouble. The Black Ink clan in Enyang Theater resented him very much, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wu Qing had been an Eighth Order master for many years and had been on the verge of a breakthrough for some time now. Therefore, he was known as the one who was most likely to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in recent years. That wasn't a secret among the Great Passes, but no one knew when or even if he could advance successfully. No one knew if he would suddenly have a bout of enlightenment and break through, or perhaps he would stay in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm for another 10,000 years without any change. It was not just a matter of accumulation, but also about luck and opportunity. It was not until more than 200 years ago that Wu Qing had an epiphany and immediately returned to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven via the No-Return Pass. Ordinary cultivators who came to the Black Ink battlefield could never return to the 3,000 worlds, but it was different with Wu Qing's situation because he had the profound fish, so it was impossible for him to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, he was in a special state whereby he was about to make a breakthrough, so his return was permitted as it had strategic importance. Another reason was that the process of advancing into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm would cause a huge commotion. So if Wu Qing remained in Enyang Pass during his advancement, the Royal Lord would definitely become aware of it. Once the Black Ink clan noticed, they would become warier. Therefore, the best choice was for Wu Qing to return to the 3,000 worlds and quietly break through at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven first. It could be said that every Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master that was about to break through to Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm would be returned to the 3,000 worlds to their master sect before they break through. After Wu Qing had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, he stayed in Red Cloud's Cave Heaven for more than 200 years to stabilize his realm before secretly returning to Enyang Pass. Only after his return did the humans prepare to implement the plan to recover Great Evolution Pass. With Wu Qing, the newly advanced Ninth Order Old Ancestor, assuming command of Enyang Pass, the situation at Enyang Theater would not change much, and the veteran Old Ancestor of Enyang Pass would be free to lead the army to take back Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai had met with Wu Qing during his previous trip to Enyang Pass, but they hadn't said much to each other, so he wasn't very familiar with him. Regardless, Yang Kai was still happy that Wu Qing was able to advance into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. However, he soon thought of another thing. Since Senior Wu has advanced into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without the knowledge of the Royal Lord in the Enyang Theater, why doesn't he team up with the Old Ancestor at Enyang Pass to deal with the Royal Lord there? The Old Ancestor of Great Evolution Paradise was sneak attacked by a newly advanced Royal Lord more than 30,000 years ago under similar circumstances, resulting in his demise. The humans could simply return the favor. While shaking his head, Ding Yao explained, "That's too big of a risk, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. A royal lord is not like a territory lord or a feudal lord. When it comes to life or death situations, even if there is no chance of survival, a royal lord has a high chance of dragging someone down with them. It's not easy for us humans to gain an old ancestor, so we cannot afford to take that risk. Back then, the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass was still able to kill a royal lord despite being sneak attacked and outnumbered. A royal lord's strength was basically on par with that of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so there was also a chance that they could do the same. As long as there was such a chance, the humans would not risk it. Smiling, Shin Tuomo elaborated. Because an old ancestor and a royal lord aren't that easy to kill, each great pass can barely maintain a balance. If the Black Ink clan acted according to what you just proposed, who knows how many great passes we would have lost. What do you mean by that? Yang Kai frowned in confusion. Shin Tuomo continued to explain, there are a number of theaters with more than one royal lord. For example, the Great Battle Theater. There are 2 royal lords there, while we only have one old ancestor standing guard. Hearing that, Yang Kai was very surprised. There are 2 royal lords in the Great Battle Theater? What's so surprising about that? Ding Yao glanced at him. Some human great passes have 2 old ancestors, but the total number of royal lords is most likely still higher. Yang Kai looked bewildered. I always thought that every great pass only had one old ancestor, and the corresponding theater only had one royal lord. Frowning, Shin Tuomo asked, who told you that? While shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, no one. It was all his own assumption, but now it seemed that he was being naive. Thinking about it, no one had ever told him explicitly that each great pass had only one old ancestor that corresponded to one royal lord. Though there weren't many old ancestors, how could they possibly be distributed perfectly evenly so that all great passes only had one? There had to be a few extras somewhere. It was the same for the royal lord. It just so happened that the 3 great passes he visited only had one old ancestor and one royal lord. On the Black Ink clan's side, both their feudal lords and territory lords outnumber our 7th Order and 8th Order masters, so it's only normal for their royal lords to outnumber our 9th masters too. However, the actual number is irrelevant to the overall situation. Although there are fewer 9th Orders Open Heaven Realm masters in some theaters, they are still able to maintain a balance with the royal lords and keep each other in check. Yang Kai nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Using Great Battle Pass as an example, although there was only one 9th Order Old Ancestor facing 2 royal lords, along with the risks of attacking the Great Pass, as long as the Old Ancestor acted prudently, there wouldn't be any danger. We've strayed a bit too far off topic. Shin Tuomo waved his hand and said, let's put all these to the side. What we have to do now is to recover Great Evolution Pass. Originally, you weren't supposed to be involved in this matter because, as Grandmaster Ma Fan said, you are the key to the evil purging divine spear. The future of the human race is at stake, and we wouldn't allow you to head to such a dangerous battlefield so easily. If you were to have any accidents, the whole crusade would be in jeopardy. Smiling playfully, Yang Kai added, though I don't know the reason, Dawn will be participating in this battle to recover the Great Pass, right? I'm sure no human soldier would want to miss such an opportunity. Shin Tuomo nodded. Indeed. The old ancestor from Enyang Pass specifically requested you to join the army, saying that your small universe can help her restore her strength and recover from her injuries. We naturally need to cooperate when such a request is made. Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. The last time he was in Enyang Pass, he had used his small universe to help the old ancestor heal from her wounds. It seemed like after tasting the benefits he could offer, she had developed a liking for them. This was only reasonable as she would turn into a child if she were seriously injured, and normal healing methods had little effect on her. She could only restore her injuries in a bustling world. Yang Kai's small universe just happened to be a place where countless ordinary beings flourished and was perfectly suitable for her healing process. Also, the flow of time inside his small universe was different from the outside world, so it could be said that if they had Yang Kai with them, the chances of success in this campaign to recover their territory would increase greatly. The recovery of Great Evolution Pass was related to their future crusade, and the old ancestor from Enyang Pass had personally requested Yang Kai to follow them. Therefore, considering the overall situation, Blue Sky Pass couldn't refuse. This was the reason Ding Yao and Shin Tuimo told Yang Kai so much. Otherwise, how could a 7th Order Junior be qualified to know so many operational details? Since it was an order from the higher-ups, they were just carrying them out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5181. The enemy stands before us. Prepare for battle. All Great Passes will contribute to this mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. Blue Sky Pass will probably deploy about 500 people, with Senior Brother Xiang leading the team. So, when you get there, you cannot act without Senior Brother Xiang's order. Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai accepted the order, understood. Then, he asked, "When will we be leaving?" Ding Yao answered, "It won't be a long wait, within a few months at most." Shin Tuimo added, "I am telling you this today because I want you to be prepared. Otherwise, you will be confused when you get there." On the other hand, Dawn doesn't have enough members, so the Inner Sanctum has chosen a 10-person squad to join Dawn. They will be heading over for the transition within these few days. "Yes, sir. You can head back and make the necessary preparations." Shin Tuimo waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and left. After leaving the army headquarters, Yang Kai breathed in a light breath to calm his excitement. The humans were going to recover Great Evolution Pass. After countless years of defending against the Black Ink Clan, Blue Sky Pass Initial Crusade could be said to be a small step forward for the humans, while taking back Great Evolution Pass was like a big step forward. Once Great Evolution Pass was retaken, the Real Crusade would not be too far away. By then, there would be a world-shaking battle to the death between the two races in this huge and vast black ink battlefield, and no one could predict what the final result would be. On this vast battlefield, a single human's strength was too weak to matter, and Yang Kai was a mere 7th Order master. Even an old ancestor could only affect the situation of their own designated theater, not the entire situation of the war. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was prepare himself for the upcoming campaign. After returning to his home, he entered retreat and began cultivating to improve his small universe's heritage as much as possible. A few days later, 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu, came for a visit. They were the squad leader and vice squad leader of a 10-man squad and were both veterans who had been on the Black Ink battlefield for at least 2,000 years, killing countless enemies and earning a lot of merits. Because they were about to embark on a campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass, Dawn naturally needed to be as strong as possible. However, since the establishment of Dawn, the squad had never filled its ranks, so after some consideration, Ding Yao took the initiative to choose a 10-member squad to fill in the vacancies and increase Dawn's strength. The team led by Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu were the lucky squad. The two were not repulsed by this order, and were even a bit happy. This couldn't be helped, as every ordinary squad's desire was to develop their squad to become an elite squad with grand accomplishments. Unfortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads here in Blue Sky Pass, so if the others wanted to be promoted, they had to perform exceptionally well and play a decisive role in battle. Otherwise, promotion was impossible. The creation of Dawn was also because Yang Kai was too important for Blue Sky Pass, which was why the army commanders granted a special exception. Of course, the military merits Dawn earned after its establishment did live up to its title as a Special Operations Squad. They even outshined the other 4 elite squads. Although Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu's squad was quite strong and had earned a lot of military merits in its time, their capabilities were still far from being able to be promoted. So, when they were suddenly ordered to join Dawn, they were a bit confused, but were still happy to report to Yang Kai. In every war it participated in, Dawn would rank first in the War Materials Hall in terms of military merits. More importantly, Dawn still had vacancies. Many cultivators wanted to join Dawn and fight as part of the squad, but unfortunately, Yang Kai, the squad leader, never intended to recruit new members over the years. Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu did not expect that a sudden transfer order from the higher-ups would allow them to fulfill this wish. In the courtyard, Yang Kai gave the 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters a warm welcome. Although they had never met each other before, they were comrades who fought together on the Black Ink battlefield. So there was no estrangement between them when talking about killing the Black Ink clan and restoring peace. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became very lively. During that time, the two Seventh Order Masters had asked about the reason behind the transfer order given by the higher-ups, but Yang Kai dodged the question. The matters Ding Yao and Shin Tuimo told him about had to be kept confidential for the time being. Although these secrets would soon be revealed during the battle to recover Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai still couldn't say anything in this situation. At least, the announcement shouldn't be coming from him. After a while of chatting, both the host and guest were having a good time. With the addition of Renbing Bai and Yu's 10-person squad, the number of Dawn team members instantly increased to 47. Though it wasn't completely full, it was not far off, and there were as many as 8 Seventh Order Masters in the squad. As time passed, some rumors gradually spread within Blue Sky Pass. No one knew where those rumors came from, but all the soldiers who were transferred back to the Inner Sanctum were soon vaguely aware of the news that the humans were going to take back Great Evolution Pass. Everyone was so excited that they could barely wait for that battle to start. Several months later, it was finally time. A message was sent to all the members of Dawn. Once they had all assembled, they were led by Yang Kai to Blue Sky Pass Main Square, where squads of varying numbers had gathered from all directions of the Inner Sanctum. By the time Yang Kai arrived with Dawn, hundreds of people had already assembled and more were on their way. In less than a half cup of tea's time, about 500 people had gathered at the square, which was the number Ding Yao had revealed to Yang Kai earlier. Despite the large number of people, the square was silent. Under the calm exterior there was suppressed excitement. Chai Fong, the old turtle's squad leader, was standing not far from Yang Kai while squinting at him to attract his attention. Chai Fong said, "Brother Yang, judging from this situation, it seems like the rumors about recovering Great Evolution Pass might be true." When the news of recovering the Great Pass began spreading around the Inner Sanctum, Chai Fong also came to Yang Kai to discuss this matter with him, but Yang Kai didn't dare to reveal anything and pretended not to know about it when talking to Chai Fong. However, everyone knew that without the tacit approval from the higher-ups, the news wouldn't have spread throughout the Inner Sanctum. Therefore, Chai Fong had expected it to be more than 80% true back then, and now it seemed like he was right. After realizing that, Chai Fong felt very excited. Since the battle 200 years ago, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been bored and idle. It was unbearable for them not to kill any enemies for 200 years, but now they could finally kill as many enemies as they could during this campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. "I think you're right," Yang Kai replied. Then, Chai Fong added, "For more than 30,000 years, Great Evolution Pass has been occupied by the Black Ink Clan, resulting in a lot of pressure on the Great Passes to the left and right of the Great Evolution Theater. If we can take back Great Evolution Pass, the pressure on those two Great Passes will be greatly reduced." Every Great Pass had a corresponding theater, so when Great Evolution Pass fell, all the Black Ink Clan in that theater would naturally be free of constraints and would have extra manpower to reinforce their fellow clansmen in the two neighboring theaters. Although the efficiency of their reinforcements wasn't high due to the distance, they were still able to make the two Great Passes suffer a lot of hardships throughout the years. In comparison to the other Great Passes, the two Great Passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass also had more troops. For example, there were about 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, which was the same for most of the human Great Passes. Even if there were passes with over 40,000 soldiers, it still wouldn't exceed that number by much. But for those two Great Passes, they had more than 50,000 soldiers each. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the Black Ink Clan's attack because each of them needed to deal with an enemy with numbers equivalent to 1.5 theaters. Chai Fong added, "Blue Sky Pass alone is sending out 500 troops. If every Great Pass dispatches a similar amount, wouldn't we have gathered an army of 50,000 soldiers?" Adding on the reinforcements sent from the two Great Passes themselves, Tisk seems like the higher-ups are really determined to get back Great Evolution Pass. With a smile, Yang Kai elaborated, "Since we've decided to take it back, the higher-ups must have gone through a lot of consideration. Blue Sky Pass is a special case, though, and deploying 500 people is not much of a burden for us, but the other Great Passes might not be able to send so many people." Because the war at Blue Sky Pass had entered a lull, it wouldn't affect them too much if they sent out more soldiers. However, the other Great Passes didn't have the same advantages as Blue Sky Pass, and although 500 people didn't sound like much, it was equivalent to the strength of several battalions. While the two of them were communicating secretly, a sudden stream of light came from Eastern Army headquarters and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. The light dispersed and revealed the figures of 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Xiang Shan and Ding Yao. Yang Kai saw that among these Eighth Order Masters was Grandmaster Ma Fan. It seemed like Ding Yao and Shin Tuimo had finally given in to the old man's stubbornness. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Xiang Shan took a step forward with his hands behind his back, looked around, and opened his mouth to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors circulating in the inner sanctum, and I think you all have heard them. So today, I am here to tell you all that the matter of taking back Great Evolution Pass is true. Even though everyone standing here had guessed this already and was almost certain about it, there was still an uproar when Xiang Shan formally announced it. Ignoring the excitement of the soldiers, Xiang Shan continued, "Since the fall of Great Evolution Pass more than 30,000 years ago, it has been under the control of the Black Ink Clan, and the strong defense line built by the ancient masters has become vulnerable. The Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass even dared to venture forward and challenge the no-return pass. That is a humiliation to the entire human race. For 30,000 years, we have been trying to recover Great Evolution Pass, but the situation here on the Black Ink battlefield was horrendous and each Great Pass couldn't afford to divide our forces, even if we wanted to. Now that 30,000 years have passed, after generations of hard work and effort, the chance has finally come. I can't comment on the rights and wrongs of my ancestors, but as one of their descendants, I have only one goal: to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. Today, all 500 of you will join me on this endeavor, and whether we face life or death in the days to come, we will not embarrass the human race's prestige. We will not forget the efforts of our forefathers and their original intentions. The enemy stands before us, so let us prepare for battle. For victory! Victory! The crowd roared in excitement, and their shouts echoed across the sky. With a slight nod, Xiang Shan suddenly waved his hand, and dozens of streams of light scattered to all parts of the crowd. The streams of light hovered in front of each squad leader level 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and in the streams of light was a space ring. Squad leaders, please take care of your own supplies. There are purifying black ink pills and a spare warship inside each space ring. You will distribute those pills accordingly when the time comes." "Yes, sir." The squad leaders all responded. Xiang Shan nodded his head again and ordered, "Move out." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5182. Is the Black Ink Clan attacking? Xiang Shan turned around and dashed towards the central hall, where the hyperspace array was located. Following behind him was Ding Yao and 9 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with the 500 human soldiers further back. Meanwhile, Yang Kai led Dawn at the front of the pack, followed by Chai Fong and the members of the Old Turtles. Soon, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the 500 soldiers arrived at the hyperspace array. Fortunately, the central hall was spacious enough to hold hundreds of people without being crowded. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master greeted them and cupped his fist to Xiang Shan. "Everything is prepared." Xiang Shan nodded. "Many thanks." The 8th Order Master moved aside, and Xiang Shan led hundreds of soldiers straight to the front of the space array. The array's light glowed brightly while the patterns flashed and the array hummed, obviously indicating that it was already opened and ready to use. Xiang Shan turned around, looked at the 500 people behind him and ordered, "Get into groups of 50 and spread out." The crowd followed the order, and under the leadership of their squad leaders, 3 to 4 squads formed groups of 50 each. Only Dawn and the Old Turtles did not need to move because the total number of members in those 2 special operations squads was about 50 people. Xiang Shan turned his head, looked at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, and nodded lightly. The next moment, the group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters moved to a group of soldiers. The one who arrived before dawn was Grandmaster Ma Fan. No one could tell if it was prearranged, but like the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Grandmaster Ma Fan activated the power of his small universe, opened its portal, and turned it into a channel before he shouted to Yang Kai and the others, "Get in." Yang Kai naturally understood what the 8th Order Masters had planned, which was to use these 10 8th Order Masters to send all 500 soldiers to another Great Pass. Due to the large distance between the Great Passes, each transmission across the hyperspace array consumed a huge amount of materials. The higher the strength of the cultivator being transmitted, the more materials they would have to consume. Since Blue Sky Pass was sending 500 soldiers, it could still afford to do this one by one because it was rich with materials, but it was an unnecessary waste. It also consumed a lot of time. Instead of that, it would be better to use the 8th Order Master's small universes to expedite the process. In comparison to transmitting 500 people, transmitting 10 8th Order Masters would definitely consume far fewer materials, and it would take less time as well. As a matter of fact, whenever cultivators moved from one Great Pass to another, they would usually use this method, which was to let lower-order cultivators enter the small universe of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That way, they could save as many materials as possible. The small universe of an 8th Order Master was, if they were only to accommodate 5th Order Masters, capable of carrying upwards of 1,000 people. If they were trying to hold 6th Order Masters, around 100 people would be the limit. For 7th Order Masters, perhaps 10 would be the limit. Any more would add a significant burden to the 8th Order Master's small universe and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after Xiang Shan and others had carefully discussed this matter, they thought that using 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to transport 500 people would be the best choice. After Grandmaster Ma Fan's shout, Yang Kai charged into the portal first, followed by his team members. Then, one after another, each figure disappeared. Only after everyone had entered the small universe did Grandmaster Ma Fan close the portal. This was not the first time Ma Fan had done something like this. Still, this was something that most would avoid doing if possible. Under normal circumstances, even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could store someone of a lower order in their small universe, they wouldn't, as the dangers of doing so were too great. It would be extremely difficult to stop their small universe from being damaged from the inside if someone they took in had malicious intentions. The high-rank masters could use their world force to suppress such behavior, but their small universe would still inevitably be contaminated with another person's world force as long as the other party simply circulated their strength, which was very troublesome to deal with. Therefore, the cultivators in Yang Kai's small universe had to leave when they were about to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Another reason was that everyone had different paths of cultivation, and the disciples of the Void Dao Temple would have a low chance of success if they stayed in Yang Kai's small universe when they wanted to break through. However, the Black Ink battlefield was a special case. It wasn't uncommon to see high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters using their small universe to accommodate lower-order masters. All humans here were life-and-death comrades and fought side by side, so trust was not an issue. After receiving the entire Dawn Squad, Grandmaster Ma Fan turned a little pale despite receiving less than 50 people. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and others all seemed normal, especially Xiang Shan. He had taken in nearly 60 people, yet still seemed like he was perfectly fine. From that, it was obvious that though the two were in the same realm, Ma Fan's heritage was incomparable to those veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass. After all, the Tao of artifact refining consumed a lot of his time and energy, so his foundation was not nearly as rich. After receiving all 500 people into their small universes, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not immediately teleport away through the array, but instead stood in place and waited in silence. That was because Blue Sky Pass wasn't the only one sending people. As all the Great Passes were deploying some soldiers for the campaign, it was impossible for the receiving space array to support them all at once, so they had to wait for the signal from the other side. It wasn't a long wait. About half an hour later, the hyperspace array suddenly shone out a light that was extremely dazzling but was quickly withdrawn. It happened 3 times. That was the signal that had been agreed on. After the light around the array stabilized, Xiang Shan took the lead, stepping onto the array, followed by the other Open Heaven Realm Masters. Activate the array. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was monitoring the central hall ordered. Then, the many already prepared soldiers around the array each formed a set of seals and started the array. A dazzling light shone out from the edge of the grand array, and gradually diffused towards the center. It soon enveloped Xiang Shan and the other 10 Eighth Order Masters. The array hummed, and the hall shook. A dozen breaths later, the dazzling light disappeared, and the array became dark. Xiang Shan and others who had been standing there were gone along with it. The crystals placed in the 7 array nodes around the grand array also dimmed. Those 7 array nodes corresponded to the 7 elements. These crystals were originally arranged here, created by a special technique that gathered energy from different materials. Even a crystal the size of a fingernail consumed a set of materials that could help create a 5th order open heaven realm master. If the crystals used up in this one transfer were gathered together, they could fill up an entire wash basin. One could imagine how many materials this teleportation had consumed. Meanwhile, inside Ma Fan's small universe, Yang Kai and others sat down cross-legged, calmed their powers, and tried to remain motionless. This was the self-awareness every open heaven realm master that had been invited into a small universe should have. Perhaps because he had cultivated the Tao of artifact refining too, Yang Kai noticed that there were a lot of artifact refining Tao essences in this small universe as soon as he entered. They were inside Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe after all, and as an artifact refining great Grandmaster, it was normal to have such a dense Tao essence. If Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe could rear living beings like Yang Kai's small universe, there would certainly be a lot of artifact refining prodigies to emerge from here. In fact, because of the special characteristic of the open heaven realm master's small universe, whenever a cultivator's strength reached the 7th order, their small universe would turn from immaterial to material. By then, it wouldn't be difficult to find a legacy disciple because they could raise a batch of living beings themselves, and following the subtle influence of their own grand Tao essence, there would eventually be a perfect candidate to inherit their legacy. Under normal circumstances, however, high-rank open heaven realm masters would not do such a thing because their small universe would easily become unstable when fighting fierce battles, and the living creatures inside would be killed or injured. There was a possibility that hundreds of years of hard work would be lost in a single clash. According to Yang Kai's knowledge of this place, only those high-rank open heaven from cave heavens and paradises who were about to die would do such a thing. They knew they didn't have long to live, and there was no hope for them in the future. Therefore, the only thing they could do before their lives came to an end was to contribute to the continuation of their sect. That was the reason why there was no shortage of alchemists and artifact refiners in the cave heavens and paradises, and why special sects like Divine Cauldron Heaven and Divine Medicine Heaven could ensure the continuation of their inheritance from generation to generation. Actually, Yang Kai could have taken the chance to cultivate in this environment and perhaps gain something. But he did not care much about Tao of artifact refining, and the reason why he practiced it was simply because it was related to a mission. Now that his mission was long over, he hadn't actively cultivated the Tao of artifact refining for a long time. After waiting for almost an hour or so, the small universe suddenly buzzed, and a portal to the outside world opened. The members of Dawn got up and exited the portal under Yang Kai's lead, leaving Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe. When the world suddenly changed, they found themselves in the middle of a huge open area. Before the crowd could even stand firm, a vague, buzzing noise entered their ears as they felt energy fluctuations coming at them from all directions. These signs were all very familiar as all of them had encountered such scenes many times in their lives. Shineo, who was standing beside Yang Kai, raised a brow and asked what everyone was thinking. Is the Black Ink clan attacking? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't know which Great Pass this was, but it must be one of the 2 adjacent to Great Evolution Pass. After all, in order to recover Great Evolution Pass, starting from the 2 adjacent Great Passes would be the shortest route. However, they didn't anticipate that they would bump into the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes. Also, Yang Kai couldn't figure out whether this attack was a coincidence or a situation planned out by the humans. He guessed that it was most likely the latter. The Black Ink clan sieges would generally last for many years, but there would be an equally long period of rest in between, so if the humans were willing to, they could easily avoid such incidents. In this case, it seemed like the higher-ups had decided to inflict serious damage on the Black Ink clan forces in the neighboring theaters before retaking Great Evolution Pass so that the enemy wouldn't be able to send reinforcements. That was also a very natural choice. Turning his head to look at the 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai guessed that the Black Ink clan in this theater were about to suffer a heavy toll. Dawn's members were whispering to each other, just like in the other squads. They seemed to have noticed the special situation here. However, they were all still confused about which Great Pass they were in. The universe chart they brought over from Blue Sky Pass was useless because each theater had its own universe chart. Although the chart had details about some nearby theaters, the universe chart showed nothing of Great Passes that were further away. While the members of Dawn were talking amongst themselves, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly came in from not far away and cupped his fist at Xiang Shan, Senior Brother Xiang. Xiang Shan returned the greeting, Junior Brother Hong. Martial Peak, Chapter 5183, Wind and Cloud Pass. Though no one knew which Great Pass the man called Junior Brother Hong came from, he obviously was not a local. After he met up with Xiang Shan, they interacted via divine sense. Yang Kai took the opportunity to look around and realized that many cultivators had gathered in different groups in the square. The number of people in each group varied from about 200 to 300, but none of them had 500 like Blue Sky Pass. Those groups of cultivators gathered together should have been the soldiers deployed by various passes, and it seemed like Yang Kai's guess was right. Because the situation in Blue Sky Pass was different, they could deploy 500 soldiers, while the other Great Passes couldn't deploy as many. In contrast to the 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in each Great Pass, a few hundred people wouldn't affect their strength too much. But once all of them had gathered in this place, it would be a considerable amount of manpower. Yang Kai estimated that there were almost 6,000 to 7,000 people gathered in this square, and this was before everyone had arrived. Once everyone had assembled, there would likely be several tens of thousands in total. In every group of cultivators, there would also be 8th Order Masters, but their numbers varied as well. Each group basically had more than 5 though. It seemed like the other Great Passes had made the same choice as Blue Sky Pass, using the small universes from 8th Order Masters to send their soldiers here. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Besides the 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers gathered in this square, there were already about 100 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present. The Black Ink clan besieging this Great Pass at this moment were not only unlucky, they were about to feel miserable. Just as Yang Kai was about to ask Grandmaster Ma Fan which Great Pass they were at, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, "Brat, over here." Following the direction of the voice, Yang Kai looked around and saw someone waving his hand from one of the groups. It was Su Linggong. Yang Kai was stunned as he didn't expect to see Su Linggong there. Because Su Linggong was a 7th Order Master, he must have come here to take part in the mission to recover Great Evolution Pass. When Yang Kai saw Su Linggong, he was happy because he was still his elder after all, despite both of them having the same cultivation. Following that, Yang Kai went up to Ding Yao and said, "Martial Uncle, there's someone I know over there. I'll head over and say hello." Ding Yao turned his head towards the areas where cultivators from Yinyang Pass were gathered and nodded lightly. "You're free to roam around, but do not leave the square."
Yes.
Yang Kai replied and turned back to relay a message to the members of Dawn before heading towards Su Linggong. When he arrived before Su Linggong, Yang Kai bowed, "Martial Uncle Su." He also bowed to Tang Xiu and the others. "Greetings, seniors." On Yinyang Pass side, not only did Su Linggong join this mission, but so did Tang Xiu and several other familiar faces. Among these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were some whom Yang Kai knew and some he didn't. Standing behind Su Linggong were Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, who also nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. Su Linggong slapped his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder and laughed heartily. "I never thought we would have the chance to fight side by side again. It's good to have you with us because you tend to cause a lot of commotion, which I enjoy the most." Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. Unsure if it was a compliment, he replied casually, "Martial Uncle Su, you're flattering me. I feel assured seeing you and the others have been doing fine." Su Linggong nodded happily. I'll take it as you being filial. Yangkai added, it looks like quite a number of Inyang Pass soldiers came this time. How is the situation back there? Just now, he had noticed that the number of soldiers from Inyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, around 500 with 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not only did the Eastern Army Commander, Tang Xiu, join this mission, but so did the Western Army Commander, Lu Zhiping. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the Western Army Commander, which couldn't be helped because the steamed stuffed buns she made were quite delicious. Back when he and the old ancestor of Inyang Pass were hanging around at the marketplace, he frequented Lin's steamed bun restaurant quite frequently. Since two army commanders had come here in person, it obviously meant that everything was going well at Inyang Pass. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have had the spare time. One had to know that though Blue Sky Pass also had 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, only Ding Yao, the Eastern Army Commander, joined this mission. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Tang Xiu said smilingly, thanks to you, we won a big victory against the Black Ink clan more than 100 years ago and severely damaged their foundation. So, Inyang Pass will have several hundred years of peace. Yang Kai understood what Tang Qin meant as soon as he heard it. The Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises he opened outside Inyang Pass must have made a great contribution to winning the most recent war. Like at Blue Sky Pass, Inyang Pass took the Black Ink clan army by surprise with the help of those Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises. After activating countless traps, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. Almost the entire Black Ink clan army was killed in that war, while more than 20 territory lords had either died or were severely wounded. Despite having experienced those traps once in the Blue Sky Theater and being very cautious when attacking Inyang Pass, unless the Black Ink clan stopped besieging the Great Passes entirely, it would just be a matter of time before they fell into those traps. For the Black Ink clan, there was no good solution to those death traps set by the humans, and they would pay a high price when they encountered them whether they were prepared in advance or not. Originally, Inyang Pass wanted to follow Blue Sky Pass example and organize a crusade, but unfortunately, we don't have a solution to our logistics problem, nor do we have someone to arrange universe arrays as transit points, so we had to give up on that idea, Tang Qiu said with some regret. Inyang Pass had considered asking Yang Kai to help them set up some universe arrays as transit points for their crusade. However, due to various reasons, the plan was eventually shelved. Although they couldn't organize a crusade, the situation in the Inyang Theater was quite stable right now, so they could deploy more people to support the mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. That was the reason why Inyang Pass deployed 500 people and even 2 army commanders. Among the 2 army commanders, Lu Zhiping would be joining the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass while Tang Xiu would return to Inyang Pass soon to oversee matters there. However, Yang Kai and the others weren't informed about the decisions made by the higher-ups. The only thing Yang Kai desperately wanted to know now was which Great Pass they were at. When he asked this question, Tang Xiu said, "Didn't Ding Yao tell you?" Yang Kai replied, "I haven't had time to ask yet." Tang Xiu explained, "This is Wind and Cloud Pass." Then it dawned on Yang Kai. Wind and Cloud Pass naturally corresponded to Wind and Cloud Paradise. Because of the Star Boundaries World Tree and the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, Yang Kai had dealt with people from almost all of the cave heavens and paradises and knew at least 1 or 2 people from each of them. In a way, he now had quite a wide network. When mentioning Wind and Cloud Paradise, Yang Kai's deepest impression of it was its auction houses. Thinking back, it was from Wind and Cloud Auction House that he got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. If this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, the other Great Pass adjacent to Great Evolution Pass should be Azure Void Pass. Azure Void Pass corresponded to Azure Void Cave Heaven, and these 2 Great Passes sandwiched Great Evolution Pass between them. Originally, they could have helped each other in battle, but after the fall of Great Evolution Pass, both Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass fell under even more pressure. Since the Black Ink clan of the Great Evolution Theater had no opponent to fight, they could gather their forces and develop without worry. They could frequently gather hundreds of thousands of soldiers to pass through the vast void and aid their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void and Wind and Cloud theaters. On average, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass faced more frequent assaults from the Black Ink Clan than other Great Passes. Usually, the Black Ink Clan would rest for 100 years between attacks on a Great Pass, but these two would see assaults every 70 to 80 years, and with far greater force than at other Great Passes. Due to the immense pressure they faced, these two Great Passes had more than 50,000 troops each, or else they wouldn't be able to resist the attacks. Knowing that this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, Yangkai nodded lightly and asked, "Senior, what's our situation? I noticed that there are only 20 to 30 groups of reinforcements here. When will the troops from other Great Passes arrive?" Tang Qiu explained, "Not all of the troops that the 108 Great Passes are deploying for this mission will be gathered at Wind and Cloud Pass. Only half of them will assemble here, while the other half will gather at Azure Void Pass, which is also facing an attack from the Black Ink Clan at this very moment. With the strength from the other Great Passes and the strength from the local garrison, we will crush the besieging Black Ink Clan armies first. Then, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies will be formed on the Wind and Cloud Pass side, while the Northern and Southern armies will be formed on the Azure Void Pass side. I'm not sure about the situation at Azure Void Pass, but here, the Eastern Army commander will be Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, and the Western Army commander will be Lu Zhiping from Yinyang Pass. At that time, the four armies will set out from both Great Passes and advance together with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass leading the army to recover Great Evolution Pass. Now that Yang Kai had the gist of the situation, he glanced at the troops in the square and silently estimated in his mind. According to your words, each army will have about 10,000 soldiers, and all four armies will have a total of some 40,000 people, right? Tang Qiu shook his head. It will be more than that. According to the original plan, the estimated manpower needed to recover the Great Evolution Pass should be around 60,000. In other words, each army will have at least 15,000 soldiers. The only way to take back Great Evolution Pass is to ensure we have 60,000 soldiers. A war to retake territory was different from simply defending it. 30,000 to 40,000 troops in a human Great Pass were sufficient to ensure that they wouldn't be defeated, but the risks of attacking an entrenched position also played a part in that. By the same token, the Black Ink Clan had been occupying Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years. Even if they didn't have the same means as humans, 30,000 years of managing that place would be enough for them to set up traps and other defensive arrangements. This time it was the Black Ink Clan's turn to rely on the risk of attacking a Great Pass. If the humans wanted to conquer the Great Evolution Pass, they had to ensure that they had a much superior force, so 60,000 was thought to be the minimum requirement. In the case of Wind and Cloud Pass, if they gathered all the troops deployed by the other Great Passes, they might be able to assemble 15,000 soldiers, equivalent to an army's strength. But considering that once Great Evolution Pass was successfully retaken, Wind and Cloud Pass wouldn't be under as much pressure anymore, so they wouldn't need 50,000 soldiers to hold the line anymore. Therefore, Wind and Cloud Pass would be deploying 15,000 troops to help fill in the vacancies for Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. It was the same for Azure Void Pass. They would assemble an army gathered from all the troops sent by the other Great Passes and deploy an army of their own, forming two armies as well. The Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern armies would meet at Great Evolution Pass, where Yinyang Pass Old Ancestor would take command and decide how to recover the Great Pass, which had been lost for more than 30,000 years. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5184, Great Evolution's Armies. Tang Qiu let out a light sigh as he spoke with mixed emotions. We don't know how many of us will survive this battle. Young boy, this campaign to recover our lost territory will be more dangerous than any battle you've faced before. You must remember not to act impulsively and put your safety first out of all things. Yes, sir. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. After Tang Qiu's explanation, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of the situation and the obstacles he would be facing later. On the other hand, these weren't exactly secrets, so he guessed the others might find out from all sorts of sources in short order. Back at the square, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively as cultivators from different Great Passes arrived one after another, and early birds, like Yang Kai, were socializing with the others. Many fellow brothers and sisters came from the same cave heaven or paradise, but were allocated to different great passes after arriving at the black ink battlefield. Once they separated, it would be hundreds to thousands of years, or even longer, before they could meet again. They might even never see each other again until they meet in the afterlife. The battle for Great Evolution Pass had called for all Great Passes to deploy troops and gather in Wind and Cloud and Azure Void Pass, which provided those cultivators from the same sex a chance to reunite. Though everyone came here from different Great Passes, they only had one goal, which was to recover Great Evolution Pass. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters had thrown the thought of life and death out of their heads. Also, there wasn't much sadness in the air. Instead, they all felt proud and delighted to be reunited with their friends. Everyone couldn't stop talking about how their own great past defended themselves against the Black Ink Clan. Among all the cultivators present, the cultivators from Blue Sky Pass undoubtedly became the center of attention. That couldn't be helped as Blue Sky Pass was the only one that successfully launched and completed a crusade. Not only did they manage to secure a forward base in the Black Ink Clan's territory, they also managed to snatch a large piece of territory from them. It had been over 200 years since then, yet the Black Ink Clan still didn't dare to cross the new border. At the temporary camp of the 500 soldiers from Inyang Pass, Yang Kai chatted with Qing Kue and Suing Shui for a while longer before excusing himself and walking towards a quiet place where he stopped before a cultivator who was adjusting his breathing while sitting cross-legged on the ground. That person looked up at Yang Kai and showed him an ugly expression. With a slight chuckle, Yang Kai said, "Brother Blood Crow, we've crossed so much land to meet each other again. Can't you be at least a little happy to see an old friend?" That was right. Blood Crow was also included among the 500 people deployed by Inyang Pass. Though Yang Kai noticed him long ago, he had to speak to Tang Qiu, so he didn't have time to greet the former. Meanwhile, Blood Crow looked as if he didn't want anything to do with Yang Kai and snarled, "There's bound to be trouble wherever you are, so you'd better stay away from me." Having been at the Black Ink battlefield for quite a while, Blood Crow had accepted his fate, but he couldn't help but think, if this brat hadn't got in the way, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Maybe I would have still been cultivating peacefully inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, gathering more strength and restoring my cultivation to when I was an 8th Order Divine Monarch. Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Blood Crow, why are you still holding on to the past? Now that we're both here on the Black Ink battlefield, we'll have to fight side by side, so we should watch out for each other." However, Blood Crow just snapped, "Never. When we get on the battlefield, remember to tell me in advance where you will be. That way, I can stay as far as I can." At that moment, Su Linggong approached them. Enmities should be solved rather than settled. "Blood Crow, the way you acted before was too merciless, and Yang Kai only did what he had to be safe. Why do you have to hold on to past grudges?" Su Linggong also heard about what happened back at the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was why he could understand what was going on after listening to Yang Kai and Blood Crow's conversation. "Come on, have you heard of the saying, a smile dissolves hatred, while wine dissolves all resentment? After you finish these bottles, you'll let bygones be bygones." While saying so, Su Linggong took out 2 bottles of wine and tossed them to Yang Kai and Blood Crow respectfully. Blood Crow accepted one, but still kept quiet. Then, Su Linggong slapped Blood Crow's shoulder with so much force that his figure shrank a little. Following that, Su Linggong ordered, "Drink. If you don't, I'll take it as you having no respect for me." Feeling his lips twitching, Blood Crow complained in secret that if he still had his 8th-order cultivation, a mere 7th-order junior wouldn't have had the guts to act so arrogantly before him. But with his current situation, he could only suppress his anger and abide by Su Linggong's words. After opening the bottle, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. Yang Kai smiled and drank his wine as well. In the meantime, Su Linggong laughed heartily, "Very good. That's how you should solve grudges." Wind and Cloud Pass only had one hyperspace array, but had to receive troops sent from more than 50 Great Passes, so it naturally took quite a long time. Moreover, running the hyperspace array continuously was troublesome, so that process was incredibly time-consuming. Under that premise, the hyperspace array could only be used once daily. In other words, Only one Great Pass could send their troops here each day. The 500 people from Blue Sky Pass didn't arrive too early, and they weren't late either, as half of the 50 Great Passes were still waiting to send their troops over. On the other hand, the Black Ink Clan was still restlessly attacking. There were times when they could feel the strong energy blasts that would pass through the multiple spirit array barriers and into the square. It was tough for those cultivators gathered in the square as they knew large groups of Black Ink clansmen were attacking outside. Yet they couldn't go out to kill the enemy. Those cultivators from the other Great Passes had to stay put before all the others arrived, and Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies had officially been formed. This agony continued for 20 more days. When the last troops from the other Great Passes arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass, there were already 15,000 cultivators gathered in the square, including over 200 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was an unprecedented lineup. Though the number of cultivators gathered here did not outnumber any of the Great Passes, the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters far outnumbered all of them. All those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were here basically because they were tasked with sending soldiers from their Great Passes over and had to stay in Wind and Cloud Pass temporarily because the hyperspace array here couldn't send them back for the moment. At the same time, their presence was also to lay the groundwork for the upcoming battle. Following the orders from the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all Great Passes, those cultivators who were chatting with old friends immediately returned to their assigned spots, and the previously lively square immediately fell silent. A short while later, a large group of cultivators entered the square from all directions. The incoming troop had about 15,000 cultivators and was on par with those already in the square. After that, the square now had 30,000 soldiers. Seeing the situation, Yang Kai knew that if the previous 15,000 soldiers gathered in the square were from the other Great Passes, the 15,000 who had just arrived were soldiers that belonged to Wind and Cloud Pass. Their actions did seem more orderly. Though Yang Kai didn't mean to offend anyone, that group of soldiers were from the same Great Pass and had a tacit understanding, but Yang Kai and the others came from different Great Passes, so both troops were incomparable in terms of coordination. The scene of 30,000 soldiers gathering in one place was spectacular. At that moment, another two figures dashed over from a distance and stopped right in the middle of the square. It was a man and a woman, and they were both 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The man was Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, while the woman was Lu Jiping from Yinyang Pass. Xiang Shan had a dignified air to him, while Lu Jiping cut a heroic figure. Though there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, these two both had strong and oppressive temperaments that allowed them to attract everyone's attention whenever they appeared. Looking around the square, Xiang Shan announced, "Today, there are soldiers gathered here from more than 50 Great Passes with only one goal, to take back Great Evolution Pass. We also have many soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass joining us, and so, with the recommendations from each Great Pass, and the approval from all old ancestors, we will now form Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. All soldiers, hear my command. I declare Xiang Shan the army commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army. I declare Lu Jiping the army commander of Great Evolution's Western Army." "Yes, sir." All the soldiers in the square responded in unison. Then, Xiang Shan continued, "Yinjia, step forward and receive your orders." Somewhere in the square, an elderly 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master stepped out from the crowd, flew forward, and stopped before Xiang Shan while cupping his fist, "Yinjia, ready to receive my order." Xiang Shan then solemnly placed a token representing Yinjia's identity on the latter's hand while seriously ordering, "I assign you as Division Commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army's 1st Division." While holding the Division Commander's jade token, Yinjia yelled, "Yes, sir." Then, he dashed back to his place. Following that, Lu Jiping's crisp voice rang out, "Lu Feng." Someone leapt up from within the crowd and landed before Lu Jiping before cupping his fist and bowing, "Lu Feng at your command." Looking at him, Lu Jiping nodded lightly, "I declare you Division Commander of Great Evolution's Western Army's 1st Division. I charge you to lead your fellow soldiers and bravely destroy the enemy." With a low shout, Lu Feng replied, "I won't disappoint you." Then, Xiang Shan yelled again, Xu Yongda. Xu Yongda is at your disposal. I assign you as division commander of the Eastern Army's 2nd Division. Yes, sir. Xu Yin, come forward and receive your orders. I declare you as division commander for the Western Army's 2nd Division. I humbly accept. As the orders were given out one by one, and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were assigned their positions, the basis of Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies was formed in Wind and Cloud Pass's central square. On the Azure Void Pass side, the Northern and Southern armies would similarly be organized. No one here was a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink battlefield, so the process was carried out smoothly. When Yang Kai had just arrived at Blue Sky Pass, Fengling explained all of this to him. Simply put, squads were the most basic grouping of human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield. 10 to 15 people was the norm for a squad, with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as the squad leader. Of course, other specially formed elite squads, like Dawn, also existed in the other Great Passes. However, each Great Pass had different numbers of Special Operations squads. Above a squad was a battalion, which consisted of around 100 people. Above a battalion was a division, and above a division was an army, of which each Great Pass would have 4. Therefore, with over 30,000 people being separated into Eastern and Western armies, each army would have 15,000 people, and on average, each army would have 30 divisions each. As for the position of division commander, only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were eligible for such a post. In other words, the Eastern and Western armies would have a total of 68th Order division commanders. And that was only for the Eastern and Western armies. The Northern and Southern armies would be formed on Azure Void Pass side, and they would be in the same situation here. Under that premise, the Great Evolution Army would have over 100 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Having 60,000 soldiers, over 100 8th Order Masters, and being personally led by Enyang Pass Old Ancestor, this was the confidence and capital the humans had to take back Great Evolution Pass. Of course, just as Tang Qiu had said, this battle would be very dangerous, and no one could tell how many of these 60,000 soldiers would survive. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.